Day 5 in Malta, and it is D-Day for one of these 5 teams in Group A because one of them will be exiting the tournament at the end of the day, and a bit of a shootout between Gozo and the Blasters in the first half of the day. Can Gozo make the finals for the first time? Peacock Friday as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, as we roll into Day 5, Group A. They've been playing their trade during the week. 5 teams has to become 4 at the end of the day. That'll make it through to quarterfinals Friday in just a week's time. Happy Peacock Friday to you as well, wherever you are watching from. Hopefully you get into the spirit of it, and well, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens this morning in matches 17 and 18, because I do think these teams are at risk. Just looking at the table, it's the Bajiba Blasters versus Gozo in the first match of the day. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with the 2 captains.
Heads the call. Tails. Like to ball. Right. Good luck, guys. All the best. Good luck. Good luck.
So it is the Bajiba Blasters that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. So Gozo will bat first. I don't think that's a bad thing for Gozo, to be honest, because we know that they are master defenders. We've seen them score 65 and defend it. We've seen them score 70 and defend it. We know that batting's not really their strength, but their bowling is, and so they'll have the opportunity to defend in this game. I feel like they probably would have bowled first. Might be a blessing in disguise, but the Blasters, well, they've just had a mixed week, haven't they? They do have 2 wins, but they are at the bottom of the table. For them, I feel like they probably need to win both of these games if they are to progress, although there is an outside mathematical possibility they could win just one of these games and still go through to the quarterfinals. But yeah, the Blasters, they've been a bit hit and miss, haven't they? I think Maitani's got to step up. We saw them having big problems with run-outs, and they have to sort that communication out, I think. But, you know, I think this could be a very, very even contest. Some teams that have had mixed weeks coming together. Gozo, we know that their captain, Senthil Raj, is celebrating his 10th wedding anniversary. So a big congratulations to him. And look, Gozo, the ultimate rags to riches story, aren't they? They were bowled out for 6 the first time we saw them just over a year ago. But they've improved a lot. I think their problem always is with the batting. Can they make enough runs to make this a game? And like I say, about one win for them will be enough, I think, to see them progress to the quarterfinals for the first time. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, I'd rather be in Malta than Australia right now, put it that way, looking at some of the pictures coming from the T10 World Cup. Right here, another beautiful day. A little bit cooler today. About 25 is the expected maximum, but currently about 20, and perfect conditions. A bit of dew, as we normally see first thing in the morning, but I think that'll burn away pretty quick, and I'm really excited for what I think will be a very competitive day of cricket. Rico Full, well, he is always sunny, and he is in the commentary box right now. Rico, news from the toss, match 17, it is the Blasters. They've won the toss, they've inserted the Gozatins. It's over to you, and let's get this Peacock Friday started.
morning, and thank you very much to Vinny Sandu for giving us the insight to this match. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning, cricket lovers, and thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. He's giving us the introduction to this match, and what an important match it's going to be. The Bujiga Blasters taking on Gozo. Everything to play for in this day. Remember, it's when the teams will know their fate. We'll know which 4 teams we'll see again next week, and which one team will be eliminated. You heard Mr. Maximo. Basically, I think he's absolutely right. I think the Blasters need to try and get 2 victories here as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard. And some key players for the Blasters. I mean, Guzman Singh didn't really get going yesterday when he came back into the side. I think he's got to perform here and see if he can give a good partnership to Gurab Mantani, the captain. He's going to be key. And somebody like Narendra Negi also. And with the bowling, I think Devendra Negi is going to be key. And Shiv Singh as well. And on the other side, well, Manish Martin. I think if he can give them a good start, he is looking to do that. Expected 83 to 76. As we see this match get on the way. And a direct hit straight away. This could be out, you know. I think this could be curtains. Indica Pereira, I don't think he's going to make it. This could be a diamond duck. Let's have a look. It's Pereira, I think, that wants it. Here comes the throw. Direct hit. Yeah, he's gone. He has gone, and well, that's a bit of a crash landing as well from Indica Pereira. Well, that's a disastrous start for Gozo. Because if there's one man that can stay there and sort of steady the ship and get them going, is Indica. He will go the very, very first ball. Not a ball that he faces. It's Manish Martin. He's the striker, gets bad on the ball, and Indica Pereira, I'm guessing, does call it, does want it, doesn't get there. Huge disappointment for Gozo, losing Pereira like that. There's a new bat has to make his way in. Just have a look. It's a great pick-up and throw. I mean, that's absolutely brilliant. What a throw. One stump to hit. Hits it, and you can see there Suraj Dabal is saying, yeah, we got him, we got him. And he's 100% sure that's out. An amazing start. And speaking of amazing, what an amazing shirt that is from Vinny Sandu as well. In the intros, a little bit of the Magnum PI about him today. Yes, happy Peacock Friday to everybody. And big, big, big warm welcome to everyone that's on the chat at the moment. In comes Sohan Singh once more. This time it's short. It's in the air. There's a fielder out there. He takes a catch. It's 2. The first 2 balls have delivered with wickets. Gozo. Oh no, we've been here before, haven't we? Oh no, go back to the 17th of June, I think, 2021. And he hits this well. You can't take anything away from the shot. It's a powerful strike from the batter, but it's straight into the hands of the fielder. And crazy start. And well, it could be a team hat-trick, as we see the Hall of Famer hat-tricks up, but it's still worth looking at because remember, Devendra Negi, he's up there. He picked up 4 for 6 in that hat-trick and did that over 2 overs. But Mike Jones as well, back in Croatia and Belgrade, that was sensational. Could we see a team hat-trick here? It's quite sensational. And first of all, we saw the run out of Indica Pereira. And new batter comes out and he smashes the ball straight into the air, and a great catch this time taken by Narendra Negi. It's a good hit, and I thought, okay, there's a positive start, but there's a man out there who takes a catch. And Paulson, he goes, and now you're starting to wonder where these runs from Gozo are going to come from. There's a new batter comes out earlier than he expected. And probably wasn't even ready to come out, was the captain, Senthil Raj. Well, Sandeep Raj has put himself opening a few times, but he practically is opening. That was the third ball of the innings. Amazing start from the Blasters. Gozo, can they recover? So this one is a bit uppish as well, but with that man being back on the boundary, and Narendra Negi gets away with it. So first runs on the board. Incredible start to this day 5. FanCode European Cricket Series in Malta, coming to you from the Malta International Cricket Ground. This one's just been played out. No run there. Bit of an edge, hesitant to decide not to in the end. That is the end of the over, and what an over it's turned out to be. The score is 1, wicket 2, and incredible start. First of all, Indica Pereira being run out. What a throw that was as well. And I tell you what, Kohad, he is one of their key players. We'll see him with the ball, I'm sure, later, but he was wide awake this morning, on the money with the throw. Let's have a look at some of the key performers and look with the bat. Paulson already gone. Pereira already gone. Only Sasi Kuma, who's still to come, who's done anything with the bat for Gozo. And on the bowler side for the Blasters, well, Ravindra Negi still to bowl. We saw Singh is being good. This is not a good one. It's the man who was involved with the run out. Well, he's throwing, and aim with his throwing is better than his bowling. This one goes way down the leg side. The runs, valuable runs. Better delivery. The wicketkeeper not able to stop it, and the batters need to be looking to run here. They decide to go very late, and they do get there. That's not the tidy from Suresh Dobal or the man who's acting as the backstop. They do get a bye. They just want to keep it tidy here, don't they, the Blasters? I mean, it's been a great start, but you've got to remember, I think all teams got to remember that when you're playing against Gozo, well, they are the great defenders. So you can't take any score for granted that you're chasing. This one's a little bit short into the body. Single will be taken. They're trying to start the recovery here. Very good morning to our 2 umpires. It's Stefan Gooch at the bowler's head now, and Andy Nowdy, our man in black. It's well bowled. Better line for Kohad. When we first saw him bowl, I was very impressed with the length he was bowling. He was always right up there. A little bit short, as 1 or 2 of the Bujigga Blasters. Wow, this is what I'm talking about. Right on the money. And I was going to go, well, you heard me say when I first saw him, he was full straight and causing problems because of his full length. He's been a little bit short, and yesterday I think the Blasters were guilty of that as well, but this is where they need to be. Right on the money. Boom! Jakade Bhatte. That's what you're talking about. And, well, not only does he get it right with his throwing arm, he gets it right with his bowling arm as well, Kohad, as he gets another wicket. And it is Martin. He has to go. And Martin will go for a 6-ball duck. So it's another. And that scorecard is not looking good. 3 ducks now in it. The only person that scored any runs is the captain, Senthil Raj, who's on 2 of 3. And Sandy Sasikuma, we saw his name up there in the stats, thanks to Ravi and Shazad for providing us with all the stats. So probably the only other batter that's made any contribution for Gozo is out there now. This partnership is massive. It really is. Go hard to finish well. So gets played away, gets it past the inner fielder. They'll take the single. 5 off the over, but the score is only on 7 and it's 3 wickets down. So it's a nightmare start for Gozo. Can they recover? And well, who's going to lead that recovery is the other thing. As we have a look at the tables and how important it is. So Malta right at the top, but look at this. I mean, the Blasters here, they get a win. It's going to be 4 teams on 6 points. It's quite crazy. And then the Blasters will get the opportunity in the last match that they play to try and get those valuable points. And then really, it's going to be, you just get the feeling that if Gozo lose 2 here, that they could be the team that find themselves being eliminated, and AUM make it through by the skin of their teeth. Devinder Negi comes into bowl, gets played out. They do take the single. They're trying to scratch around to get as many runs as they can here. And that's what they're going to have to do, work hard. I mean, the team, we know what they can do. Remember, this is the Gozo side that bowled out Malta for just 30. This one gets played away. But they are going to need the likes of Sasi Kuma with the ball and Stevie Roy to be on top form. You can sense that already. But how many can they get to? Devinder Negi. Sasi Kuma shows some aggression. Plays it nicely down the ground, but only as far as Kalyan. Refueled it, no issues. Changing the field here now, sort of get a man come into sort of a catching position. Into that third man area, into the pads. Again, more hesitation. The running has not been good here from Gozo. And now the 2 batters come together. And he's pumped, isn't he? Oh, he is pumped. That's Sasi Kuma. He goes. There's no response from the striker. Sasi Kuma then has to get back and then wears one. And then he says, hey, idhar aa yaar, gal kariye. Let's sort this out. We need these runs, and this time they do run. And Sasi Kuma running to the danger end. That's a really good bit of backing up there. That's been absolutely launched. And just paddles this away. So you get the feeling here that Sasi Kuma is saying, I want all the strike, you just get me the strike. And no run there. He's out there with his captain, Santil Raj. And yeah, happy anniversary to him and his wife, Ranjini. Been married now for 10 years. Wishing you both all the best. And well, let's hope that as well as your anniversary, you have something else to celebrate tonight. And maybe if results go your way, we'll see Gozo making it through into the quarterfinals day next week. But you've got to go some from here. But whatever the outcome, once again, very happy anniversary to Senthil Raj and his wife Ranjani. Been together 10 years. Isn't that beautiful? Power play, not a good one. Only 10 from it, 3 wickets down. But the recovery is what's required. That will help. It's a Gandhi ball. And it's going to go to the boundary. Cuatro carreras. Erba. That's what you need. And wasn't a good ball from Kohad. I'm not sure why he's banging this in. Once again, I go back to what I said earlier when he was bowling. He's impressive when he pitches up. That's when he picks up his wickets. And that one's just fired in short down the leg side. And just gets helped along the way. This is too high. Can never be out. So, no run. Trying to play the same shot again, just work that away. Go hard. Once the Yorker length delivery again, and when you've got a batter that's trying to work most of these deliveries down the leg side, You just know you need to get one full up there. Well, this one is horribly wrong. It's going to be a no ball. So not really sure what's going through the mind of Kohad here. He's just all over the place. Bolts one down leg side, and then this one ends up being a no ball. So the Blasters, they're in a very good position, but they're giving away a little bit of charity here as well. A free hit, played down the ground. Kalyan will do the fielding. They'll get away with it, Kohad. Just a single from that free hit. Nicely played. No run. It's the captain who's not behind the stumps here this time. Kuram Matani wants to be out on the field of play. Oh, this is a snake. He's gone. Yep, I heard that from here. The batter goes back and looks as if to say, nah, it wasn't me. And, well, I'm afraid you've got to go. And Sandeep Sasikuma is another one that goes, and Kohad gets this one a bit fuller outside the off stump, gets a fine little tickles on it, no mistakes from Suresh Dobal, and that is also now the end of Sasikuma. He'll go for 2 of the 5 deliveries that he's faced. And things just getting from bad to worse. I mean, it's a terrible start, wasn't it? I mean, when you lose Indica Pereira for a diamond duck, he doesn't even face a ball, going for a single first up. And then the man he was out there with, Manish Martin, getting bowled by Kohad. Also for 0, Paulson. He's a danger man, isn't he? Comes in, smashes one, but hits it straight into Narinder Negi, who was sort of hiding, lurking in the deep. And now that wicket there of Sasikuma, so they are really in all sorts of trouble. Calagarden, I'll tell you something about this guy. And, let's hope I've got time to tell you. We'll wait one ball, shall we? There's Kohad, looks to finish his spell. 2 for 11 so far. Into the pads, no run. End of the over, 16 for 4. Yeah, Calagarden, when we saw Goza the very first time in this series and he was out there, I mean, he didn't score quickly, but he just looked correct to me. He looked like he was doing all the right things, moving his feet well, playing the ball well, and then after that he just, I don't know, sort of lost sort of faith in him, and he's been way down the order. We either haven't seen him, likewise with his bowling. I think he bowled pretty well. He's a little spinners, and we haven't really seen him do much of that either. So could he be the hero for them here? Could he be the one who gets them to some sort of score? Goes out. They are the great defenders, so whatever they get, they will fancy that they can block it out. There's the new bowler. He is getting ready to bowl. This looks like it's Shiv Singh. It is indeed. He's just directing his field around. They're getting ready to start the 5th. It's 16 for 4. And a fine time to welcome back into the commentary position the legend himself, Mr. Maximo, looking very dashing this morning on Peacock Friday.
Here you are as well, Rico, I have to say. Good morning, everyone. Great to be here. This is the real MCG where you can actually play cricket, because all I've seen this morning, trying to tune into the T20 World Cup, as we've been trying to do, when we get up early in the morning here, a lot of rain in Melbourne. They say there's 4 seasons in one day there, all winter at the moment it looks like. Yeah, so Gozo, not the greatest start for them, to say the least. Yeah, it's a bit of innovation from behind the stumps.
This is a little flick, but a flick to nowhere. Have a look at this from Dobal, saying, there you go. Anybody there? Nobody there, but they don't take the run.
Yeah, Master Cricket Ground, real MCG. This is where we'll bring you the action today. Yeah, beautiful day for cricket once again.
Gone! And that's another one that goes. A sharp catch taken there by the skipper. And it's Calagarden who will go. He's going to go for a... It's another duck. And Gozo, they are falling like the flies around us here. It's not a bad looking shot. He just doesn't get the elevation. He strikes it pretty well. I think he hits that thinking he's going to get a boundary, but he doesn't. He finds the skipper who makes no mistakes. The Colour Garden, he has to go as well for a two-ball duck.
Such a good catch. I mean, he timed his jump perfectly. He's hanging around. I'm not quite sure why, because there's no doubt for me that it's out. I think he's just waiting for the new batter.
Waiting for the new batter
to get it organised. But yeah, look, it was a very good catch, wasn't it? This is Maitani, I think. He doesn't have the gloves on today, but he just went up at the exact right time. And look, he had room to spare. So yeah, Gozo in some strife. Now here's the thing with Gozo. If they can win one game today, they are safe. So for them, it's not so much about the net run rate, because their net run rate is so bad, I think, compared to the other teams on 6 points, that I don't see them overtaking anybody. But the Blasters, the net run rate could come into it, because if they get 2 points here, they join 3 other teams on 6 points at the moment. And they need to make up probably about 1.8 net run rate points on AUM. So if they can really do a number here on Gozo and chase them quickly, that could be very useful for them. So yeah, for me, I think the margin matters. We know that the Blasters, if they win both games this morning, then they're going to be through, and it's probably going to be Gozo that misses out. But yeah, we'll have to see. It's a few permutations, but in Group A has been really even.
It's been really, really tight. Stevie gets on the mark straight away. Goes back now to the captain. This is a bump ball.
Yeah, so if the Blasters win this game, at the moment they're looking pretty good, then we'll have 4 teams all tied on 6 points. Of course, there's still matches to play. You have Master up the top with 10.
Defensively paid back. Yeah, everything to play for already. As that's another over that comes to an end. 5 overs now completed. 18 on the board.
Yeah, and I want to say very, very happy Peacock Friday to everyone. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. And yeah, it's a colourful kind of a day. And I just got to say that the weather is absolutely beautiful. So no matter what the weather's like in your part of the world, you can always join us here. And we're having a nice little time in our commentary hut.
Yes, very nice indeed.
And yeah, unfortunately for Gozo, it's a bit of back to the future for them, isn't it? I mean, they're 3 times as many as they scored the first time we saw them on ECN. But yeah, this has been the problem, and it didn't have a great start. Pereira, who's a little bit of a stabilising force at the top of the order, he was run out without facing a ball. Yeah. And then hasn't really gotten much better since then.
No, it's been a disastrous start, and really, when you look at the squad that goes to have all of the players that have in any of the matches made any contribution, they're gone. There's nobody left. It's only the captain now who seems to be trying to hold up the fort. I mean, he's obviously thinking, all right, 18 they're on here now. Okay, what can he get to? You know, he's probably thinking if somehow we can get to a 50 score.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking Gozo.
They're the great defenders.
They
are the great defenders.
But how are they going to get there? I mean, it's going to be. And he's probably thinking he doesn't want to take too many risks, because if he goes, there's nobody.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean,
really
at the
difficult situation.
They're between a rock and a hard place. I've got to say, I've really enjoyed the interaction as well in the chat this morning. Keep the questions coming in. I'm getting a lot of questions about our 2023 schedule. You can also message me at Mr. Maximo. But yeah, keep the questions coming in. I'm going to do my best to answer them as well as I can. And yeah, happy Peacock Friday to everybody.
Yeah, thank you very much to Hawk Moon, saying we look beautiful. Well, yeah, happy Peacock Friday, everyone. And Hawk Moon and everyone out there, look, it is Peacock Friday. Maya as well, Maya, come on. Make sure you got something bright and colourful on. It's Friday. We love Fridays. And we love Fridays because it's Peacock Friday. And I think also on this Friday, the action is going to be, well, as you've seen already, scintillating. The teams have got things to play for. Group A comes to a conclusion today. Which 4 teams will we see next week in the quarterfinals Friday? Which team will we say goodbye to? Blasters, they're looking for 2 wins here. It goes right across. This is the second time we've seen Roy play this shot, and I think if you're the bowler here, or any bowler, when you're bowling to Roy, you just want to get it as full as you can, because he's going right across his stumps. At the moment, his eye's been good. He's made contact. Devinder Negi trying to make things happen here. Hit on the up. Fielder's got work to do. He's not going to get there. 4 runs, valuable 4 runs. The captain, Senthil Raj, he's standing tall, and he's trying to do it for his team, trying to make things happen. And this is a really nice shot. Beautifully played, great timing, good placement as well.
just running some numbers on the Blasters and their net run rate. If they were to roll Gozo for say 40 here and chase it down in say 5 overs, because for them to qualify just with a 1 win today, which obviously they're trying to win both games, but they need to looks like they need to overhaul AUM on net run rate, and they have to make up about 1.8 because they're -2 at the moment and AUM -0.2. So let's say they rolled them for 40. If they were to chase it down in 5 overs, it still only takes them to -1.1. So it only makes up about half of what they need to. So you can see how far behind they are in their net run rate. So for me, it's seeming like a must that they win both games.
Yeah, and just dropped short of the fielder. Throw comes in. They'll complete the single. I think that's what Raj has to do. He knew he needed to get back on the ball on this one, get back to the strike. And, I don't know why he's standing at the other end. He's got to get back on strike. Doesn't seem too keen to do so. But he will have to. Just have a look at those bowling figures so far. Prachot Kohad, 2 for 11. And Sohan Singh. And he bowled really. I don't quite understand why Sohan Singh is being. Why are you keeping him back? Bring him on the bowl. Try and finish things off.
Yeah, it's true. They have plenty of options though, don't they? That's one of the things with the Blasters. I mean, they're probably another team that's bowling heavy, but they do seem to score a few more runs than Gozo on the whole. But yeah, let's see how we go. Is there a bit of resistance here? I know I've been giving Melbourne a lot of stick for the weather, or Australia in general, but I should say that my hometown Perth, there's been no issues.
Nice
People saying, what about organising a World Cup in October? Truth is, that's part of the cricket season in Australia. I mean, all the club cricket starts in October there. It's just short, and it is going to go over the top. So the resistance continues. Maximo! And it's sent to Raj, who moves into the 20s. Well, lucky for him, because he has 22 out of the 30 runs that Gozo have scored. This is just a little bit too short, and it's sent packing by Senthil.
Yeah, okay, net run rate aside, if it's not going to make too big a difference, but I still don't understand the tactics here that the Blasters are using. I mean, using Ajay. Ajay didn't bowl particularly well yesterday. He was too short, and he was easy pickings. And you've still got the likes of Shiv Singh, who can come in and bowl his second, and Sohan Singh as well. It's you've got the team 5 wickets down, not too many runs on the board. I think you try and bowl them. I mean, if you can't get them all out before then, and you have to use Ajay Kumar later, and because you're forced to use him, you do it later.
Yeah, I'd be going jugular.
You try and finish him off.
But yeah, Kumar's just got to get it pitched up. I think that you identified that. He has been a bit short. He overdoes it though. Turns into a full toss, but it might work out. And it doesn't, because it's a drop catch. Well, list the mistakes here in order. Firstly, it's a full toss. The shot is mishit, and then a drop catch. 1, 2, 3, and Gozo survive. Lucky moment for Stevie Roy. Yeah,
I mean, that's one man who's very good out there. We've seen him take plenty of catches. So Narendra Negi putting that one down. Well, that's a big surprise. Roy survives, but he also gets a strike back to his captain, who is not going to get anywhere near this. It's another wide.
Maiden Waters watching from Australia, saying that her in-laws are Maltese. I think she said her husband's from Gozo. She's a big Gozo supporter. Well, can he hold a bat, Maiden? In which case, you might want to send him over here.
He'll take the single, so you can see that Roy has plenty of confidence in Stevie. Just come on, you can come in.
I've got a question from you, Raj. When am I coming to India? I did mention in the chat this morning, people are asking me a little bit about my heritage, and yeah, I have been to India once in 2017. I only have kind of more distant relatives there now.
Aerial, and more runs, good hit, and this time, well, no mistakes from TV Roy. He puts this one away, so the gamble once again to use Ajay Kumar not working. I mean, this is the issue that they had yesterday. It's the same today. He's just spraying it all over the place, and he's, you know what? I think, bearing in mind the issues that some of the issues that the Blasters have had, this is just letting Gozo off the hook slightly. They're getting valuable runs here. They probably will and should go on to get this 50+ score, and they are the great defenders. This is probably
it just sneaks in. Hey, so Crickathon time as we get to the end of the over. It's 38 for 5. See the bat almost obscuring our view of the line, but I think as it goes past the crease, that's okay. So
Here is the question today. Which of the following will be the highest mode of dismissal? So which will we get more of out of these four? I already got my ideas about what it might be. But A, LBW, B, run out, C, bowled, or D, stumped. So out of those four, what do you think? And one thing I did identify in the intro was there's been a lot of run-outs. There's been a lot of run-outs, particularly in the saw the Blasters struggling with their own communication. Hey, big congratulations to Tufsia Ali from India. I think it's back-to-back winners from India in our Crickathon. So it's free to register. Crickathon.com. You can really do that from anywhere in the world as well. So let's see where a winner comes from for today. You just have to pick the right option out of those four.
Yeah, congratulations to Tufsia. As we see, it's Shiv. So this is better. Shiv Singh now coming back into the attack. Still got Sohan Singh to bowl one as well. So need to find another over from somewhere. Into the block hole, being played out. Aliana will do the fielding. Just a single.
So I also want to say hello to Chris Smith. Won't be around much today because his youngest child is turning 18. Well, congratulations, Chris. And watch out as well, I suppose I'd say. It's always I don't have teenagers, but I'm sure it's a little bit, I don't know, stressful. I mean, how old is your daughter's what, 20 now? Is it, Sonia?
Yeah, she's gone
20.
through that teenage stage. But yeah, congrats.
I just remember myself as a teenager and my poor parents. Oh, something which is I haven't mentioned yet on the air, but I will mention in a minute after this ball from Shiv Singh. She's in the air, and it could be caught, it should be caught, and it is caught. And Ravi Pal, well, he's back, and he's such a good fielder. And now Stevie just didn't quite get all of that, so Gozo. There's a bit of resistance in that 6-wicket partnership, but it ends. And in the 8th over, it's 39 for 6.
Yeah, and they're right on cue. They bring back one of the key bowlers, one of the Singhs. It's Shiv Singh, and he gets the wicket. And yeah, nice to see Ravi Pal back. That's his 6th catch. He took 5 catches the first time we saw him. And he takes another one there. Got safe pair of hands. He's a class fielder. And if he gets the opportunity and things go his way, he can crack the ball pretty well as well. So that partnership, you're right, does come to an end. And that brings Jerry Jacobs in. And he's a man who bats too low down the order for me.
Yeah,
Jerry Jacobs.
He's very capable, Jaron, isn't he? So, yeah, can they just get their way to 60-something? We know that the other day they found their way into the Hall of Fame, defending 65. They've also defended 70. Seems a long way off at the moment, but there's still 2 guys at the crease that can score boundaries.
This is down the leg side. It's sort of interesting the way this is released, actually. Sort of almost like a bit of a slingy action, but never going to be LBW.
It's definitely going down. Shiv Singh, 2 for 3, good figures.
Better delivery and almost this time knocks the stumps over.
Yeah, so they found their way onto the list. You can see them third from the bottom, Gozo against AUM defending 65. So we've never had a score defended in the 50s. I'm sure that'll happen one day. And you can see 3 names on there from Malta. Now this is going to be runs, it's going to be 4. So it's just hung out to dry and Jacob gets off the mark, just gets a fair bit of willow on this and it races away to the boundary.
Yeah, it would have been a wide, but Jerry Jacobs, he backs himself to send it to the boundary instead, and he does. And we always say, if you're going to chase him, you're going to hit the wide ball, well, send it to the boundary, and he does.
Yes, actually 3 of those on that list are from Malta. Southern Crusaders last year defended 64, and then you can see Gozo, and then Raw Strikers at the very bottom defended a score in the 60s as well. So we know it is possible. It's the end of the over right now. And Jacob moves to 5. At the end of 8, it's 44 for 6. Pretty good figures, though, for Shiv Singh. He finishes with 2 for 8 of his 2 overs. Half of those came off 1 strike there from Jacob. Yeah, so what I was going to say is actually my parents are in Europe at the moment, and they are going to visit me on the tour for the first time on the weekend. So they're coming to Malta for 3 nights, and then they're going through Italy and having a little bit of an Italian adventure. So a few people asking about my background. So yeah, it'll be nice to have them here. They may even wander down for a game. But yeah, they're looking forward to doing some of the touristy things. They loved the video that we showed at the start of the inning. So yeah, if you haven't seen that already, check it out at the start of the game. It's to visit Malta, the Malta Tourism Board. Big supporters of ECN. Yeah, so it won't be quite as hot in Italy as it was when we went through there in July, thankfully. Anyway, Here we go with Sohan Singh. He is coming back.
And he could have had a wicket straight away. I said this one goes through Jacobs. A couple of times he's missed out on that sort of fuller delivery. If he hits it, it will stay hit. I'll tell you that now. He's a big, strong man. But this one only just misses the stumps. And I'm pretty sure it will be the same attempted delivery again for Sohan Singh. This time it's a little bit wide outside the off. Back onto ball and take the single. Has a shy. And this one obviously does hit something. And the batter
hits the stumps. I think he makes it, but I say I think. Is he getting it down? Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it does hit the
And
stumps.
that might have hit him actually on the rebound of the stumps. But yeah, well done by Jacob. Geez, he makes the pitch look short, doesn't he? He's a big man. Takes big steps. And Raj has been good here. 10 balls to go. Can you get 20 off these and get to 65? Seems a long way off.
It down the ground and takes a single. No mistakes from Kalyan, and he's being backed up by Ravi Pal as well. So back to Satirwaz. They got to long on and mid-wicket back, waiting for that lofted shot of his.
And is just reminding everyone in the chat of what happened earlier in the week.
Gets this well, and one bounce to the fielder.
Only 2 days ago that Gozo restricted Malta to 30, and Malta defending champions, 2-time champions in fact here in Malta. So yeah, a lot of people saying if anyone can do this, Gozo can do this. What can they scrape to? 8 balls remaining now.
Good delivery, but once again going down leg.
Should be running there, I think. Jacob decided he didn't want it, but I think if they go straight away, every run precious.
Yeah, it's Jacobs the one. Look, he puts the brakes on straight away rather than going. And you can see the captain thinking, hey, come on, we've got to get that. Hey, what a knock it's been so far, though, from Senthil Raj. It's going to be another single. So this time he will get that single. And he's probably saying here to Jacobs, right, OK, you've got one ball here. Smash it. So, in fact, he hasn't. That was the over. So I thought there was still one to come. So he will get the strike. And score moves on to 48. And it's 6 down, so looking, we're struggling here to get to the 50.
Thing is, the Blasters, they've got a couple of guys which really can give it a whack, and so for Gozo to have any chance, they're going to have to get them early.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of guys principally like Maitani, of course. We talked a lot about Narendra Negi as well. I think Kalyan's coming good in the middle order as well. So, and the Blasters, they've done the hard work here. They still need to finish it off. Originally, I was thinking they could restrict Gozo to something like 40, but they're already at 48. And yeah, a lot on this last over. If you can get a bit of a kick here, if you can get the 12 plus to get you in the 60s, at least you feel like you're hitting the second innings with a bit of momentum if you Gozo.
Yep.
Like I say, we've never seen a score defended in the 50s on ECN.
If there's any team that can do it.
It's a matter of time till we do, though.
If there's any team that can do it, it's Gozo as Negi comes in. And he gets a good one through first up. I think he's had his trouble sometimes, especially when he's bowled the last over. Remember, he did in one match. His last over did go for.
And
did go magical.
remember, Atinda yesterday was on a hat trick, never got brought back.
Yep.
Today he's 12th man. So he doesn't make the 11, Atinda. Maybe we'll see him in the second match.
Bad delivery, wide ball, valuable extra run. And it's the extra delivery as well. So Negi getting that one wrong.
Yeah. Remember the Tigers, Prague Tigers, have the record for the lowest defence, or the best defensive, lowest score of 60. That was earlier this year.
Not out.
It's just that's the kind of blind spot he's got, isn't it?
Yeah.
He just gets beaten by bounce. You just need to get any bat on this, really. Maybe a little bit too close to cut, but that's the shot. Just needs to account for that extra bounce. Yeah, but the Tigers, they actually took the record off another set of Tigers.
Clever.
Strike 3.
So
We remember it was Men in Blue that had this record 63, and we saw it equalled, but we didn't see it beaten for I think 15 months. So Men in Blue had this record. Then the Stockholm Tigers, they defended 62, and we go, oh, new record, and then and 2 weeks later got beaten by Prague Tigers.
That's right.
A bit of a tiger fight at the top of that. And speaking of the top of that, it's the top of the stumps which go down. So it's 4 balls in a row that Raj just can't deal with for a guy that had faced 29. He just went off the ball in the last over.
Look at Domal here. I mean, look at this. This is sometimes which gets a lot of keepers. Look, it takes us. Oh, look, he's evading that one.
Yeah.
Because that hits the bails and really just shoot off. Look at that.
Yeah,
causes a few issues, doesn't that, for a keeper?
Yeah, he went down, the ball went up. Bet that the bowler is happy with his work here. Top of the stumps length. So this score's going nowhere in the last over. Talk about the 60s, but they might not even make the 50s the way they're going, because that is 3 dots and a wicket in the 10th, and Gozo a 49 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, first, big well done to Central Raj, the captain, on a very special day for him. He's produced a good special performance, scoring more than half the runs for his side, 27 to 29. Last delivery, and it's 2 in 2. So could we be finishing here with a hat-trick? And what an opportunity it is. I mean, if he bowls a straight delivery, there's every chance that Narendra Negi could pick up a hat-trick here. There's the new batter comes and goes. So that was Mohammad Rafiqi. It only took 1 ball to get him. Jagadev Bhatte, he has to go.
You won't get a better chance in your life to take a hat-trick. And could we have back-to-back Negis on the Hall of Fame? Just got to get this one straight. I think there's Devendra Negi. He was the last person to take a hat-trick. That was on the 26th, just 2 days ago. A match against AUM. The one before that was a 4 in 4, just the second one of those we've had this year, the third one we've ever had on ECN.
Wicket or wide, that's what I'm saying. Wicket or wide.
I reckon it could. There's a chance of a swing and a miss outside off. None of our scenarios that we are going through involve the bat and the ball coming together, do they? But Abi Abhilash, he's got 1 more chance to get Gozo to the 50. That's a hat-trick ball for Narendra Negi.
Oh, what do you... the fielder fluffs it. So they will get the single and they will get to 50. It will be 50 for 8. So Gozo all sorts of trouble. Just the 1 good over that they had in that. That was when AJ Kumar, the 7th over, went for 14. But other than that, it's been all about the Bajiga Blasters. But one thing we always say, and that when you're chasing, sometimes chasing a lower score, it's harder than a bigger, higher score. So let's just see how the Blasters go about this.
Yeah, I don't think they should be too conservative. I think they should go for it. And speaking of go for it, Pereira went for it first ball, tried to get them strikers in. He was run out without facing a ball. And things just went from bad to worse, didn't it? Because then Paulson, he went the very next delivery, finding the outfielder. And yeah, these early wickets just put Gozo on the back foot. And look, they recovered somewhat, but yeah, that 50 looking a bit thin on the ground here in match 17.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was all thanks to their captain who watched it all happen from the other end, mainly. He came in at number 4, and it was there right, more or less, right the way to the end. He'll be disappointed, I suppose, the way that last over went, especially with him missing 4 on the spin before he finally went for 27 after 29 deliveries that he faced. But his knock was so valuable. Without him there, I mean, this would have been I reckon it would have been a 30-something score. But this one was unlucky. Colour he strikes this beautifully, but it was the captain, Guru Matani, that took a really good catch. At Colour he went for a 2-ball duck. But you can see there the skipper, he then realised that they weren't going to get to any sort of score. He was going to do it. He played some lovely shots, including that one. And Maximo just kept on going, didn't he? He had to. He had no option. 2 4s and that 1 6. This was one that got dropped. It's not often that you see Negi putting them down, but he did put Roy down for 2. Roy, though, he was able to continue in that partnership a little bit longer with his captain, but then he was to go for 7, taken by Ravi Paul. Good catch from him. Nice to see him back in the side. Jeremy Jacobs then came out. We know that he's able to give the ball a bit of a whack, but he wasn't able to. And, right there in that the last over, we saw it was a good one as well, wasn't it, from Narendra Negi. Just 2 runs from it. Picked up 2 wickets as well, including that wicket there of El Capitan. And then, well, it was 2 in 2 as Rafiqi came and Rafiqi went. We had an opportunity to finish the innings with a hat-trick, but it was dug out by Abhilash, who was able to get a single to help his team to get to the 50. So we've been talking about Gozo and how they are such good defenders. Well, they're going to have to be at their best. But you know what? I mean, between these two teams, when I was saying yesterday before we went off here, that I can see them being really close matches. They're teams that have had the same struggles. They're teams that rely on one or two players. And maybe, if we look at that scorecard, and Sentil Raj, 27 or 29, the only contributor there. And you've got to say, Blaster did okay as well with the extras. Didn't give too many away, just the 6. But maybe this one is going to be one of those crazy matches. Maybe it is going to be one that Gozo end up defending. And, well, they go back up there in that Hall of Fame for the best defences, or maybe it could be one that goes all the way down to a golden ball. You just get a feeling that these two teams who play each other are going to provide us with some sort of drama. Those bowling figures, good bowling there from Kohad and also from Shiv Singh. I think that was important. Sobham Singh as well bowled really well. I just get the feeling though that the Blasters and their captain Matani had the option to put more of a squeeze on Gozo early on, and if he utilised his bowlers better, that he could have maybe even kept that score lower. He could have had Gozo really struggling and to being in around about the late 30-40 scores. I just do believe that. And that over from Kumar, bringing Kumar on at a time when you really had Gozo in a bit of trouble, just allowed them to breathe a little, didn't it? Because that over went for 14. But mid-match summary, you would expect that the Blasters would get one of the 2 victories that they need here today to make it into next week's quarterfinals day. However, they are up against Gozo. Gozo are the big defenders. Let's see how it pans out. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we return in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of match number 17. Hello, good morning, and welcome, bonjour, as they say here in Malta. And that's where we are at this magnificent Malta International Cricket Ground. And it is day 5. It's also the last day of group action for Group A. At the end of today, we will know which 4 teams will be coming back in quarterfinals Friday next week, and which one we say goodbye to. They are very, very close-knit. Only Malta sitting there pretty at the top, and guaranteeing that they're coming back. All the others, well, it could go either way, really, couldn't it? Sasi Kuma, well, he's got work to do here, because Gozo with the bat only made 50 for 8, 27 of those from Senthil Raj, their captain, and 7 extras, which means that everybody else made a combined total of 17. That's why they're in this position. But Gozo, they are known as the great defenders. They are also the team that bowled out that team we just mentioned, Malta, who are at top of the table. Malta have only lost 1 match. That was to Gozo. Gozo bowled them out for 30. That's the sort of bowling they've got to do here. As Sasi Kuma gets ready to bowl to Ajay Kumar. Here's the first ball. A bit of an inside edge. And no run. Interesting to see how the Blasters do this. I think we've sort of worked out that going mad and trying to finish this early, and maybe they could knock these runs off, I don't know, just say 5 overs. It's not really going to achieve too much. They still need to win both matches, so they've just got to be thinking about the win. Sasi Kumar once more gets played away. They take the single. Gautam Singh, oh, he gets there. Well, Gautam was run out yesterday. We saw him the first time that the Bujiba Blasters played, and he looked good. Didn't score big runs, but he just played some nice shots, looks an aggressive batter. And then he's missed a few games. When he came back yesterday, I was looking forward to seeing him bat, and he ran himself out in similar circumstances to this. And well, in this match, when you don't have to take too many risks, if you get run out, well, it's a bit criminal, really. So he's taking guard now to Sasi Kuma. Sasi Kuma's been really good, and really I think we've got to go with Sasi Kuma, and I'd be very surprised if they don't go with Stevie Roy to bowl the second. We don't want to be holding back Roy. Sasi Kuma, a little bit wider, and Gautam Singh says no to the run. This field, very, very attacking. Just it's a 3 and 6 field, so just 3 men on the leg side. Long on is back. The 2 other guys on the leg side inside the 30-yard circle. The man on the 45 and mid-wicket. Everybody else tightly together on the offside. And it looks to me like they've only just got the 1 man out as well. And they play defensively, so just the 1 fielder out. 3rd man is inside. And mid-on is also inside the circle, so they are very, very attacking. I'm just thinking, well, they're thinking that there's no point having the 3rd man back. We'd rather have him in a catching position. Wickets is what we need. I don't mind that. Don't mind this field at all. But the bowler plays a key part. Got to get the ball in the right areas. This one, oh, that's well stopped. Really well done. Let's get the feeling here. Watch this again. If Sasi Kuma just went with his reactions and let this one go, I think he would have had his man. You can see this from the other angle. You can see a few midges flying around there in front of our camera right there. If he just releases this straight away, I think he would have had him. Carves this away, they want it. In comes a wild throw. Well, they could be thinking about 2, but they don't, because it's well watched by Osman Paulson. He's ready and waiting as the throw comes in. 112 matches we have reached now without a golden ball. Are we going to get one here today? Our Group A going to provide us with a golden ball? We'll have to wait and see. Yesterday, as I said earlier, in the break, just before the break in this match, I did say that I can see something happening here today with the golden ball front. That maybe these 2 teams can provide us with something dramatic. It's 2 off the first. And they do go with the wicket taker, Stevie Roy, to bowl the second. Just gets it right up there. Hit hard. It's in the air, but even with all those bodies out on the offside, it goes to the boundaries. So 4 runs, a confident hit from Gautam Singh. just waits for it and then unleashes. And he's going to be 4 to start off with, just a little bit short there. And Roy with the loosener, but gets punished. Needs to be back on it. No change in the field. Still just the one man out. More width. It's in the air. It's a chance maybe. And it's been taken brilliantly. Jugger Hutte style. What a great catch that is. And that's what you got to do if you want to win this match. And Hosman Paulson takes a great catch. Well, he's hopping around with joy when he takes it. Have a look at this. It's been well hit. And is it going to be 6? No, it isn't, because Paulson takes a great catch. And then he goes here. He lands, and he's keeping his balance. Look at the way he uses the right leg to keep himself in play. And then he goes hop, 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 skip, and you're out. Great catch. And Gautam Singh, after hitting 4, he's going to go. That is superbly well done. Well, the balance there of Paulson is absolutely brilliant. So Gautam Singh has to go. Once again, he's a talented player, but not able to make his mark in this match. And they just had to check with the cameras there to make sure he doesn't touch that rope at all. And you can see there was no danger with that at all. That is a super catch from Paulson. And a fine time to welcome back another man who's hopping in to our commentary position here. Vinny, what a catch that was.
What a fantastic bit of fielding. Talk about match swingers. I mean, if that's 6, this score of 51 is looking very, very small. That target required, but that's the difference, isn't it? Save 6, get a wicket. You just wouldn't count Gozo out just yet. They're a different sort of a cricket team. But what a brilliant catch that was. Match turning potentially. And if they do pull off this miracle, and Paulson will remember that moment as a key moment in time.
Yeah, they've done their homework, Gozo, because after having just the one man out who took that catch, we've got 2 out now to Matani. Mid-wicket goes back, so they know where he's hitting power is. So they've got the extra man on the leg side. In comes Roy. He'll be hoping to get it full outside the off to it. It catches, and he's gone. The captain Matani goes for a golden duck. Roy gets him. This is huge. This is the big wicket that they need. Gozo, they're on fire. The Gozo, the great defenders. Roy does it again. He just gets the ball in the right area, draws the captain into the shot. And there's the catch taken. Absolutely fantastic. No mistakes from Senthil Raj. They are 2 down with 6 on the board.
Such a big wicket. And Matani's a guy that can hurt you and hurt you quick. And he knows he's got a huge edge on that. Steve, he got hit to the boundary, but now he's on a hat trick. What kind of drama are we seeing here at the Master Cricket Ground? We've had 36 hat tricks this year. Will this be hat trick number 37? I mean, if it is, it's 3 big wickets, isn't it? But you've got Narendra Negi coming in. He's another guy that can score and score pretty quickly. He's coming in under pressure at 6 for 2.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, Narendra Negi, you have to turn around and say, look, he's probably the last of the batters that's really done anything for in this Blasters side. It's a big moment. Wow, the captain going first bowler. Game on here. Game on. Hat-trick ball. Here comes Roy. He's played nicely to the fielder. No run. I'm liking this field. I'm liking this attacking mindset from Gozo.
Yeah, so funny how cricket can feel very different at different times right now. Where are the runs going to come from? Just 5 and over required during this innings, but it seems a long way away at the moment.
This is out into that area. No runs. And this is the thing, you see. If you're not backing yourself to take these singles, and if you're not forcing yourself to play the shot, the Gozo have got you right where you want. You've got to be a little bit braver. Have the batters. And does that mean that Negi now, frustration of 2 dot balls, will go for a big hit? Roy, can he finish with a bang? Goes for the Yorker, slow delivery. Negi just blocks this out, and they do get a single. What an over that was. 5 come off it, but he picks up 2 wickets. It is 7 for 2.
Yeah, they'll definitely take that. And you just think of the players that have been dismissed. Adam Singh going for 5, and then Maitani, the captain, very first ball, nicking behind. You can see why this is such a tight race, and if the Blasters do this, then they'll be on 6 points. But the issue is they have to make up a lot of net run rate, and I just don't see them doing it, which means I think for the Blasters to qualify, they need 2 wins today. Now, for Gozo, they're on 6 points as well, and their net run rate's pretty bad as well. So if they are not going to win any games, then I think they'll go out on net run rate, the way things are going. Here's Sasi Kumar coming back for the 3rd over.
Effectively played out and take the single this time. And I think that's the thing here, even with this field quite tight, if both batters are on the same wavelength and they go straight away, I think you are going to get there. If there's hesitation, then you're going to struggle.
Yeah, you almost have to have that agreement. With the field where it is, on that offside to the right-hander, you're pretty much always going to get one if you go straight away. So you've got to have that understanding probably before the ball's bowled. Let's say, look, if you hit it, we're going to run. Now, slightly different field to Nagy. They're bringing a short cover. And I think that's a good field placement if you're trying to save that single. So it's got angles. So shorter cover. There's also kind of more regulation cover. There's mid-off. There's a backward point and the short third man. So ringer fielders in that offside infield.
Played straight down the ground by Kumar, the left-hander, and take the single. You can see Gozo. They're going to throw themselves at everything here. And the man who started it all off, Osman Paulson, with that superb catch of Gutham Singh, makes the stop and gets the throw in. As the mosquitoes are feasting on the legs of Vinny Sandhu. You all right there, buddy?
Yeah, just not often I get to see my legs. Pick up Friday. I've got the shorts on for a change.
Wide, hit on the up, not a good delivery, and punished. That's a good shot from Narendra Negi. You're not going to get too many bad balls from Gozo, but when you do, you've got to capitalise on them. And this one just a little bit too short and wide for Sasi Kumar. That's a good shot. Everybody inside that ring. So smashes it over the top. Important runs.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. Off the back foot, he timed the absolute cover off that one. A steadier for the Blasters.
Yeah, field change. Man now gets pushed out on the offside. So long on back. Very straight long on. And man goes back onto the extra cover boundary. Sasi Kumar comes in again and draws the batter out. He plays a bit of a false shot here. So, nerves, very nervous. Gozo will know one more wicket, especially that of this man, Narendra Negi. And, well, you're into a batting lineup that hasn't done anything. So this is big. Trying to get this wicket early. Plays this out carefully, takes the single, gets Kumar back on strike with the ball to go in this 3rd over.
It's tense, isn't it, at the moment? But I like it.
Loving it, loving the jerseys also goes. Loving their coloured yellow, and they're certainly got a bit of a retro feel about them as well, haven't they?
Yeah, it looks like a kind of 70s football strip, something like that. Maybe early 80s.
Well, this is a dangerous looking shot being played to a full delivery like that, but Kumar gets it right and gets a single at the end of this one. So score moves to 15 for 2. And I would think you've got to go with Roy. Don't hold him back. Just go with him. You need the wicket. Roy has a knack of picking up wickets, doesn't he? As we have a look at the two power plays, the comparison, 10 for 3 compared to 15 for 2. So not a lot in it. Not a lot in it at all. And they do go with Roy straight away. So like this, they're not holding him back. They understand and realise the importance of him picking up another 1 or 2 wickets.
Yeah. So bang on that rate now, 15 for 2 after 3. So hanging in there. But yeah, you've got to get Nagy. If you don't get Nagy quickly, you can forget about it. Kumar holding up his end as well, the left-hander. Hasn't had too much to do, just the 4 balls faced so far.
So we've got field-wise, there's 2 men straight back. Interesting to see where. Take this thing as the third man has also. I'm asking a question. Well, hang on. There's a shake from the umpire, but he's now saying, "Yeah, we'll have a look." Does he have contact with the bat here? And yeah, he does. So the bat does plug. It does come out of his hands
Leaves
later.
a mark, actually.
Yeah, you can see that's where
Very like Cartimer Oval here, isn't it, with the bat plug, because it is quite soft.
Yeah.
The surrounding of the pitch. And so normally if you had a kind of natural turf pitch and wicket square, then the actual surrounding grass is pretty hard because it's made of the same clay as the pitch. So that's why typically you slide your bat with no issues. But here, because the ground is kind of soft, you've got to be careful. I'd always be trying to run on the pitch, on the edge of the artificial surface. I just think that you can have a better bat slide there. Easier said than done though. Sometimes you get up the middle and you kind of forget these little things, even if you plan to run on the pitch. You suddenly find yourself running out of the way. I've seen that happen a few times.
You are just moving the field. Final touches as Roy comes in again. She drops the bat on it. No run there. Good attacking fielding. And the man in close, letting the batters know that he's there. So just almost stops the shot there. As it is Calagarden makes the stop. Calagarden in the position where he was caught brilliantly by Mathani. Again, right on the money. And you can see Nagy doesn't seem to, at the moment, want to go for the shot or go for the big one. He's just respecting what Roy is bowling, wicket to wicket line. Probably, maybe he's thinking this is the man to see out. Or he's just backing himself to play a shot and the ball's in a particular zone. Roy, will he tease him outside the off? He does. And it doesn't work in his favour. It goes a little bit too wide. I thought that was coming. I thought maybe that was the little word in the air from Calagarden to him. Say, okay, if he's going to play that to those, try him outside the off.
Let's say quick load of Vinay in Bangalore. He's asking how do they handle insects and flies on the ground. Some players would be uncomfortable, I guess. Well, some places we go, there's a few more creepy crawlies than others. Good question.
Down the leg side is not a good delivery. There's nobody out there at all. That's a top shot from Nagy. He's just waiting, isn't he? Just waiting for the ball that he can attack. And that was just, he went from too wide outside the off to too much on the leg. And it's been clipped away for a boundary. Well, the last time he was hit for a boundary, he came back with a wicket. Can he do the same here?
Yeah, just lost his line there, didn't he? It was well put away by Nagy. He's making a difference. Gets him ahead of that rate now.
It's in the same slot. It's on the leg side. A chase is on for the fielder. And he's not going to get there. So not a good finish to his spell from Roy. He's bowled it down the legs again. It's going to be 4 more. He's got 1 more to bowl. Can he come back?
He gets a bit greedy, I think, on Nagy. I think he's attacking the stumps, but he doesn't have a lot of leg side protection. And it's just the 3 men on the leg side. One of them gets pushed back to the mid-wicket boundary now.
Nervous bench, looking on, biting nails, thinking about other things. Oh, wow. Nagy, who has been very patient and played some nice shots, and then from nowhere, I mean, he doesn't have to do this at all. Sometimes you just wonder what batters are thinking.
They just put a man back there as well, so there's extra protection out there. But at the end of the over, it's 25 for 2. And if you get Nagy now, it's game on, I think. I know you've got Kalyan coming next. He's pretty stable, I suppose. But, yeah, just a bit of a low-scoring thriller so far. Rico, trying to cut yourself out with your microphone again, but good to have you back.
Well, maybe it is these insects and bugs around that are playing havoc. I know we had a lot of problems in Croatia. I mean, Tyrone, when you talk about the players, I mean, Tyrone, my fellow commentator, the Iceman, well, he wasn't very cool in Croatia at that Budneka Oval cricket ground. Beautiful ground, by the way. But, yeah, a lot of spiders. And they call them the stinkies flying around.
The good old insect repellent. I think that's your friend. Oh, it's got up onto his grill there. He's done well to be wearing the helmet here. Let's just have a look at this.
I was thinking to buy myself a lizard.
A lizard?
A lizard or
I see.
You know, so just take it with me everywhere. Just leave it on a desk, and anytime we get the bugs, we'll just have a feast.
It was off the shoulder, actually, and then up into the grill. But good to see Ajay Kumar is fine. He's just doing his job, getting the one at the moment, giving it to Nagy. Yeah, the old insect repellent. Even in Australia, you need it as well. I remember once when I was in high school and I was fielding, I wasn't wicket keeping. I think I caught 28 flies in an afternoon. Pretty slow afternoon of cricket. I remember just fielding it. I had really quick hands. And just a little slap.
How many did you eat though?
I wasn't that desperate. Yeah,
no, but you don't have a choice. They just fly into your nostrils. You swallow them. You eat them. Okay,
occasionally, yeah, you'll swallow one occasionally. I think I might have done it on the air once or twice actually in Italy. It's been wide. Yeah, Rafiki coming on to try and keep the pressure on. Yeah, so Vinay has another question saying Malta looks heavenly. Is it an expensive place? Well, it is heavenly, I'll tell you that much. The weather is brilliant, and the skyline in the morning when you see all these old buildings and the sun poking through is quite beautiful. This is called wide. It's only just on the line, but I think it's a good call by Naudi.
Not sure what Nagy. Nagy, after hitting those boundaries, now wants to hit every ball from a boundary. I mean, he needs to just be leaving these alone. If he snicks on one of these and gets out, he's going to be filthy with himself, and I think that's probably what is Ajay Kumar just saying to him, hey buddy, what are you doing here now? Just go back to the way you were batting before. Be sensible. I don't think it is particularly expensive compared to...
Yeah, I was going to say, is that one the clear one? Yeah, I'd take it around average for Europe. I actually would imagine it should be a bit more expensive actually. But there's a few things that are different about Malta. Yeah, the pricing though is fairly similar, I think, to what I would say is around average in Europe. This one is called wide, changes angle, but it's just having control issues here.
Has Rafiki gone from over the wicket to around the wicket?
Yeah, he just changed.
Now he can't get it right.
He's still, I mean, that's actually pretty close, but I think probably grabs a bit of the line on the way through, and now he's going to have a bit of a chat about it, saying, all right, trying a few things, nothing's really working. I know he's not wanting to get too straight, that's obvious.
Well, that's better.
It's much better. Oh, Nagy's been lucky a couple of times, hasn't he? Quite easily. They've taken a little edge on the way through to Senthil Raj. Good ball.
Yeah, that is a good ball. I mean, if you are bowling around the wicket, that's exactly where you want to be. And also, fair play to the bowler as well, not getting in front of the umpire. It's been nicely played, that they will take the run and the batters will get there. So Kumar, who's just played very much a supporting role at the moment, hasn't really played a shot in anger, just been pretty solid at that end. He's gone across his stumps a few times. Maybe he's been a bit lucky, but if that's the way he plays. But I think Rafiki, who will now come right up over the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, he's trying to angle across again. Yeah, so Malta is a little bit different in some ways to some other countries in Europe, even Italy, which is fairly close. Kumar pushes and gets one here. So yeah, one of the things is it's, I think, the only country, I suppose, outside of the UK, where they drive on the left still. There's a bit of that British influence still around here, right? So
yeah.
I'm not sure if there's any other countries.
There are.
I feel like there might be one or two I'm not thinking of.
Yeah, there are a few. I think in total, one of only 4 European countries. So
yeah,
it's not that many.
Yeah, I'm going to check out which ones they are. And also, yeah, the power sockets here. The power plugs that are the UK style compared to the European style that you see. It's that kind of three square holes, if you like. Anyway, it's the end of the 5th over. The game is chugging along. But Gozo needs something to happen. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Network. I'm here with Rico Full. And yeah, the Blasters just creeping towards a victory here, which will then set up what I think is going to be a straight shootout between the two teams for the final quarter-final place, the way it's looking. Because if the Blasters win this, there'll be 6 points. So will Gozo. And because of the net run rates of both teams being inferior to AUM and even you'd imagine the Msita Warriors, it feels like it's an elimination game coming up next.
Yeah, and I think you can feel the tension. You can feel that it's that sort of match, and I think if you can feel it in this one, can you imagine the next one? Next one is going to be tenser. And it's fairly evenly posed. I still do believe, even though the Blasters are almost there, I still believe that if they can pick up another wicket here, then they'll be into the Bajiba Blasters, and the Blasters will start to panic. So there is still the opportunity. And look, they're having drinks. What comes after drinks?
Normally a wicket, right?
Normally a wicket.
But the thing is, both teams have some of these key batters, probably 2 or 3 each, that if they fire, they can win the game. It's just, will they fire? I mean, someone like Maitani, now he's due, isn't he? He went first ball, just nicked one. Negi, you're seeing him out there right now. But, I mean, looking at Gozo as well, like, can they get someone like a Paulson going? So, for me, it's a lot on these individual contributions.
Yeah.
And, yeah, the other thing is people asking about, the scores being lower. I think a lot of it is to do with the fact that there's not quite the depth here in the batting lineups that we see in some other places. So if you do get those 1 or 2 key players, then the rest of the team tends to struggle. It's the opposite of kind of a Belgium where you'll have 11 guys all coming out and smacking sixes. It's just not the way we see it happen here too often. So you've got guys that can hold the bat, but they're not necessarily out-and-out boundary hitters. They're not going to dominate the attack. So now we're going to see Abi Abalash in over number 6. And this is where, if you can just tighten the game up, have a couple of overs where there's only 2 or 3. I like this field. They've got 5 in the circle, even though they only need 4. And I think, you don't want to bleed singles here. That's not helping. That's been a bit of an issue with the extras in the last couple of overs.
Yeah, there's been too many. You're right. I mean, we saw in that last over from Rafiki, he took too long to get his line right. And when you're only playing around with 50 runs, what you're defending, you've got to try and keep those extras down. Abilash going to get it right this time. Well, it's a big wild swing from Negi. Negi's it's been an unusual innings from him. I think he started well, patient. He waited his time. Now I think he's thinking, all right, it's just 17 runs required, so I can swing my bat and try to get them quickly. Where really he should be doing the opposite. He should be thinking, I'm going to see this victory home. I know I'm going to get a few of those extras. I will get the odd ball that I can put away to the boundary, and then think about just taking the singles. This one is hit straight to the fielder. It's nicely stopped by Cologarden.
Going back to the drive on the left of the road. Yeah, UK and Ireland, I knew those.
Yeah.
The other one I think of was Cyprus, and we have been Cyprus. Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to get there this year. We did play a lot of cricket there last year. This is a wide and an extra.
No. Yeah, they take 1 extra as well, 2 wides.
Yeah, so Malta and Cyprus really, outside of the UK and Ireland, the only 2 that still, I say still because Sweden, they did switch, and I knew this, they switched in 1967. So apparently, I've heard the story of this, they shut all traffic down for 15 minutes. Yeah. So obviously a lot of preparation would have to go into it, right? But that would have been an interesting 15 minutes when everyone pulls over and then, okay, swap over. Side.
He will get there, bit of a wild throw, but everybody goes up here, but yeah, leg side-ish. And also don't forget, see here, yeah, that's going way down leg side. I think he would have hit maybe another set of stumps.
Yeah, look where he's standing.
Yeah, it doesn't help, does it?
Doesn't get a view of it at all.
In the air, and he's going to get lucky, is he? An excellent effort from the fielder. I mean, that is tremendous from Manish Martin. But all he's done is left a divot in the ground as the ball goes to the boundary. And there's midges flying around. Well, this was the midges flying around, and there was Manish Martin. He's flying around as well, but can't get to it. They're almost there, are the blasters. Almost there. So he does get a bit lucky there, Negi. Now this one straight down the ground. No luck in this. It's a top shot. It turns that into a full toss. Hits it dead straight. 4 more. Negi moves on to 25 of his 19 deliveries. And, well, it's less than 10 required now. 9 runs for victory.
It's a good shot. I think Negi is naturally attacking. Doesn't have to go looking for trouble. I think that's a really good cricket shot. Stays pretty still. Now, I think this will be called no ball for off the pitch.
Well, they're just checking. And let's have a look where this is pitching.
I think the bowler obscures the umpire's view. I actually think that's on the pitch. Yeah. I think it might actually be a wide.
Wide ball. It hits the pitch. So it should be called a wide. You see just there, just catching the edge. So
yeah, so it's
wide should be the call.
Yeah, it's just going to be a wide. It means it's not a free hit. And yeah, I think it's a good call in the end.
Up in the air, opportunity. Got to take this, and they spill it. And that's Jerrin Jacobs who gets it completely wrong. And I get the feeling that, well, if he's feeling bad about it now, because his blushes aren't going to be saved, because I think Diana Ores has got a shot of this as well. And down it goes, and it's the old Butterfingers.
It's the end of the bat job there. Completely mistimed that. Takes us to the end of the over. 48 for 2. And so you can see Stevie Roy, 2 wickets, but went for 15. And just, it's been an admirable effort, but they just haven't been able to break through that 3rd wicket. I thought when Maitani went that Gozo had a little bit of a window. At that stage, it was 6 for 2. Wickets in consecutive deliveries, but yeah, it's going to be the Blasters. They're going to pull level with Gozo, and yeah, again, a bit can happen because, I mean, the Warriors, they're also on 6 points. They'll play twice against Mars. I mean, they could get thrashed twice and go below, but it's just hard to imagine. It's anything but a mathematical possibility. It doesn't seem that realistic. Anyway, this is ECN. Anything can happen. Here we go with the start of a new over. It's Cullen to bowl it.
Aerial, but there is a sweeper out there. We'll keep it to 1, so they'll take a single.
So this becomes a huge match, doesn't it? And it's coming up in around about 35 minutes. The Blasters versus Gozo. Gozo winning the toss and batting first. I like that. I mean, they do like defending, but they just need to find a way to get some more runs. They lost Pereira and Paulson very, very quickly. There were more ducks than you could poke a stick at, really, in that first innings of the day. So Gozo will be batting first when that game starts, and it's a huge game, to say the least. And this will bring up the 50, and now any score will win it for the Blasters, who, at least for them, like I said, they've been able to do this without someone like Maitani scoring runs.
Yeah.
If that hit, that would have been out.
Yeah, give credit to also somebody like Adekuma. I mean, he's been there all the way through. Hasn't had too much of the strike. That was only his 10th delivery, but he's held things together, and I like the way that he was trying to be the calming influence as well to Nagy. Just going up to him a few times saying, hey, look, hey, brother, we don't need to be playing those type of shots. And it seems to have worked. Nagy, though, I think he wants to finish this with a bit of a bang. He does, and that will be the match. It's going to be forward to finish as this one goes rapidly over to his boys. And he says, there you go, boys, we won the match. And keep that kookaburra for safekeeping as well as memorabilia. Nice shot from Narendra Nagy. Does really well. And gets himself into the 30s as well, but more importantly, he gets the Blasters the victory that they need. Well, that's one. They can notch that one up, but you get the feeling they've got to do it all over again. But as you said, Vinny, I think they'll be pleased with the way they've done that. I think their bowling was really good. The fielding was excellent. And also, they got the runs without 2 of the key batters making any real contribution. Gautam Singh, he went early for 5. And Gaurav Maitani, their captain, who's normally is the main strength in their batting, he went first ball. So despite that, there were the only 2 wickets that were to fall because Narendra Nagy batted beautifully to get the win for his side.
Yeah, he did. And they just needed somebody to fire. Nagy stepped up. Yeah, but credit also to Ajay Kumar. I think he brought some stability to the top order, made sure there wouldn't be too much chaos. And speaking of chaos, how about that for a catch? That was a fantastic effort from Paulson, who had to trip the light. Fantastic. And made sure he didn't walk on the tightrope. And things going from bad to worse with the Blast at this stage because Maitani, he is probably the most destructive of their batters. He nicked off first ball. And at this stage, we thought the Gozo were on. It was a double glove ejection. Throws it away to make for an easier high 10. So Sentaraj handing him out pretty quickly. And yeah, Maitani went, but that did bring Narendra Nagy to the crease. And we know that he is a very, very powerful batter. I mean, just look at that kind of power off the back foot. And he was able to just play the couple of big shots they needed, aided by some slightly wayward bowling, I think, at times. And in the end, the Blasters do this fairly easily.
Yeah, they do. And Roy, he'll be disappointed. I mean, he's been so good up until now. And that second over, just as you saw there, 2 balls down the leg side, which Nagy put away. This was a great diving effort from Manish Martin. Couldn't get anywhere near it. And with that one going to the boundary. And this one, the straight shot, probably the shot of the day, where he just gets himself in a beautiful position, hitting it straight down the ground. The catch being dropped, and that could have been the end of Nagy. But by that time, I think the damage had already been done. And then, well, a couple of balls later, there's the boundary to finish the match. Well, they're happy. They're applauding. And Nagy does the business for his team. And now, well, these 2 teams get set to do it all over again.
Yeah, it feels like an elimination match coming up. That's just my reading of the table as it stands. There's a few things that could happen, but I just feel that whoever doesn't win this match they're not going to make it through to the quarterfinals. So now they have an identical record, 3-4 after that result. But this is what's coming up. Majuba Blasters and Gozo. Gozo winning the toss in match 18. They'll bat first. Can they bat better? That's the question. I talked about Paulson. Central Raj held things together, but then went off the board a little bit at the end of their innings. Sasi Kumar can hold it as well. And Pereira, again, we'll probably see him opening the batting. We saw that as the plan, but he was run out without facing a ball. Something like Jacob, maybe he can bat higher. For the Blasters, yeah, Maitani is ready to launch, I feel, and Negi was in good form as well. We didn't even see someone like Kalyan, who's been improving as well, as he's found a bit of a home in the middle order. Atinder Singh comes into this side for the Blasters. He was 12th man for the first match today, so join us for that one. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes to take you into a crucial match, number 18. Let's have a look at the scorecard. In the end, 51 the target, and it was achieved after 6.3 overs, so plenty of time to spare. And it was all about that partnership, unbroken of 48 runs between Negi and Ajay Kumar after the early loss of Gautam Singh and Maitani. And look, the other thing here, 10 runs in wides. I think when you're defending 50, trying to do something that's never been done, you just cannot be that wayward with the ball.
Yeah, too many extras given away. So we have a look at the bowling figures. And Stevie Roy, his first over was brilliant. His second one wasn't so great when he just strayed down the leg side. He was the only one to pick up any wickets, and Caligarden was given an opportunity there at the end. But by that time, this game was done and dusted. But take nothing away again from Sandeep Sasikumar. He bowled 2 very good overs, just conceding 10 runs. But unfortunately for the bowlers, when your batters don't get you the runs on the board, then it's always hard work for you. But they're used to that. They are the great defenders. But this time round, they just weren't able to do it. But the next match, you said it, it's going to be like a final. And we do know that today it is the World Day or Global Champagne Day. Which one of these two teams will be drinking champagne at the end of today? Because you get the feeling that the winner will be making it into Finals Day and the loser probably won't.
Yeah, so not too far away from that. We're back in about 25 minutes. Take you into the second match of the day. Crunch match between the Blasters and the Gozertons. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me for the European Cricket Network. Enjoy the little break, then join us right back here in Malta for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground here in Malta, and we are really enjoying the action here on day 5. Pretty as a picture, this ground, and the weather is perfect as well. Now we're heading into a very important match in Group A, and for me it's the match that will probably decide who misses out on the finals and who makes it in a week's time when quarterfinals roll around. It's the Blasters against Gozo again in match number 18. Let's see what happens at the toss. Stefan Gucci with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Give it a call. Heads. Heads is the call. Tails. Good black first. You want a bat? Yeah, you want a bat first. No worries. Good luck, guys. All the best.
So this time it's Gozo that win the toss, and they've elected to bat. Well, they are known as the great defenders, but they didn't put enough runs on the board last time. Just 50. That wasn't enough against the Blasters. That's why these teams are now tied on 6 points. And just with the net run rate of the Blasters and Gozo, I don't think 6 points will be enough, because AUM, they're also on 6 points. So are the Warriors currently, but their net run rate's a lot better than these two teams. So I just have a feeling whichever team misses out here is going to miss out on the final. So it's going to be a big game. Let's see if Gozo can put a few more on the board. They have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Over to Rico 4 as we get ready for the start of match number 18.
Thank you to Mr. Maximo as we get ready to start for what promises to be a real crunch of a match. The Cougar Blasters taking on Gozo. And as you hear, this one is what matters. One of these two teams will progress to the finals day next week, quarterfinals Friday. The other looks to lose out, and we know this group is very tightly contested. And the Blasters, though, have the upper hand. I think they've got that last victory, and with Gozo, they've elected to bat first again. So every opportunity that the Blasters will be looking to have the same result. And to remember, they got to that victory in the last match without using some of their main resources, including their captain. And this one is, well, the bat versus ball wall is saying 86 to 66. Once again in favour of the Blasters. Nice to see some people coming down to watch the cricket as well. There's Lee Tuck as well. Looking forward to enjoying the way this match turns out. Lee, of course, was instrumental in setting up the women's cricket here. And well, it was lovely to be speaking to the women's team captain, Shamla, the other day. She was telling us about how that team was set up and their very first international matches that were played in Romania. 3 matches which the ladies from Malta were victorious in all 3 matches. So that's great. Great to see that cricket is growing and getting bigger here all the time. And of course more teams being set up here in Malta, growing numbers all the time as well. So cricket definitely is the fastest growing sport in Malta. Our umpires are ready for the start of this one. It's Tim Wheeler out there with Andy Nowdy. Andy Nowdy's played a fair bit of cricket himself out here. We've seen him play for the overseas side. I'm certainly looking forward to seeing overseas next week as we get ready here for the first delivery. Bit of away movement from Atinder. Well, Atinder Singh, he's back in the side. He was a man who, at the end of his first over yesterday, the over went for 5 runs. He picked up 2 wickets as well in the last 2 balls, so he would have been on a hat-trick, or he was on a hat-trick, but never got to bowl the second over. But after being left as 12th man in this one, he is back in bowling. Just managed to squeeze this one in as well. Change in the batting. Jerrin Jacobs, who I believe is a very competent batter and hitter of the ball, finally going higher up the order. I like that move. He's out there with Indica Pereira. This one gets called a wide. It's really tight. Just a little bit too much away swing. Matinda here just catching a bit of the line on the way through, says the umpire, Jim Wheeler. Matinda, can he create some more highlights for himself and for his team? Jacobs batting a long way outside of his crease. Another swing and a miss, and quick hands there from the keeper as well. I think he's noticing that Jerrin Jacobs is batting a fair way out. And he gets the throw in, and I think this one hits the base of the stumps, but the bails don't come off. It's well bowled. Once again, he knows that Jacobs is going after him. Jeremy Jacobs this time, he actually makes the movement to allow for the swing, but still doesn't execute the shot. And of course, by making that initial movement, it means that that wide line just moves a little bit more. Not that that was anywhere near it. This one is going to be called a wide. This was what Tinder did yesterday. I think the runs that came off him, apart from one of them, was all wides in the 5 that he conceded yesterday in that first match. This one has been hit and will stay hit as well. So he's going to latch onto one of them, and he gets hold of this one. 4 runs. So Jeremy Jacobs, after swinging and missing, gets this one out of the middle. Goes down onto the onside. 4 runs. It's interesting that they have got long off back. I mean, the way that Jacobs is hitting, I don't think he's going to hit too many straight. I would push him back, push him in, and push the mid wicket back. Edge. Oh, well, chases the wide one. It would have been an incredible catch if Matani could have got there. Matani taking over the duties of the wicketkeeper from Suresh Dobal now. The two of them seem to share it between themselves. I mean, that is travelling. It really is a great effort from Matani. We'll see this again here. I mean, ball is actually passing him before he can get a glove to it. Jacobs gets the single, and the score moves on to 7. As we have a look at some of the run rates. Yesterday was a much better day in terms of the run rates, 9.5. And the day before that, 7.3, which is one of the lowest that we've had. In fact, I think it was the lowest that we've had in Malta. And it certainly did pick up yesterday though, but here today so far, with the way the first match went, looks like those run rates per day are going to be pretty low again. I know it's early on yet, but still the first match, 50 to 54, certainly not going to help the run rates go up. Jacobs back on strike, and very much the same. I think it's just a case of, you know what he's going to be, the shot he's playing. The field has been adjusted somewhat. They've gone with square leg as opposed to mid-wicket. So I get the feeling that it's probably more likely to be mid-wicket zone. Fuller ball, almost plays it onto his stumps, and it's been called a no ball for side on. The bowler shaking his head. Card's done this a few times. And yeah, okay, I can see it being given. Remember, it is waist or above. So free hit call. Hard, doesn't hang around to bowl it, and bowls a nasty one down the leg side this time. So it's another one to go on the board. Free hit remains intact, signalled there by Andy Nowdy. In the air, and well, it's no hands on this from, I think that is Deepak Singh. He gets past him, so gets another valuable boundary, does Jacobs. And once again, this is the reason why I've been saying all along that I like to see Jacobs up the order. He's somebody that can swing the bat, can swing it hard. If he makes contact, you see there, he gets runs. So it's a good move to have him up in the power play. And with the likes of Hosmer Paulson to come in as well, who can give the ball a fair crack. I'm liking this little change up here. Oh, does this take a bit of glove on the way through? Certainly sounded like there was something there. I'd like to see this again. And if it doesn't, then it's obviously caught something, because otherwise it would be a wide. That definitely takes glove for me. Definitely. I mean, there was the noise, there was the movement, there was the deviation. They get unlucky as this one gets past the keeper, but good work from the man at third, and picks it up cleanly. So a bit of luck there maybe for Jacob. Kohard not impressed, and he doesn't get the decision. Big match between these two. Case of winner takes it all, I suppose. Oh, well, this is Gundy, and it's been put away. He could have got the wide from it, but he sends it to the boundary. And now it's Pereira who sends his first delivery to the boundary. Nice shot. It says you don't bowl it there to me, sunshine. That's another one. So it's a much better start this from Gozo. Global Champagne Day today. Will they be drinking champagne, the island of Gozo? If they can make it through to the finals or quarterfinals day next Friday. Finals Friday. Or will it be the Blasters? Also, it's Czech Founding Day. So if you are in the Czech Republic, it's probably a holiday there for you all. So I hope you're enjoying your day. And just have a look at the tables there so you can see there how close it is. 4 teams. I don't think I've ever quite seen that before. 4 teams on the last day of group matches are all level on 6 points. Marsa sitting pretty at the top. The winner here will be into the quarterfinals draw. The loser, well, I think that's your lot. I don't think we're seeing you again. That was a productive over, 19 on the board. They're not the best overs from Kohard. Once again, just spraying it around all over the place. He's been a bit like that today. And talking about spraying it around, not a good start from Devendra Negi either. Negi's been one of the better, more controlled bowlers. Got Negi there, of course. I think Singh's bowled pretty well as well. Negi, better delivery, just pushes this out to point, and Deepak Singh does the fielding as the throw comes in. Yeah, interesting, but you got no. I mean, the reason that you got Atinder Singh playing is no Sobhan Singh playing in this one. He's going to be the big miss because he bowled really well, Sohan Singh. And he's not in the side. And Ajay Kumar has been put as 12th man in this one. That's a strange one. I think that's all about trying to. Ow! That has been smashed back to Indika Pereira. He's always been hit with something, Indika Pereira. He is the medic. I reckon he ends up treating himself more than he does patience. This one's blasted straight at him. He's got a smile on his face. He couldn't get out of the way of it. I think luckily the little hop he does catches him on the pad. In the air, chance, taken. And that's the first wicket. So it has to happen that way to Gozo. He shouldn't be there, should he? He should be at the other end. It should have been a single taken. And it is Indika Pereira who stops him getting the single. And the next ball is the wicket of Jerry Jacobs. He's saying, well, what do I need to do? Why is the luck not working my way? Well, there's the wicket. And look, it's time to welcome back into the commentary box the man who's wearing a lovely dashing shirt. It's great to have him back. And it is National Frankenstein Day as well. Vinny Sandhu, welcome back.
I bring that up for me, but thank you. And also, yeah, to all my Czech friends, I know a lot of them will be watching on their National Day. I know that's a holiday over there, and so to everyone over there, I want to say a very happy holiday to you. Not so happy for Jacob, who hits the ball into Pereira. It costs him a single, and that means he's on strike and he gets out the very next ball. Having said that, though, I think that's a wicket they can afford to lose because you've got someone like Paulson to come out. I think it's a perfect time for him to come out just before the end of the power play. Somebody needs to fire for Gozo. Who is it going to be? You get 80 odd. It's probably potentially enough. And of course, the question yesterday in our crickathon was what will the run rate be for the day? I think my guess was 8.4. Turned out to be 9.5. Actually was a bit higher earlier in the day. It was up around the 11 mark. But yeah, I think here around 85 is par. I think based on what we're seeing, a lot of the time, 85, 90 is enough to win your cricket matches. This is in the air, and it's going to be a carbon copy. But this time, a different result. Paulson dropped on 0, and it's Shiv Singh. To be honest, you know, he barely gets there in the end. It seemed to hang up there a long time. Let's have a look at it on the replay next to Spring Productions. Flat-footed, gets going, just misjudges it.
Yeah, he's not the man you want to drop, because if there's anyone that can get you quick boundaries for Gozo, Paulson is the man. They put him down on 0. That could be a big turning point in this match.
Now pushes away, and they don't get a run here. So yeah, Pereira, good to see him get a boundary early. It was a Gundy ball, but he decided to go after it. He put it away. It's into the power play. So Gozo after 3, they are 22 for 1. Yeah, you saw the table a moment ago with all those teams on 6 points. This is something I said earlier in the week when Gozo did get that 3rd win. I said, the way this group is looking, maybe 3 wins won't be enough to get you into the finals. And that's the way it's going to be. One team is going to have 3 wins and miss out.
Yeah. That's quite extraordinary, actually, isn't it? I mean, most places we go, sometimes 2 wins is enough. And we've been
sometimes
playing
1 win is enough in net run rate.
Yeah.
You know, on odd occasions when there's 2 teams that lose to everyone else and split the games between each other. So, yeah, the net run rates of these 2 teams is minus 1.2 for the Blasters, minus 1.7 for Gozo. That's a lot less than the minus 0.2 for AUM. And at the moment, the Warriors are plus 0.8, but they still have 2 matches to play. So if Marsa were to smash them twice, that could go down. But you can't imagine it going down enough to be below whichever of these teams doesn't win this game. Will be stuck on 6 points. This is driven away. Another ball to that point region. This time slight fumble. And so they take the opportunity to go through for a single. So yeah, for me, barring something dramatic, this is an elimination matchup between these 2 teams. One team will get the 4th win, which will be enough to get them into the finals. And look, potentially, it could get you into 2nd place, because if the Warriors don't take any points out of their doubleheader against Marsa this afternoon, Marsa have been good with that one game where they got blasted out for 30. Then potentially, we're talking 2nd place for the winner of this game and 5th place for the loser. So, yeah, it's a big difference. Remember, the higher you finish, the lower ranked opponent you will receive in the quarterfinals, which is pretty significant. This is Shiv Singh, and this one is over the top, and it's going to be 4. That's a really nice shot by Pereira, and you can just tell he's got a good technique. He gets something slightly over pitched. I like that he follows through with this shot. It's still a cricket shot, but he's not afraid to elevate. And that was just pure timing there from Indica. Good batting.
Yeah, that's a good shot. I mean, you look at the field that's been set, and you can see he's looking to get the elevation there as well. He knows that just hitting it alone is not enough. Nicely played. Nice open stance as he waits for the next delivery. There is a change in the field now. They do get a sweeper out on the offside.
Pitched up, they take on the run. Pereira has a bad habit of getting run out in this series. This time he gets away with it, moves to 11. And I know it looks like still no play in that Australia-England match. Raining in Melbourne, coming and going. We know that kind of frustration happens. But right here, blue skies and sunshine. It's well bowled by Shiv. Gets that one through Paulson. Yeah, Paulson's an exciting player to watch, isn't he? He's a guy that certainly has the approach right. Doesn't always get away with it, but when he does, he's very pretty to watch.
Yeah,
tries to carve that, misses.
Hit the ball really well. He was very unlucky in the first match. Hit it clean, but straight to the fielder. There's another one that gets through. So Shiv, after putting Paulson down, gets a few dot balls through to him, but not been able to take his wicket. 28 is the score. 4 overs now gone. So looking better, Gozo. Only that 1 wicket gone, but you just get the feeling that this partnership is probably a pretty key one. You still got the likes of Sasi Kumar coming in, and of course the captain Senthil Raj. So they've laying a good little platform there. You see there Diana Oro, she's wearing a Peacock Friday shirt as well, taking some more amazing pictures.
If you're wearing a Peacock shirt, please send it through to me at Mr. Maximo, because I do like it. Occasionally I do get some pictures of the people that get into the spirit. Greetings from Malibu. We're a long way from Malibu. Plenty of sunshine anyway. Yeah, Diana does a great job as our official photographer. Gets some amazing shots. I mean, some of those shots from Croatia last week with the sun coming through the fog was amazing. Really amazing.
Yeah, they had the colours of your shirt, actually, some of those shots. In the early morning with the dew and the mist and the sun coming up. That's a nice new number. Where you picked that one up from?
I think I got this one in Italy. I went a bit crazy in Italy. I've got 1 or 2 that are pretty similar. I don't know how many you need, but yeah, I do like going Peacock shirt shopping sometimes when something sticks out. Here's Negi, who's going to bowl, and first one's pretty much on the money. It's pushed away by Indica Pereira for a single.
Yeah, Negi. That's Nendra. Negi comes on and picked up a couple of wickets in the last match, bowling that a very impressive last over. Only 2 runs came from it and 2 wickets. And, but they are, I mean, you can see already, they are missing Sohan Singh. I mean, that's why Atinder Singh is playing in this one. But Ajay Kumar's the one who loses out, which I think is a bit of a surprise because I like the way he batted in the last match. All right, he didn't score many runs, but he provided the stability for the Blasters to get the win when he was the not-out batter with 7 not out in that partnership of 48 runs in the victory. So, strange choice to leave him out.
Nagy. This is upish, and I think he fields this with his face. But didn't have too much sting on the ball by then. That's Shiv Singh. Just had a bit of the good, the bad, and the ugly about his fielding in the last few overs.
Yeah, diving here, trying to stop this one, and just, yeah, it gets it on the brim of his cap actually, so a bit lucky. Getting the squeeze on here, you just get the feeling Pereira looking for another boundary just to get things moving. This is not a bad delivery, sort of nips back from Nagy, but they do take the single. There's the field. Pretty spread, just have a quick look at the man on the boundary. Mid-wicket is inside the circle, but you've got square leg and long on back. Long off his back as well. And I'm just trying to see where that sweeper, there's no sweeper again out on the offside, which, oh yes there is. He's camouflaged in between the two marquees back there where Gozo are sitting, so they have got a man out there patrolling.
It's just the 4 outfielders though, you're allowed up to 5, but I think they're taking the opportunity to try and keep that extra man in the circle to try and stop the one. They know the value of the dot ball, and they haven't really been hurt as far as boundaries have gone in this innings. We've seen 4 boundaries in the first half, as that shaves the stumps, but doesn't quite knock them over. So Paulson having a bit of trouble getting going. He's 3 off 9, and at the halfway point of this innings is 31 for 1. And it gives us an opportunity as the players grab a quick drink to welcome you into the commentary cube, I suppose, here. Not quite our normal inflatable cube, but we have been set up in a nice little hut. And, well, it's probably quite fitting because it is Peacock Friday and we are feeling a little bit tropical. And, yeah, it's hard to believe we're at the end of October, but this weather is incredible. What a beautiful place to visit Malta.
Yeah,
we always feel at home here as well.
It's great, and I think you touched on it this morning, just getting up in the morning and just seeing the view. I mean, where we are in Salima, and you've got all the boats out there, the sun's coming out, absolutely magnificent. And you can see part of Valletta, can't you, on the other side, and Valletta is a beautiful place to go visit.
Yeah, it's actually, okay, it's a small country, obviously, it's a little island, but there's actually quite a lot to it, and, you know, it's really nice. Obviously, I normally have the scooter here, and you can get around and visit some places. You go up to Gozo as well, got the Blue Lagoon as well, which is very, very famous. But, yeah, it's the kind of place you can visit really any time of the year. It's very, very nice. It's
amazing even now, this time of year, which you would think is outside of the holiday season, and the amount of tourists that are here. That the main promenade, the walkway, and all the bars and restaurants there, they're absolutely packed.
Speaking of bars and restaurants, ran into a bit of trouble last night. I know it's not food chat just yet. But we ran into a place called, I think it was called the Morning Star, something or other. But 2-for-1 cocktails, happy hour, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. We got there at 7, and it was an amazing cocktail bar. So, you know, I normally would tell you what I eat for dinner. Let's just say I don't remember it that well because these 2-for-1 cocktails, they were brilliant. They're all named after famous people as well.
Okay.
So I had a couple of James Browns. I had an Elton John. I had a Bob Dylan. I had, I think I might have had a Charlie Chaplin as well. As this is turned away, finds a pocket of space though. This will just be one. Now Paulson, he's got to get going. We've had a shoe ejection here. Well, Shiv Singh.
What's going on with
He's
Shiv
taken
Singh
a
today?
good catch. He's missed a catch. He's fielded the ball with his hat, and now he's lost a shoe.
How does he do that? He just turns on his ankle, look, goes to stop, and wait, here he goes. He says, okay, the shoe comes off. Well, all right. Yeah, he's
time for a double knot, I think. Anyway, here's the next ball. This is pitched up, and it gets hit through the infield. So just above run ball pace at the moment. Yeah, the 2-for-1 cocktails, they were trouble. There's a Freddie Mercury as well. I was there with a couple of the crew. And, yeah, it was certainly a place that we'll probably visit again. Well, of course, we've got a birthday on the crew today.
We have indeed. Suresh Dobal is doing the bowling, so he's not behind the stumps. And that's probably one of the reasons why he's not, because they need him to do some of the bowling. Yeah, there is a birthday today.
Yeah, Sam Williams, our project manager, he's having a birthday today. So I know he's had his wife join us.
There's
There's
somebody else
Sam
having
there, just
shoe
turning away
problems.
from the camera, keeping a low profile. He's tying up his shoelaces.
is
Maybe
he.
he's worried he's going to lose a shoe.
He's probably thinking, okay. Oh, well, talking about losing a shoe, this is how you lose your stumps. He's lost the castle, chucked the putt there. Paulson has gone. That's beautifully bowled by Dobar. Well, no point keeping him behind the stumps if you can bowl these beauties. That's an absolute beaut. It's right on the money, knocking him over. This is a boogie, woogie, kookaburra 5-ball.
Yeah.
Chuck the putt there. Oh, yeah. Doesn't he like it as well? And, well, that's a good seed to get out a good batter.
Yeah, so good in swing. It never really happens with Paulson. You know, we're talking about what a Yorker is. A Yorker pretty much bounces between the feet. So have a look at where this bounces. It bounces right perfectly between the feet of Paulson. That's the Yorker length right there. And he got a bit of in swing there as well. So yeah, he went a bit twinkle toes, didn't he, Paulson? Tried to move around the crease, tried to get something going. It just never happened for him. Again, probably not a bad thing that he gets out the way. 4 off 11, not what they were looking for. Not a great day with a stick for Joe Simon. But Senthil Raj, the captain, comes to the crease. He's having a special day as well. His 10th wedding anniversary. And he'll start with a little cut, gets past the fielder. This will probably go for 4. That's good batting. Well, I know that his wife, Ranjini, will be watching. And hello to her as well. I think she's been down here once or twice to watch live. This is smart batting. I think he plays that shot pretty well. He lets the ball do the work, runs away for 4.
Yeah, nicely played. Lovely shot. And of course, he was the man who got them to any sort of score last time. Got them to the 50, 27 of 29 deliveries. And he's looking to do the same here again. He's got the ideal partner there with him. So these two can get them to, well, a defendable score maybe. That's that Yorker again. Well bowled.
Yeah, really
well played.
Well by Dabal. So pretty good over from him. He takes 1 for 7 off it. And after 6 overs, it is 38 for 2. 6 over check-in time. Well, if you can manage 8 and over from here, then you get 70. Is that right? Yeah, they get 70. I think 70 plus they would feel they can defend. They're going to have to bowl and field really well. They have been bowling pretty well. They've got to get those big wickets, though. For me, Maitani and also Narendra Negi are crucial. They got through Maitani. They couldn't get through Narendra Negi, though. Looking at these bowling figures, you can see the Blasters have used 6 different options, so they've got plenty of options in the last 4 of who they want to bowl. Looks like they're going to go back to Shiv Singh. So yeah, anyone in the chat, I'd love for you to get involved as well. Ask us a few questions and make a few comments. Maybe let us know what you've been enjoying about the European Cricket Network this year. We were talking about a few moments earlier in the week about what we've seen on ECN this year. We've seen plenty of things. We saw a shoe fall off then. We had a few wardrobe malfunctions of late, haven't we?
We have indeed.
Anyway, here we go with Shiv Singh, over number 7. This is pretty much on the money. It's just driven out to one of the outfielders. There's still 4 outfielders, long on, long off, as well as a man square on each side, sideways of the pitch. So, yeah, now they need to find some boundaries from somewhere. 1 boundary and over gets you that 8 and over normally. Can they produce it? This one just ties him up for line a little bit, and he works it away for 1. Now that's a good thing as well. At least they're ticking it. At least, you know, we're not seeing the kind of dot ball problems we saw plague their first innings of the day, Gozo, when they scored 50.
If you're the Blasters here, you need to just have a look at that play. I mean, they've got that third man inside the circle, right? But the ball played to him is still a single.
Yeah.
So he's serving for me, no purpose there, maybe only catching. You've got to try and save the runs here because you know that you're not the strongest yourself with the bat. You saw that Senthil Raj just guided one past the third man for 4 runs. He's got to be on the boundary.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If he's not saving one where he is, there's no point having him there. Push him back because you can have another man back. They've only got 4 out.
That's right. Yeah, for me, I think the fine leg and the third man, I'd have one of them back because I often think they're the fielders that typically in a longer form of the game you have back anyway because the ball flies away in that area pretty unpredictably. So to have an outfielder, it's just better than having them in the infield. But they get sacrificed to have outfielders elsewhere when you run out of outfielders that you can use. But I think having only 4 out, I'd have one of them, probably the third man back. And that's the line you're trying to bowl. Pereira swings and misses at this one. So, yeah, Gozo trying to make the finals for the first time. The Blasters, they did make the finals last year. They were rained off, though, so they've never actually played a final. They were rained off in the 4th quarter final against AUM without a ball being bowled. So basically, both teams trying to play finals for the first time, even though the Blasters did qualify out of Group A last time. Gets to the end of the over here, so 7 overs down. And Gozo still in the 40s. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And we are currently in Malta for a 2-week series. We're really looking forward to getting back to Spain for a 5-week, super ECS really. 5 weeks, there's 16 teams. There's already some fixtures on the website about this in Barcelona. So that will be the end of the season. In fact, we're going to finish on a Sunday. So it'll be our grand final day. Not often we play ECS cricket on a Sunday, but we will be on the 11th of December. And we'll have 7 weeks for the end of season break. We'll be returning towards the end of January, I think, in 2023. Planning to bring you another 45-week season. So European cricket every year going from strength to strength, growing. And maybe some more places coming. Well, this is in the air and it's dropped, I suppose. Matani had to deal with the top edge. He knocked it up in the air. He saves the boundary, but he can't hold on to the catch. In the end, it'll just be a single.
It is a fiery delivery, isn't it? It bangs it in, and well, Indica Pereira gets a little bit of something on this, but unfortunately, Matani puts it down and doesn't get lucky with the rebound either. But I don't think he would have been expecting that.
Yeah, lucky but unlucky, I think, for Pereira. He could have got a boundary, but then he's lucky he survives. This is off the end of the bat. They'll get a single here. I mean, they do have all these wickets in hand, Gozo, but I suppose the issue is when we get to the middle and lower order, they do tend to struggle to score those boundaries that they'll need to get to a competitive total. So I do think there's still a fair bit on these guys. Someone like Sasi Kumar as well. Can probably come out next and whack a few around. Down the leg side, gets a bit of a muddle this time. This will be a dot ball.
Yeah, that's a miss, isn't it, from Pereira. I think Pereira was ready to smash this after getting the short one. And he says, okay, you bowled it short at me, I'm ready. Sees it. I mean, this is one he's put away before for 4. He misses out. He just tries to put too much anger, too much power into the shot.
Well, this is another ball that hits a fielder. I don't think there's too much hand in this from Suresh Dobal, who is a pretty good fielder actually, but they're trying to turn this into a catch. Let's see where he ends up wearing this. Yeah, maybe shoulder. Not quite upstairs.
Great effort though, I like it.
Yeah, value of the wicket here. This is another one that batters late on, but they will scramble through for 1. So creeping at the moment, Gozo on the scoreboard towards the 50, which they ended up with in the first game. That wasn't enough. What can they get to here? 60s if they bat well, 50s if they don't. I think that's what we're looking at.
Pereira, he's the one that's really got to start motoring here now. He's been there a long time. But once again, you see just a bit of a misfield. So
they'll run hard here.
Well, there was definitely, if he feels this is a run out. Atinder Singh gets it completely wrong. Have a look at this. Senthil Raj, just look where he goes. He doesn't go. He ends up going the wrong way. Indica's still running. And fortunately, there's a misfield.
Yeah, that was a bit of a disastrous bit of running, but it will be the end of the over. And so after 8 overs, it's 48 for 2. Bang on, run a ball at the moment. So looks like the England-Australia has been abandoned. So I told you, this is the real MCG, the Master Cricket Ground. This is the real quiz. And we're really happy to bring in the cricket from Malta today. Getting your fix on of live cricket. Indica Pereira has batted through the innings so far. He'll be facing Devendra Negi in over number 9. It all happens in the 9th. And Gozo, I'm hoping it all happens for them. Need some boundaries. Just the 5 boundaries in this inning so far. All 4s. This is hit sideways, but they do have that protection out there, so it'll just be a single. Like I say, if they bat well from here, they get 60s. If not, they get 50s.
Yeah, the way Indica Pereira is batting the same sort of way he was batting when he got to that 30 score and got his team to 65 and won the match. Why? Because they defended it. So he doesn't seem to be sort of too much urgency is what he's doing. He's quite happy, just sort of this tiki-taka.
I just think that that's his game. That's his game. You know, we saw him hit a boundary in the power play where he elevated, but I think with the field back, he struggles, probably power-wise, to hit the ball hard enough into the gaps to get the boundary. It looks good when he bats, though. I suppose without him, they could have been in a bit of trouble. They're up the 50 now. They got to last time. As he spoiled a wide down the leg side here, must have just clunked off the pad.
Gets a bit of pad onto this. That's the second time Indica Pereira has missed out on the ball down the leg side. And you mentioned the boundary, yeah, look off the pad there. You mentioned the boundary he scored early on, and it was that similar shot. Yeah. So he gets lucky.
That's a bonus for the bowler. This one will be a wide. This is probably one thing he could look back at this innings and see that he has spoiled a few wides. And I know he hit that one for 4, but you just look at his footwork. He's becoming a bit of a target. A lot of balls off his body there. If he can just step inside it and identify it early, it's missing leg stump, get across, take the wide. Now you see, again, backing away a little bit. This is where sometimes it helps, even experienced players like Indica will pick up little things from this innings that he can improve on. Yeah, especially in a low-scoring game, you want to take all those wides. They all add up. This time, hits it pretty well, but this is the kind of shot that brought him a boundary earlier. It was one of his 2 boundaries, but now there's a fielder blocking that area. So, Blaster's doing well to keep it down here against Gozo.
Yeah, this is, I think, big moment here. Big delivery here to Sintiraj. I think he's ready to leash into this. Let's see. Yeah, he goes, hits it pretty well, and he's going to get 4 runs. Nicely hit, and this time Indica Pereira does manage to duck out of the way of it, and it will stay hit. And this is what I think Indica was trying to do, just trying to double the way, get a single, get Raj on strike. That's well hit, 4 runs from him, and a good way to end the over. So Ravindra Negi, not the bad spell of bowling from him, hasn't bowled at his best. He's got away with the few down the leg side, but he'd be happy with that. There's only 11 have come off his 2 over. The score moves on to 56 now with, 6 balls to go. Yeah,
6 balls to go. Does look like they'll get that 60, although I said that last time with the 50. I only just got there in the last over last time. Gozo, it was a bit of a disastrous one, to be honest. They started the last over on 48 and only managed 50. And so now 56 plus this, and it's going to be Suresh Dobal to bowl the last over. Pulled away nicely. Now I think I'd be challenging the outfielder where possible. But Raj is on strike. I think he's the guy that looks more likely to find the boundary. So yeah, this is where I think I'd be running hard, trying to get back for 2, if at all possible. At least force the Blasters to make a play. 57, 5 balls remaining. There goes. Nessa run hard. I think they're going to go for it here. Bowler's end is on, and it's going to be a run out. That's unselfish stuff from Pereira. I think he knows his role now is to try and give Senthil Raj the strike back. And so he'll be sacrificed for a run of ball 24, but he has provided some stability to their innings, batting through all the way to the last over. It's a well-executed run out here. One hand pick up from Negi. Doesn't throw it too hard. Back to Dobal. He just has to take the ball cleanly and has plenty of time to knock off the bails. So a run and a wicket off that ball, and the score is 58 for 3. 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, just get the feeling here. I mean, when you look, that's the 3rd wicket only just falling there. So they've had wickets in hand, and I just get the feeling that with Gozo. And I said this last time when they got to that score of 65, when they didn't lose too many wickets, and they proved me wrong because they ended up defending it. But I just think that they just need to be a little bit brave. They've got batters that can come in. I mean, Sasi Kumar can give it a good whack as well. I think the likes of Abhilash as well. Be brave. If it's not happening for you, if you're not able to get big runs, let somebody else in and have a go. And the Colour Garden's another one. He was unlucky in the last game when he played a good shot, hit it out the middle, but it was a good catch taken Matani. They've got players there, and I think they've just got to say, look, let's just be a bit braver. Let's push. Let's try and take 2s. Let's take the odd risk. And, because otherwise you're just not going to get to the sort of scores that are going to win them more matches.
Yeah, here's Sandeep Sasi Kumar. He can give it a whack. Again, he's caught between a rock and a hard place, probably trying to find the boundary, but then it means he swings and misses, so Raj can't get the strike back either. He'll be swinging away again with 2 to come. Strike 2, this is called a wide though, so they do get to 60. So now they're at a score which we have seen defended before on ECN. This is the lowest score we've ever seen defended, 60. Couple to come. Sasi's just got to at least get 1. He's wanting more though, doesn't want to swing and miss. Gets a little bit of bat on it. Thinking of it too. They may think it's worth going for it. Good throw, might have him in trouble. Well, misses everyone. That's very good backing up. Because I thought that had 4 overthrows written all over it. The speed that this was thrown. The bails go down. I don't think it's the ball that hits him though. Yeah, he knocks it off with his gloves.
Yeah, if the front is a great arm, but I don't know about the keeper there, Matani. Didn't look like he fancied it. Doesn't really.
Yeah. Just had to take, if he takes that cleanly, it's going to be gone. Anyway, last ball, 62 plus this. And it'll be sliced away. Fielder comes around. They're going to come back for 2. And I think this is just out, you know. And, well, they're saying, well, let's run again. I think they're now going to have a run out one way or another. I think this is just gone. Well, it's an interesting one. Because he looks in, but his bat might be in the air here. There. The keeper's in the way, so my suspicion is he's probably in the air, but they might not be able to give that out.
Yeah, I think looking at it, I think the bat is probably...
This might tell us the story, because we know it's whether this bat goes down or not.
Let's see here.
For me, here. Oh, again, he might get lucky again.
The bat's in the air, I think.
He's lucky on the frame twice. So I don't... My suspicion is it's out, but it'll be the on-field call, I think, that will stand. And then, I think, yeah, it just feels like it's out, but I'm reading between the lines. I'm not seeing anything conclusive based on those replays.
Yeah, do they get this extra run or not? That's what it comes down to, and how important could the extra run be?
It just feels like you see him plonk the bat down and it's late. But I think it'll be not out at that end. But then they actually run him out at the other end because they go for a third. Only one of them runs. I think it's been given out. Wait and give you some sort of confirmation on that in a second. That's as they walk off, it'll be either 63 or 64.
Yeah, no real celebration from either side.
They've given it not out in the end. So they've given the benefit of the doubt. So I think they've gone with the on-field call, which was not out. So they'll finish 64. They'll have to better their best or that they defended already. We saw them score 65 and defend it. Gozo right now 64 on the board. We have seen scores in the 60s defended. We've seen that happen 3 times here in Malta, but it does feel like they are playing for their tournament lives with 64 on the board. They'll be fighting. Then the Blasters, they'll need 65 for victory.
But was there not a run out at the other end? Because it stays 64-3. Should it not be 4 then?
I don't know if they even bothered to appeal for that in the end because they weren't actually running. But yeah, well, it's a good point. But regardless.
Oh, well, this is the one.
This is unlucky for Jacob because he actually hits the ball into Pereira. But then, very next ball, he gets out.
Yeah, it was bad luck for Jacobs there. So he had to depart. But I do like him coming up the order. I just think he just gives you a little bit more. It doesn't sound like much, does it? 10 or 13. But when you look at some of the other strike rates from some of the other batters, you take that. This was a big opportunity, wasn't it, from Shiv Patel. He could have got Paulson out for 0. And Paulson can be a dangerous bat, but again, Paulson, I think he just tried to play differently. He didn't want to play his normal game. Maybe he was put off a little bit by the first game when he smashes the first ball. Looks like it was going to the boundary and the catch is taken. We're talking about taken. The shoe got taken off there from Shiv, and he had an interesting day, did Shiv think. But this was really good bowling. I mean, Suresh Dobal, we've seen him behind the stumps. Haven't seen him bowl too much. I think he bowled really well. In fact, he probably was one of the bigger bowlers. That was a beautiful delivery, the Yorker. And he bowled that a few times. Then it was time for Sanchal Raj to come out there again. And he also played his part. 15 of 10 deliveries. Once again, key runs. Doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're a team that are struggling to score runs, that the 15s and the 10s make all the difference. And there's the run out there towards the end. Indica Pereira, who was out there a long time once again. 24 deliveries and he made 24. But I think with this Goza side, you do need, at this stage when they are learning and they're getting better all the time, at this point you do need an Indica Pereira or somebody like that can bat all the way through, but they're still missing the guys that can give them the support, that can score the quick runs at the other end. That scorecard again, Jacobs unlucky, 10-13. Pereira was just mentioning 24-24, and then a good contribution from the captain once more, 15 of the 10 deliveries. Helps to get to 64. The bowling figures there, well, 2 wickets taken, and that was off the bowling of Devendra Negi. He bowled well, picked up 1 for 11, and also there was 1 for 15 as well. But Atinder Singh, he only gets the 1 over again. That's all he gets. 1 over for 7, but this time no wickets for him. And pretty tidy, I think, in general with the extras as well. 6 wides, but they've had more issues than that in the past. So they'll be pretty happy with their performance here, the Blasters. 64 though from Gozo, and remember Gozo are a side that well, they are the great defenders. We've seen them defend before. Can they do it again? We saw them defend this sort of total against the American University of Malta when they defended 65 and restricted AUM to just 63. So they can do it. Will they do it here again? Or will the Blasters, will somebody like their captain shine and maybe Gutam Singh as well and knock these runs off pretty quickly? One of these two teams will be drinking champagne today. It is the Global Champagne Day. Who will be drinking it? Will it be Gozo or will it be the Blasters? Well, stay tuned to us to find out, because only one of these teams will be coming back here next Friday for Quarterfinals Friday. Join me, Rica Full, and Mr. Maximo, who we come back in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground here as you get ready for the second match between these two teams to come to a conclusion. Gozo having a bat first again. This time they managed to go a little bit better. 14 more runs from the last time. They get to 64, losing just the 3 wickets. And once again, I'll touch on that fact. I think they just need to be a bit braver. And you've got wickets in hand. If batters aren't quite clicking, if you're scoring at a slow rate, just have a go. Try to pump up the volume, if you like. Try to get to a bigger score. But maybe it will be enough. They are a team that are known for their defences. Sasi Kuma is the man that's going to try and get some early breakthroughs from them. Remember, looking to make it into their first finals day, which will be next Friday, quarterfinals, when the top 4 from Group A will come together with the top 4 of Group B. Can they do it? This is going to be pretty wide, and it is called. Senthil Raj takes it. And the 2 batters, well, can they get off to a good start here? The Blasters always do lose wickets pretty early. And a slight change from them this time. They promoted Ravi Pal, I should say, up the order. And I suppose the reason for that is that Ajay Kumar not playing in this one. I think that was a decision. So you see this delivery. Another big swing and a miss. Gautam Singh doesn't want to hang around, does he? Yeah, I think that call on Ajay Kumar was that they felt the need to maybe have Atinder Singh in the side, just the extra bowler. But again, weird one, because Atinder, again, just gets the one over. Maybe they could have done without Atinder and having more of a batter. And Ajay Kumar played his part in that victory in the first match. Didn't score many runs, but he stayed there and held the fort together with Narendra Negi. It's another dot. Similar field from Gozo as last time, just the 3 men on the leg side, and then very tightly packed offside field, making it difficult for the batters to get any easy singles on the off. But you need the bowlers to back it up and bowl a good line. Sasi Kuma so far has. This one is a full toss, and just as I say he gets a bad one out. He goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong, and this is hit hard and goes into that vacant mid-wicket area for a boundary. He doesn't miss out on this, keeps his shape well, and times this beautifully as it's 1 bounce and 4 runs. Sasi needs to get it back right again. Colour Garden there, just trying to give some support to the bowler, so don't worry about it. Come on, you can get it back. This time it's smashed hard outside the off. It's going to be 4 more. This is a good shot. It's a little bit too short from Sasi Kuma as he tries to correct the line, and Gautam Singh rocks back and hits it hard and mightily as it goes to the boundary, and the fielder there soon realises there's no point chasing after that. Aswin Sivan. And some news from Gozo. There's no Indika Pereira on the field. He's picked up an injury while he was batting. So Manish Martin is fielding. Sasi Kuma this time a little bit short again. Gautam Singh scarpers to the other end. He wants to make sure he gets in. He's had a few issues with his running already. Positive start from the Bujiba Blasters. Bujiba, of course, is an area here in Malta, so they're named after the area that they're from. You see some of the Masa boys turning up, getting ready for their matches against the Masida Warriors. And I just think that they're going to be 2 thrillers. Short again, worked away, no run this time. Good call from Gautam Singh. Doesn't want to be running into the danger zone, so Ravi Pal faces his first ball, no runs from it. 10 on the board. Number of matches without a golden ball, 113. And for those of you that are wondering what's a golden ball, well, very simple. It's our way to sort out a match when it's tied. No super over or any of that malarkey. Basically, it goes down to 1 ball. So the team that is batting will stay out there, but any batter that has not been out faces the 1 ball. That ball can be delivered by any bowler 2 needed for victory. Simple as that. He's played away. The chase is on by the fielder. He should get there, and the batters will complete 2. So slight change in the bowling. They go with Rafiki to bowl the second. So just holding back Roy this time. I think that the reason for that is maybe the second over that Roy bowled last time, but I still don't think it's an error. I'd go with Roy. He did pick up 2 wickets in that over. This is a bad ball. It's a wide. Good take there from Senthil Raj. Yeah, Roy, when he bowled, it was 2 wickets in the over. One was, of course, he gets credited for. The second one was the run out, but you go with somebody who's taking wickets, and you need to take those wickets pretty early here. No point holding him back. That one would have been another wide. I'm not sure why Gautam Singh is playing at that. It's not good awareness, not smart cricket. The wide ball is getting bad onto. This is another wide, and he's trying to get to this one as well. I get the feeling that he's going to get a bit of bat onto one, either be caught behind, or it's going to go up in the air, and maybe Devon Jacobs will take the catch on the man at backward point. Well, he gets hold of this one because it's in the zone. Well, that's more like it. If it's in the zone, you're going to put it away. And you can just see the way Gautam Singh is batting. Anything that ends up in the swing zone is going to disappear. And just straying, getting a little bit too straight, straying onto the pad slightly. And as the bat swing comes in, he clonks this big. So Rafiki goes for another boundary. Yes, once again, Colour Garden having a chat with him. Let's see if he can get it right. Singh is swinging at everything. Swings at this one as well. And once again, another one that quite easily could have been a wide. And then places into the ground as it gets taken. This one will be a wide. Rafiki angry at himself. And this one is so wide that even the swinging bat of Singh can't get anywhere near it. Get near this one, it's straight down the ground, and this one I think will go all the way. Yes, it will. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, porque eso es una cita. 6 carreras. Que guay, que grande. 6 más. And Rafiki having a few issues. A ball to go. And it's been a good over. 25 on the board. This time, plays it more carefully. I think he was looking for a single there. Got something, being a little bit cheeky, trying to keep Ravi Pal off the strike. And at the second over, so game with Rafiki didn't work. It ends up going for 15. And then the score moves on to 25 of 2 as we have a look at those tables. As a welcome back, Mr. Maximo, into our commentary position. Well, Vinny, we haven't seen a table looking like that in a while.
Yeah, and here's the bad news for Gozo. They've won 3 games. If they lose this, I just can't see them qualifying. The only way they could is if the Warriors were to lose twice so badly that they lost like 2.5 of net run rate. I don't even think that's possible. I mean, Mars would have to dominate them. So, yeah, Gozo, unless they can pull this one out of the fire, I think they'll be going home. Unfortunately, here's Sasi Kumar in over number 3. He gets knocked away for 1. Yeah, such a good start, isn't it? And yeah, Gautam Singh missed out in the last game, but yeah, he's looking dangerous and yeah, just able to find the boundary. Just kind of a bit more power, I suppose, at the top of their order. And yeah, it's paying off. Got Ravi Pal there as well. Still, we haven't seen Maratani, we haven't seen Narendra Negi, so it's hard to see the Blasters messing this up. Sasi Kumar pulled, and what a good catch that is.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that is magical. And it's Stevie Roy, what a catch. What a one-hand delivery catch.
Yeah, well, Stevie Roy has put out the go-go gadget arm here, and yeah, he doesn't really get off his feet. It's a missed time pull. Well, the Gozo need to do something. Is this the moment that they can say they turned it around? Stevie throws it away. Fantastic fielding. We've seen some really good catches today already, and that's the first wicket. Gautam consider himself a little bit unlucky to go, but he departs at 26 for 1. Still the Blasters in a good position, but what a catch that was from Stevie Roy.
Yeah, Stevie Roy takes a great catch. Stevie Roy for me once again. Should have been bowling that second over. They went for a change. It didn't work. Rafiki went for a few. But he's just reminding his captain he's still out there. What a good catch, and how important could that be? God, I'm saying was hitting it well. He'll go for 21. And just like that, it's 26 for 1. They needed a wicket, needed something, and they got it. As the captain comes in. He had an unpleasant first match. He was gone, or did go first ball. What's he going to do here as Guru Matani takes guard?
Yeah, he's coming off a first bowler as well, Matani, as he faces Sandeep Sasikumar. Pretty good ball to get first up in hesitation, but they will take the single in the end. So Matani gets his first run for the day. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. I know that Maiden Waters might be a bit disappointed if Gozo bow into this tournament because she is married to a Gosserton. But also want to say a quick hello to Kitty Hundley. It's her birthday today as well. Of course, we had Sam Williams, our project manager. It's his birthday. And, well, Kitty, happy birthday to you. She's just got a half day at work and she's going to enjoy the night. Hope you really do, Kitty. You're a highly valued member of our community and we're really excited to have your birthday today. And, well, it is an oopsie-doopsie, isn't it? They're going to get 2, just over-attack that ball in the infield. And, again, that's the pressure of running at the fielder. I think that might have been the 12th man, Manish Martin, who runs straight past that. Indica Pereira off with a slight injury. Maybe just injured himself, running himself out in the last innings.
Feliz cumpleaños to Kitty. Happy birthday. Have a great one.
Sasi Kumar really needs a breakthrough.
Oh, Gandhi. Good take from Cynthia Raj. Well, this one comes out completely wrong.
Yeah, searching for a Yorker, I think, but he misses by a long way. That bounces on the return crease. Yeah, a few birthdays today. Chris Smith's daughter's birthday. She turns 18. Kitty's birthday. Sam's birthday. Whenever I go Instagram Live, it's always somebody's birthday as well. In the air and dropped. And I don't understand either drop, but I really don't understand the second drop because it pretty much just was still in the air. Jacob clangs the first one, but it's literally hanging up in front of his eyes.
The first was a dolly.
Yeah,
the second one was even a bigger dolly.
That's the one I don't get. Jacob, he's not going to be able to believe that, and neither can Ajith Anthony. And, well, he slams the ground. I'm surprised he didn't miss that as well. Anyway, here's the last ball on the power play. I won't get a run here. So end of the power play, 31 for 1. When you consider the catch that Stevie Roy took and how difficult that was, that's very ECN, isn't it? Jacob drops an absolute dolly, and he doesn't just drop it once, but he drops it twice.
Yeah, that was... I've never seen anything like that because the second time was easier than the first time, and the first time wasn't that difficult either. But it happens. Nobody means to do it, but he just hasn't had the best of times in the field, has he, Jaron Jacobs? I know he is playing through a bit of an injury as well, but that's no excuses, and he'll know that as the two batters, Pal and Matani, they just spend a bit of time having a chat there in the middle because they know what's coming now. As the power play is completed, it's 31 for 1, and it's that man, Stevie Roy, after taking a fantastic one-hander, Jalebi catch, now comes on to see if he can pick up a few wickets.
Poor Jaron Jacob. He's had a few issues in the field this week.
Remember Jacobs, the way he was out when Indica stopped the ball?
He was out, caught in that exact position, wasn't he?
Yep.
Here's Stevie, a little bit short, and this is a really good shot from Ravi Pal. Gets deep in his crease, sees the length, and he times it very well. He's going to crash into the wall that adjoins the cricket field to the tennis court. That's a beautiful bit of timing from Ravi Pal. Cuatro carreras.
Well, the handyman is there. Well, there's the van. Handyman van is there probably because of the number of balls that have gone and smashed into that wall. That whole wall needs mending.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'll tell you what, handyman, it's not a handy place to park your van. Move it. That's what I say.
There's a few cars that are a bit nervous, I think, in the car park behind us. We saw as Member Bali smacked a ball in there yesterday. Yeah, so I want to say a quick hello to Helix as well, and to Jeff Maguire. Hello to you. Saying that, rain ruined the game. England, Australia. The good news is no sign of rain here. We've got just pure sunshine. I hope it stays that way. Roy's just got to pitch up a bit. It's short again, and not really timed this time by Ravi Pal. We'll get a single. So what I will say is Gozo, they won't necessarily be out yet if they lose. They'll be hoping the Warriors get thrashed twice, and I mean thrashed, because the Warriors are also on 6 points. Same as AUM are going to finish on 6 points, but we know their net run rate is fixed and it's better than Gozo's. Quarter wide. So yeah, the Warriors are plus 0.8. Gozo before this, they were minus 1.7. So assuming that goes down a little bit, let's say it goes to maybe 1.8, 1.9, you're hoping for a miracle, really. 200 to 6 might do it. This is hit pretty well. Fielder's out there, does well to skate around and keep it to 1. Yeah, the other thing is, the Warriors, never mind about just not losing by much, they will fancy themselves to beat Marsa. Marsa are 5-1, but they have been exposed at times. I think the Warriors, for me, pound for pound, they're the most improved team in the ECS this year compared to when we saw them last. It's Stevie. This is in the air, hanging. Fielder comes around and takes a very good catch. And Paulson, I know he hasn't really clicked with the bat, but he's fielded excellently today. And so Ravi Pal's going to have to go for 9. Stevie Roy with the wicket. Not his first wicket for the week by any means. He's been good. He's on a little bit short, and this time Ravi Pal tries to hit it straighter. He looked better when he hit it squarer from that length, but it's well handled by Jessamine Paulson at long on. So another wicket, and the Blasters now 38 for 2.
Yeah, very good catch there, and well done, Stevie Roy. And that's 9 wickets that he's taken. He's right up there as one of the leading wicket takers behind Devendra Negi. But yeah, they've got another wicket, and that's what they've got to keep believing here. Look, still 27 runs required. You know now that the two main batters, the main contributors, are in there together. Gaurav Mantani hasn't really got going yet, the captain. Remember, he was out for a first ball of Golden, so he's not in good form. The man who comes out, though, is Narendra Negi. But they will know just to pick up 2 more wickets here, and they can really get themselves in this match. They are the great defenders. And they do it again. Negi to face his first. Just plays this defensively. The batters, good communication and understanding between themselves. You see that Negi just looks up, sees the captain going and goes. No hesitation.
Yeah. So, just trying to work out, is there any way that we can get back into this game? That's what goes over thinking. I suppose taking wickets and taking plenty of them. And these two will be key.
Ouch.
Stevie decides to kick it away.
I think he might have hurt himself there.
Yeah, that's an ankle buster. But he's going to gingerly walk it off. It will be the end of the over as well. It's 40 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, he tries to put the sole of the foot on it. He did this the other day and managed to get it right. This is when you get it wrong. And this time, though, it wasn't hit as hard as the other day. But end of the over, the score moves on to 40. 40 for 2. So they're going along at the right pace. They're right where they want to be. But again, I recap, Gozo, a couple of wickets can change everything. It's a bit of a debate about who they want to bowl this one. And it looks like they're going to go with Abhilash. So it's once again a bit of a change. Trying something different, not going back to Rafiki, can understand that. So Abhilash going to have a bowl, and he's got to get it right straight away. No margin for error. One good over here from the Blasters, and the game goes away.
You need an epic collapse. That's what you're hoping for if you Gozo. Got to get through these 2. And then I think we might see a bit of a mad scramble, but still with 6 overs left, just 25 to get. Shade over 4 and over required. The only way to do it is to run through this batting lineup.
Captain waits, Matani.
On the wicket, Abhilash. Well, this might be out, I reckon it's off the face of the bat. And he's gone. Yeah, it certainly took a deflection, and it wasn't the body. It was definitely outside the line of the body. So Abhilash gets a bit of luck. That's the only way you can describe it. Maitani, his day doesn't get any better. Just watch this. Certainly outside the line of the body. So there's a noise there, and it's probably not a great follow-through from Abhilash, who runs straight down the middle of the pitch. But I think it's a very good decision from Tim Wheeler. So the leg side strangle picks up a victim here. And it's the captain Maitani who has to go for just 3. Bit of a miserable day with the bat for him as he departs. It's 40 for 3.
Yeah, look, that opens this game up. That opens the door. for Gozo because they've got rid of Matani. All right, Negi is still there, but you know, you're asking Narendra Negi to do what he did in the last match again, and as we often say, the same thing is not repeated twice in these T10 games. If he doesn't score here, then there's definitely a chance here for Gozo.
Pretty much hits a wide there because that wasn't going to come back to hit the leg stump.
Yeah,
so he hits a wide and just deflects it into the keeper's gloves. That's one of those ways in cricket. It's very frustrating. Not much you can do about it. Here's Kalyan. He gets beaten across the angle there. You can see the bowler there, Abhilash. He's running right in front of Tim Wheeler, the umpire. Just have a look at the follow through here. This is a bit naughty. It's just an easy thing to do to run off the side of the pitch that you're bowling from. So he likes it, but how are you going to give this out? Because you can't see it. This is the point.
Yeah, can't see it. I don't think there is anything here. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, the umpire is maybe...
Probably not, but I mean...
Kalyan, yesterday we saw him bat very differently when he came in lower down the order.
But just have a look at this. Shots. At the critical moment there, look where the bowler is. The bowler is right in front of the umpire while the play is going on. So I'd like to see a simple rule change in ECN cricket because you don't see it anywhere else. I've only ever seen it in ECN cricket. I'd just like to see a no ball if you run off the pitch the wrong way, unless you're fielding the ball. No ball free hit and watch, it'll stop. And let the umpires do their job. This is actually hit him full in front of the stumps, but I think that angle again is taking it past the stumps. And again, how is the umpire meant to see this? You see, okay, probably spots that the angle's going to take the ball past the off stump, but then he doesn't get a good look at it.
Yeah, tense moments here. Jan, he's having a chat too from Negi. He's probably feeling a bit under pressure. He's being targeted with that Yorker left delivery that's moving away from it.
Kalyan, yeah, hasn't been able to get off the mark just yet. There's another outswinger. He's itchy to get off the mark, but he thinks better of it. So we're on a maiden here from Abhilash, who started with a ball that would have been a wide, but was nicked down the leg side. Good catch, by the way, by Senthil Raj. Moved well to take it.
Yeah, that was a full toss that he just played back down the line as well. This is on the legs again. This time
that's off the leg.
Pad. Yeah. And it will be, though, no runs. This is a maiden, a wicket maiden as well. Quite amazing.
Have a look at this. And if you want to see a follow through down the middle of the wicket, that's definitely off the pad. But have a look at this all the way through. I'm glad this isn't a real pitch, a real turf pitch.
But that's bad, isn't it? That is really
literally
bad.
Going middle stump to middle stump. Well, again, just like to see a bit of counselling for the bowler when that happens. 40 for 3 after 5. Well, we do get into the second half here. So testing little chase now. I mean, you need a bit of luck, I think, if you're going to defend a score in the 60s. They get it with Maitani getting strangled down the leg side. But Gozo, it'll be an improbable defence if they can do it from here. But I think it's their only way they can get through the quarterfinals.
Listen, it's drinks break. And Narendra Negi is going to be on strike for the next ball after drinks break. They get his wicket. Game is on. In fact, I'm going to say if they get his wicket, I think Gozo might even go.
You think so?
Yeah, I just do.
It's a big call.
I just got a feeling that Gozo, to get one more wicket, you've seen there, Kalyan, he's feeling the pressure. One more wicket could make all the difference.
Well,
here.
I'd love for everyone to get in touch with this, and of course you can do it in the live chat. But yeah, why don't you send me a message at Mr. Maximo? You can send Rico1 at Rico4. We will get back to you eventually. Even though I've got a bit of a backlog, I'm trying to clear. I'm trying to knock them over a little bit at a time. And yeah, tell us your questions, tell us your thoughts. I might even check my Instagram now if anyone wants to send me a message. I know a lot of people in India that can't access the YouTube chat because it's on FanCode in India. They have questions as well. So now's a great time to send me a message, and I might even be able to read it out on air. So Stevie, on probably one good ankle now, is going to come on and bowl the next over. Yeah, Negi's the danger man. He's the man that took it away from Gozo in the first game today. Yeah,
huge over this for Stevie Roy. And you can update the maidens graphic because we have another maiden to add to that. A wicket maiden, so well done for Abhilash.
A question from Vinay saying, am I on Josh now? I'm not on Josh just yet. I have heard that European cricket is on Josh. But yeah, maybe I need to check that out. I don't have as much time as probably used to get on the socials just because I spend a lot of my day here with you. And that's not a complaint, that's just a statement. Roy needs to bowl the over of his life here. This is hit straight, hit powerfully, and I think this has gone for 4 as We'll just have a look at this on the replay, but it's a powerful straight pull, basically, from Nagy.
I think it may go all the way.
You think it goes all the way here? Let's have a look on the replay. I had it as 4. It is just, well, I think it's more likely 4 than 6.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell if it's on the rope. I think that's 4.
Yeah, go check the divot.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 runs, but a good hit straight down the ground.
Yeah, that's a circuit breaker, isn't it? Roy bowls that kind of length. Doesn't bowl too many Yorkers. There is one. This is going to swing away, and it's going to swing for a wide.
Yeah, well left this time by Nagy. So deciding, I don't need to chase those. He probably knows again here. Look, where are we at? 21 required.
Yeah.
So I don't think he's not thinking this game is in the bag just yet. He doesn't want to be throwing his wicket away. Roy, can he get his man? Oh, good ball, the Yorker, and gets respected by Narendra Nagy. That's the one that Roy has got so many wickets with. A lot of LBWs with that ball, a lot of clean bowls. But Nagy plays it well. Showing you the maker's name, as they like to say.
Yeah, playing with a full face. Just concentrating on keeping the good ball out and putting the bad ball away. In the air, and this is going to get over the fielder. That's Abhilash who's going to chase it. He'll chase and he will get there. His back heels it back, but they'll come back for a couple.
Yeah, he gets a bit lucky, doesn't he? He's a bit of a false shot. Gets a slice on it. That's a bit of work by the fielders there. Abhilash just knocking it back for Sasi Kumar to get the throw in.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks everyone for your messages again. I'm just going to go through them as we.
And to see the Warriors there turning up, is that the Warriors?
Yeah, see the Warriors. They're in town.
I think that's going to be a really good match.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to the battle between Marsa and the Warriors, particularly as we see this delivery short. We want to go after it. Luckily for him, he doesn't quite get it out of the middle, because I get the feeling that was going to carry maybe more to the field than anything else. It just kept the pace off that slightly. So Kalyan now goes and strike. Hasn't got off the mark yet. He was to face 5 balls for 0. So he's gone back to the way he bats sometimes when he's opening. But yesterday we saw a much better knock from him. I was impressed with the way he batted yesterday. He came out a bit later down the order. Scored a 31 of 19.
He's on his own personal maiden at the moment because he's faced 5 dots. He's got 1 to deal with from Stevie Roy. And get something on this. And so, in the end, he gets off the mark at the 6th attempt, and it will be the end of the over as well. So the Blasters closing in on this slowly but surely. And after 6 overs, it's 49 for 3.
Yeah, 49 for 3. Yeah, going back to that contest, I know Marsa, they've got an array of good batters, but I'm looking forward to seeing if somebody like Rocky Dinesh and also Divyesh Kumar can stay in good form. Divyesh Kumar, when he batted the other day, he looked sensational. He really did. Rocky Dinesh behind the stumps and also with the bat were good. I reckon if those two are in good form, we are really going to see 2 very, very good, interesting contests between Mars at the home side and also Masera Warriors. Okay, back to the action here. It's going to be Abhilash to continue.
Oh.
And why not? They haven't scored a run off him yet.
He does bowl these outswingers, and he's got the angle going across and then swings even more right to left. Look at this go late. So just misses out on hitting the stumps. But here's the thing, it's going to be really difficult for him to get an LBW. So the batter can pretty much block the stumps with his pads.
Not sure why Kalyan is trying to play this on the onside though. Why isn't he playing this on the offside?
Yeah, true. Just drill it to cover for 1.
Again,
this is interesting. Has he hit this onto his foot? This is a really weird one.
I think Tim Wheeler saying he's hit it into the ground.
This is a really interesting one because I feel, just my instinct, we'll slow this as much as we can. Does he nick this onto his pad or his foot? Yeah, well, it definitely hits the foot. My feeling was maybe he nicked it onto his foot and went up and got caught, but I think in the end, probably just. Yeah, it's a weird one. Maybe he bounced it into his foot. Yeah, anyway, back to live action. Let's go. And this one is put away. And the fielder does well. Look who it is, Jaron Jacob. Puts out the one hand and does very well to keep it to 1. Does bring up the 50, though, for the Blasters.
Yeah, Jaron Jacobs does well. Remember, He did drop Ravi Pal, but Ravi Pal didn't go on to score too many more, just added another 6 to the total before he went, so he won't be too worried about that. Good work there from Jarin. Nicely played, got it away.
Question in the chat for you, Kamal, asking, Rico, do you know Hindi? And I'm going to say, yeah, you do.
थोड़ी बहुत ही तो बोल लेंगे, इन्नी था नहीं पर थोड़ी बहुत ही तो बोल लेंगे.
So say hello to Kamal.
Kamal कितना ठीक ठाक हाँ, कितना कितो बोल रहे हैं. And hope that helps answer the question. Kamal, so a little bit.
They're just hanging in there, aren't they? The Gozo side, 14 off 19. They can just get that down to, or get that up to about a run of ball. And a few nervous moments. I think Nagy's still a threat. He's going straight. Now this is a big moment in the game. He's got to catch it, and he does. So well taken by Mohamed Rafiki. And well, finally, Kalyan plays a shot in anger, and he gets it most of the way to the boundary, but he doesn't get it past Mohamed Rafiki. And that will be another wicket. And so Kalyan departs for 2. And the Blasters lose another 51 for 4.
Yeah, Kalyan, 2 of the 11 balls that he faced. I mean, on a day like today, especially when you got Nagy there, you probably don't mind the pace that he's batting at. You just want somebody to stay there. And it's another wicket, and you just again get the feeling with these 14 runs he did that if they can get the wicket of Nagy, anything is on. Hey,
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on this?
I'm going to start trying to zero in on some groups. And I'm going to go to Group B because we've got VOC Rotterdam, who are previous champions. We've got Farmers from Jersey, who we did see last year. Svanholm, who always seem to get drawn with VOC Rotterdam. They were actually back in the original ECL in 2019. Then you've got the Bulgarian side, Indo-Bulgarian, with Prakash Mishra. Hopefully he's fully fit by then. And then you are going to have the team from Malta. And could be AUM, but hasn't been decided yet. Here's over number 8, and Paulson's getting a bowl. And this is cut away, and it's cut away well. A lot of work for the field to do. He's not going to get there. So they haven't got Nagy, and he is the threat. A little bit of length outside the off stump there, and he plays a very good cut shot. Just executes it well. The timing was there. So 4 valuable runs as the Blasters close in on this target.
Yeah, that's a nice shot, isn't it, from Narendra Nagy. He's the man who once again is standing tall for his team, and he just brings it down to now just 10 runs
10
required.
to get. And the danger man on strike. And he's dropped. This is a huge moment in the game. I mean, still 10 to get. And the way this game's gone, if he holds this, then maybe panic can set in. Paulson is caught very well on the boundary, but he didn't have too much time to react, and that one didn't stick.
Yeah, that was hit hard.
This is probably okay.
Yep.
Well bowled. Hey, also, I'm getting a few hellos. I think that everyone enjoyed your Hindi. And I know that a lot of people are appreciating that you can speak to them, including Ajita Adhikari, who said hello back to you, Rico. This is in the air. Now, this has to be caught. It is caught. Well, it's a proper ice cream cone. And, well, he's caught the ball, and then he's lifted up in triumph. And what a good catch that is. I mean, Aswan Sivan, this was about as much pressure as you can get here at the Master Cricket Ground, as the key man Nagy is going to fall just short of the target, and I think some nervous moments ahead for the Blasters.
This is big moments now. That is a really good catch. Well, Jaron Jacobs, he can't catch anything, but he can lift things up. He lifts up, man who takes the catch. Big moment. So, well, Nagy, he gave a really feisty corner bowl chance to Paulson, who couldn't take it, but Paulson does get him, and Nagy has to depart now. This will be interesting. I did say, look, at the drinks interval, get Nagy, anything can happen. At that point, they needed about 20-odd runs. Now it's 10 runs needed.
You can see a lot of that cricket ball coming out the end of the fingers of Sivan. But, yeah, he was holding the ball in the air, and suddenly he was being held in the air. So now you've got Deepak Singh coming in, and look, he can give it a whack. Hits very well straight, but does he have a crack? How do you approach this? Are you just looking for ones, or are you trying to hit boundaries? I like this field. They've brought their mid-wicket and the cover in, trying to save a single.
Yeah, good. I like it. Put the pressure on.
Paulson.
No extras now. No extras.
This is straight to that man, and they're not going to get a run. Wow. What have we got going on here? I just think it's going to be a tight one. Paulson's bowled really well. He can bowl the 10th over as well. I think I would have him bowling the 10th over. He created one chance that he wasn't able to hold on to a return catch of Nagy, and then what a good catch that was by Sivan in a pressure situation. Now this is in the air, and fielder needs to make the stop. He does. Comes around well. Keep it to 1. So Deepak Singh's off the mark at the end of 8 overs. We're going into the 9th, and the score is 56 for 5 with 9 runs required off the last 2 overs. Normally we'd say they'd do that with their eyes closed, but it hasn't been that kind of a week, and the Blasters just have a nervous little finish coming up.
I get the feeling we're going into the last over here. It looks like Rafiki is going to be bowling this one. Look, Rafiki, early on in the series, he was opening the bowling with Sasi Kumar, and him and Sasi Kumar were doing great stuff together. So if he can find his rhythm here, and look, he's bowling here now. He's going to be pumped. He's going to be pumped because he knows that he bowls good over here. They've got a great chance of pulling off another great defence. 9 required. 8 gives us a golden ball. But don't forget about that. That could happen. Remember, I did say last night I could see something special happening on the golden forefront here today. Rafiki has got to be bang on the money, though. He can't be bowling any extras.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. I think you don't, with only 9 to play with, you can't really be giving extras away. So what are they going with? What sort of a field? I think they're just going with the 5. And they are going with the 5 outfitters. Here we go with the 9th, and it's going to start with a dot ball. That one really exploded off the pitch from Rafiki as well. 9 off 11 now. I said they got to bring it back to a run and ball. They've almost done it, but stress almost. That one really took off.
Yeah, no foot movement at all. So it's going to be more the same here. Oh, no. That's what you can't be bowling. You can't be bowling the wides.
Yeah, well, you can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the ball away from the batter to induce the swing and miss. Unfortunately, his head's blocking the line there, so I don't get a very good look at that. This is okay, though. I mean, you take that so far.
Yep.
Just 1 off the first 2 balls, essentially.
Yeah, batters here. I mean, okay, Kohad, he's at the other end. He hasn't faced the ball yet, so he's not keen to get to the other end. It's going to be another wide.
Good movement. That one just swings, takes off.
It seems to be wide dot. Just get one straighter.
Look at the movement. Swings from the hand, really.
Take his time. He's also bowling really, really quickly here as well. Oh, no.
Well, this fine.
He could have been a wide, but he turns it into a good one. Great stop there from the keeper. We're going into the last here, folks. We're going into the last.
So soon. Yeah, he completely messes this up. In fact, he's pretty lucky that doesn't hit his pads and come back onto the stumps. And Rafiki, that's the one that doesn't swing. Now it's in the air. Not going to carry to the fielder. Just needs to eat it and make sure it's only 1. So meanwhile, you've got Kohad out there. He hasn't even faced the ball yet. So he's been there for ages. 6 off 8. Oh, boy. Gee willikers. Are we heading for a golden ball? I mean, we had one in Malta last year on our last day of the season, actually. And it's the kind of thing with the golden ball, you'd have to favour the bowling team as long as they don't bowl wide, just because the scoring's been so low here in Malta.
So what we got? How many balls in this left? 2 or 1?
I think we're down to 2 left in this over. They can win it with 1 swing of the bat. Oh, well fielded. Now they're going to almost have a run out. We should have a run out.
It's got to be run out. Yeah. Oh, well, the game up says this has got to be out. I mean, you got to go for this run. I mean, why they stop, I don't know. You got to go for it.
Either way, it's no score. Let's just have a look at, does he have the ball here, and where's the batter? He's probably back anyway.
Just back.
He did have the ball.
Just back. But, yeah, I mean, you just go for the run. And what's happening here now? What's the... He wants to get rid of his helmet, I think. That's
as soon as that bat is in there, then he's going to be fine. So, I mean, it's not a run. So it's probably not that relevant if it's a wicket or not, with wickets to play with. But, yeah.
If nobody's coming to get my lid, I'm just going to leave it
here. So
it'll
be 6 off 7. And, yeah, they're fine for time here. So there's no issues there. This would be remarkable if Gozo could defend 70, 65, and now 64 to make the finals. And the Blasters, I mean, they're so close yet so far. I mean, like I said, they can win the game with a Maximo. I just don't think have we even had one in this game? I don't think so. We've had 1.
We had 1. One in the match.
Hit 1, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right, huge delivery. Last ball of the over. Hits it, and does he get fingers on this?
Got to get 2. I think he does. Got to go for 2. In comes the throw. They're not taking the 2.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, well,
crazy.
I don't know if they would have gotten it. I didn't know if he got a fingertip to that.
I think he does, because otherwise I'm surprised he doesn't go to the boundary. It was well thumped.
I mean, if they'd gone for 2, I feel like probably would have been run out, because it was a remarkable take by the bowler. So anyway, that was a pretty good shot by Kohad. He's off the mark. 60 for 5. 5 runs required off the last over. Well, it might be raining down under, but right here, the players are under pressure. And the Blasters, they're 5 runs away from a spot in the quarterfinals. But it seems so far at the moment. Gozo going to turn to Paulson, and I think that makes sense. He bowled a pretty good first over. And, well, strap yourselves in. It's going to be a big finish. Paulson went for a boundary first ball, but then he got the big wicket of Nagy. And there are only 5 in total off that over.
What's with this field with 2 men out on the boundary and the offside?
Well, they don't want to concede a boundary. I get that. All right. Not a great delivery first up, but it'll only be a single. And so that means that we'll get Deepak Singh on strike. Yeah, I suppose what you're saying is we've got enough infielders, we think, to save a lot of singles in here, but also we don't want to concede a boundary, because now if you concede a boundary, you lose.
I don't think the ball is going to be cut to the man.
They do have 2 out there.
You only
probably
need
get away
one
with
out
one.
there. Get one more in.
You're trying to get a swing and a miss out of Deepak Singh. He misses. And that's exactly what happened. So 4 off 4. Oh, high drama here. Well, I know there's a few birthdays around today. This is a good birthday present. We've got 2 teams on the brink of the exit. And one team's going to be pushed off the cliff in the next 4 balls. Or are we headed for a golden ball?
He's got to use his feet, come down the track.
Misses again. No call from the umpire. And he just sneaks this in, Paulson. 4 off 3, so we're above a run of ball for the first time that I can remember. And this is a good call from the ump. It's definitely inside the line at the point that it passes the popping crease. But Paulson's playing with fire. 4 off 3 now. 3 singles makes it a golden ball. Goes for it, and, well, if this gets the rope, it's game over. It is going. It is not going to make the rope. They're going to come back for 2. Wow, if they hit the stump, it would have been gone. Wow, I thought for a second this was running away for 4.
2 off 2. They got to run. Whatever happens, you got to run. At least that would tie the scores. You can't lose.
Direct hit there probably has him short. So now, you pretty much got to run no matter what. Force them to make the play. They're going to bring in some extra infielders. And, well, here we go. 2 runs for victory. A single will tie it. And he does hit it for what should just be a single. It will be. Scores tied, and we're going to the last ball. Any score gets the Blasters into the quarterfinals. But if there is no score, it will be a golden ball. Golden ball 37, potentially just around the corner. And they're going to bring everyone in. This makes sense. You also need someone to cover the stumps at the bowler's end. Wow, Rico, we've had some thrillers in Malta.
Here we go. Get your running shoes on.
Kohad needs to hit the ball and run. And, well, Nowdy is just blocking the ball and saying, hold on a second.
Where you going? Where you going?
Look at all the field. They're coming in. And Kohad, any score to take the Blasters into the finals. And he will get the runs he needs. In fact, that one will run away. And I think it'll be 4. So Kohad gets the Blasters there off the very last ball of match 18. And I think that, I know we'll have to wait and see what happens this afternoon, but that will be the strike that sends Gozo heading out of the tournament.
Oh, that's such a shame. And, I mean, what can you say about Gozo? Just fight all the way. I said at the halfway point at the drinks interval and to get Narendra Nagy, and it's done, and they're feeding it there. Of course they are. But look, you've got to be upbeat. You've got to, I mean, I'm not sure what they're talking about there. Something's going on there, I don't know. There's a lot of things going on. I don't know. There's a lot of debate, a lot of talk. Maybe they're not happy with the ball is being bowled. They're still going on. I don't know what the debate is there, but look, they just got to be proud of what they've achieved. Look, they've won 3 matches. That's something sensational. And they almost got, well, I called it yesterday. I said these 2 teams are going to provide us with the golden ball. It doesn't happen, but it came close, didn't it?
Yeah,
wow.
Look, here's the thing. You say it's a shame. I mean, not for the Blasters fans. I mean, let's think about the fact that when it came down to it, Kohad under pressure. He needed to get bat on ball. He did exactly that. He got plenty of bat on the ball as well. Had the courage to go for his shot and executed it really well. I think the issue there with the last ball, they needed to get it outside the off stump because a swing and a miss was certainly one way that you could force the dot. As it was, Kohad was able to get the runs he needed off the last ball. But Gozo, well, they were pretty animated at the end, as you'd imagine. I mean, they've improved so much. They end up walking away with 3 wins in the series. Like I say, with a net run rate, I don't think it'll be enough to get them into the quarterfinals. But still, they're a team that we love to watch. They're a fan favourite. And, well, they fought with every fibre of their beings to defend this 64.
Yeah, they certainly did. They did most things right, didn't they? I mean, you got little things that didn't go their way. Of course, you're going to see a catch that comes up. As, that one was the only 6 that was hit. But that was absolutely fantastic. There's your Delebi catch there. And, well, if one man is going to give you everything, it's Stevie Roy. And when he came with the bowl as well, he was pretty good as well. And big moment also coming up. This one, look, had 2 bites of the cherry, drops them both. And that's 9 extra runs that Ravi Pal was able to then put onto the board. But, well, talk about Ravi Pal. This was a nice shot played by him before, he goes for the big one down the ground. And what a good catch this was as well. And that's one thing that Gozo have really improved on. Their bowling and their catching has been so good. And that's what always keeps them in the hunt. That's what always means you can't write them off. And that's why I didn't write them off at that point. I knew that if you could get Narendra Negi out, anything could happen. And this was a big moment, though, wasn't it? It was the captain, Matani. Just, well, sometimes you just get unlucky with those. Just getting the bit of the bat there, being caught well by Senthil Raj. And this one, well, good hit from Negi. But you just got the feeling he's the man that you needed to get. If you could get him, anything can happen. Kalyan, he played well yesterday. Finally found his form with the bat. But today, he went back to that not being able to get too many runs of the balls that he was facing mode. And when he does try to up it, he gets caught behind this one. This is a big moment. That was the one that mattered. And what a good catch it was from Siva. Taking the one of Narendra Negi. And you can see there that Jacobs knew the importance of that one. But the Blasters managed to just hold their nerve. And then needing 5 off the last over. There was a couple of dots there. A couple of wides there as well, which hurt them. But still, full credit to the batter there right at the end. He gets the ball in the zone, puts it away. A lot of discussion, a lot of talk. But you know what? Look, you can't just base it on that one ball that's been bowled. It's the whole thing. A lot of things that could sway the way this match goes. But they need to be very proud of what they've did. Look, it's not a foregone conclusion yet. We're not going to say that they haven't made it because, as we said, there's 2 matches coming up this afternoon between Marsa, the home side, and the Masita Warriors. Well, if the Masita Warriors lose badly in both matches, it is still a probability because remember the Warriors are on the same points as Gozo, so anything can still happen. But you just get the feeling when you look at that lineup there from the Warriors, the likes of Rocky Dinesh, Shijal Joy as well, and Sukumaran, he's been absolutely brilliant. I mean, they are a very strong team. One thing I'm not seeing there, I'm not seeing the name of Kumar, so I don't know if he's not available for the first or both games. That's going to be a big miss for them.
Yeah, for sure. So this is coming up, and it's coming up in around about 25 minutes. So
I'm
join
looking
us for
forward
that.
to seeing the Bristow baby.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a very, very interesting finish. Yeah, Bristow baby coming into the lineup. Looking forward to that. And Sunil Seamup comes in for Master for another opportunity. So yeah, join us for that. But yeah, right here, right now, it was a dramatic finish to this game, defending only 64. And yeah, Gozo, they pushed them all the way. In the end, I think they only gave it 1. I'm sure that ball went to the rope before they completed the run. Anyway, whether that gets fixed or not sure. But I can tell you, Gautam Singh 21 is really important when you look back at that scorecard. Negi with 13. And then, yeah, Deepak Singh and Kohard. Well, Kohard ends up coming up with that winning run off the very last ball of the game. And well, Gozo, they fought hard, but they didn't have too many to play with. They were the master defenders in the end. They couldn't quite do it. Good team effort, really. Nobody going double digits. No one too expensive. And Paulson, look, in the end, look at his figures, 1 for 10, as he kept them in the game, but couldn't quite get them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone there bowled so well. You can't really say that there was a bad bowler. I mean, Abhilash, look at those bowling figures. 2 wickets that he picked up and only just giving away 2 runs. That was absolutely brilliant. He was the one who got them back in the game. Don't forget, took the prize wicket off the captain, Matani, and bowled really, really well. But they just fought all the way. That's what you expect them to do. They couldn't have given it any more, and they certainly have. Once again, we know they're a team that have got a lot of fans, a lot of followers, and they've just added thousands more to that. They're a team that the neutral always likes to support. And they did themselves proud here, won 3 matches, but is it going to be enough? We suspect not, but we'll have to wait and see. But also, big well done to the Pujiba Blasters. I mean, they were a team that were unlucky last time round, weren't they? They did get through to the quarterfinals, but the weather played its part, and AUM, being the team that finished higher up the standings, were the ones that progressed with that match, their quarterfinal being abandoned. So they're looking to go all the way this time. But, I mean, though they've got that victory there, or these victories there, they know that they've got to improve. And they'll be hoping that when it comes to playing against the big boys, that they can be better with the bat. But this match, the next one, Malta between the Masita Warriors, going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, sure will be. So join us in just over 15 minutes. We'll be back to take you into the afternoon session. Malta and the Warriors going head-to-head. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full as well. And we'll be back with more cricket on ECN just around the corner. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground on a beautiful sunny day, a day that is perfect for cricket, and I'm enjoying the grandstand here. This is a nice little addition to this ground, and we have seen brilliant weather all week, and we've seen some brilliant cricket as well, and now we're going to get ready for the afternoon session. Two teams at the top of the table, essentially at the start of the day at least. It's Master versus the Mosquito Warriors in matches 19 and 20, starting with a toss for match 19. Out in the middle, I can tell you, that's Stefan Gooch is with two captains. Let's see who wins the toss.
Say the call. Head. Head's the call. Toes.
We're going to bat.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All the best. Thank you.
So it is Niraj Khanna who steps in at the toss and he wins it. He decides that he wants to bat, and I can understand that. I think Malta, they've had a pretty good time of it so far. They're 5-1. Their only loss, though, let's not forget, and I'm sure they haven't forgotten, they were rolled by Gozo, who knocked them out for just 30. That was batting first, but I think for the most part they've been good. I've got to say, I like Harun Magal at the top of the order. I'd like to see some more of that. I think he's got the strokes required. He's been underutilised, I think, in this series. But, well, Malta, they can lock up top spot with at least one win this afternoon. Even if they don't win, they might still hold on to top spot on net run rate because they did start the day 2 games clear of the field. The Msita Warriors, though, they need to play well enough to make sure that they still qualify, and theoretically they could go out with 2 heavy losses, so they'll want to avoid that. I think the Warriors, they've been one of the most improved teams, I think, in this series compared to what we've seen from them before. So I think it'll be a really good finish to the day and the finish to the week here. And I'll tell you what, I'm getting a little bit too comfortable, Rico. I might stay here for a little while. It's over to you. Let's get the game started. Match 19. I can tell you that Malta, they've won the toss. They're going to have a hit.
He's enjoying himself too much there. Sat out there in the sun and the stands. I noticed that he didn't use his deodorant today because no spectators sitting next to the Maximo as we get ready to start this match. Malta, they've only lost the one match. They'll be looking to come back strong in this one up against the Msita Warriors. The Warriors, one thing I'm noticing there, they haven't got Dinesh Kumar in their side, so they're missing one key batter. I'm certainly looking forward to Bristow Baby. That's got to be one of the best names that you'll see on a cricket pitch. So let's see what Bristow Baby has to offer. Malta side, I think you have a look at that lineup. Got so many good players there. Costa there, Fine Mughal as well. Harun Magal, as Vinny said, I did like him opening up the other day. Look out for Uttam Banik. He's a new find for them. The player that's come over from the UK and playing here at the Malta club. A very good player, a good leg spinner as well. The umpires are out in the middle. Stefan Gooch and Tim Wheeler ready for the start of this one. It will be Stefan Gooch, and he's going to be at the bowler's end. And, well, the bat versus ball wall says 92 in favour of Malta in this one. So Malta looking to get a close victory over the Warriors here. No real stability really with the batting, I suppose you could say, because after we said that we like Harun Magal, the captain out there opening, he's decided that it's his brother that should get a crack at the whip. So Fine Magal is going to be opening. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment, whereas Noel Kozler, I think you can't really change Noel from being up there. He's a steadier. He'll plot along, but will also put away the bad ball. There we go. Where's delivery? And it's a Baden. It's a big wide. Not the best of starts there from Bristow Baby. Welcome to Bristow Baby. Well, was registered as a batter. Maybe he's a bit of an all-rounder. I like a bit of Bristow. And we are coming close to Christmas time. Everybody wants a bit of Bristow for Christmas. This one also adjudged to wide, only just catching the line slightly. So another wide called. Stefan Gooch. The baby better. Oh, he's getting closer and closer, isn't he? That's more like it. He's a tall man, isn't he? And you get the feeling, if you've got that height, that you will get that ball to talk a little. And this one's a bit fuller, better length. Kozler was looking just to guide that out on the off, not able to. Another good one. This time Kozler just allowed this to go through. Just practicing that leave again. We'll see it one more time. There you go, Noel. Perfected that one. Plays it out into the off. Thinks about taking a single, but is sent back. The ball gets thrown into the gloves of Rocky Dinesh. He's going to be a key player in this one, Rocky. Good afternoon. And, well, I should say good afternoon, maybe good evening, or perhaps even good morning to a lot of our global viewers, wherever you're tuning in from around the world, and also to all of our loyal and faithful followers on the chat. Lovely to have you with us. Namaste, assalamu alaikum, sastri akal. I'm a 1 to everybody watching by FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Asking the question, it's no, says the umpire. I don't know if there was any bat on this. It's pretty high, but it's straight, so keep an eye on this. I mean, yeah, it's certainly worth a shout. I mean, if there's no bat involved in that, I mean, that is close. You can see the bowler thinking, well, why isn't it? You go back to the end of the over. It's not a bad over at all. Just the 2 runs from it, and those 2 runs were wides. So we've seen that before. As we have a look at some of the top performers here. Let's focus on the Marsa batters to start with. Fine Mughal right up there, 131 runs. Noel Khosla, 106, and then Niraj Khanna, he's got 90 to his name. Gone a little bit off the boil lately on the other side as well. Rocky Danesh is up there with Sukumaran, and then Mohan, the left-hander, who is batted round. They'll be happy to have him back in the side, and bowlers. Numan Mahir right up there for Marsa, and Shizal Joy is the top wicket taker for the Masida Warriors. So there's plenty of good players to be seen in these 2 matches between both these sides. Marsa, of course, they come into this match sitting pretty at the top. We'll have a chance to see those tables at the end of this over, but just that one setback when they lost to Gozo. Well, they were thrashed by Gozo, weren't they? Let's face it. And isn't that ironic? As Tom Thomas comes in again. This one's nicely played down the ground. Yeah, ironic that the team that have beaten Marsa, team at the top, the only team to have the 1 defeat, is Gozo, the team that we may not see again. It's very strange. And Gozo winning 3 matches or edge, and this will be stopped by the man at 3rd. It's good work. Nice clean hands there from Tony Lewis. Yeah, Gozo winning 3 matches and may not make it through to the finals Friday next week, all because, well, net run rate. Tom Thomas again, nice tidy line, just keeping that ball outside the off peg. This is the reason, I mean, this is why I want to dwell back to the fact that I'm very surprised that they haven't gone for someone like Haroon Mughal, or maybe even the likes of Numan Mahir opening. I just think you're at a point now, Marsa, this one has been thumped, and it will be 4 runs, 1 bounce 4, and Fire Mughal, let's get after it. And that leads on nicely to what I was about to say. You need to have in the power play, for me, batters that can do this, that can hit the ball big and out of here. Fire Mughal, we know he can do it, but Fire Mughal is somebody that I'd rather hold back. I'd rather hold him back, have him coming in about number 4, because depending on the match situation, he can play both roles pretty well. Whereas the likes of Numan Mahir and I think Haroon Mughal, I think they're just natural hitters of the ball. That's a beautiful shot. Too much whip. And he played one over the mid-wicket boundary, and this one has been cut away beautifully. So Mughal, basically, once again, just well, highlighting what I'm talking about. He's not just a big hitter. He's a classy stroke player. So he's somebody who can come in a bit lower down and play whatever role you need to. Well, that's a look at that table, as I was saying. Very, very interesting. So the Blasters, they've guaranteed their place next Friday into the quarterfinals day. But you can see there, Masida Warriors, and they've got an opportunity to try and get up there as well. Maybe be looking to try and finish second themselves if they can get a couple of victories over Marsa. But Gozo, they're a team now that sit at the bottom, and the only thing that could really help them is if Marsa deliver 2 punishing defeats to the Warriors. It may just help the rate, net run rate, the Warriors really go down substantially, and Gozo be able to then make it into next Friday's finals, or quarterfinals day. Good areas again from Bristow. Bristow serving up some good deliveries here. This has been well hit, and this one will go to the boundary. Positive shot this time from Khosla, and a proper shot, a pucker shot. He puts his foot to the pitch of this one. Just watch this, beautifully played. Nice distribution of weight as he gets that through. Really, really nice shot. Nicely played. Chris Smith, enjoy the birthday of your daughter. And birthday seems to be the theme for today. This one is being worked away as well. Not a good reply from the bowler. Goes for the Yorker length delivery, gets it wrong. And it's been worked away by Kosler. So it's 4 more back-to-back boundaries. So Kosler, after biding his time and getting his eye in, well, it's in now as he plays this one away. Yeah, Vinny Sandhu will join us soon. He's still tucking into a bit of birthday cake, I reckon. Could be sat in those stands somewhere, munching away. And happy birthday to Sam Williams, the project manager here of the European Cricket Network team. His birthday today. This one is gone. Soft dismissal after 2 nice shots played by Kosler. This one he just put straight into the hands of Vipin. Vipin is not going to drop those. The first wicket, and it's a wicket for Bristow, baby. Gets the wicket. Not a good shot at all from Kosler, and he departs. Just as I said, he bided his time, got himself in, started seeing the ball, played 2 nice boundaries, 2 fours for his efforts, and then he goes and gets himself out. And really, this is a really soft dismissal. Doesn't follow through with the shot at all, and that's the thing. And it's something I think I've said about Kosler before when I've seen him play. There are times when he is out like that, he just doesn't really go through with the shot, and it allows Vipin to take a very simple catch. And Bristow baby getting his European Cricket Series first wicket, so well done to him. He's still got a couple of deliveries in his spell, 1 for 10 so far. This is where his teammates say, let's go baby, let's have another. And this one's nicely played, and oh, it's a bit of a fumble there, so Niraj Khanna will get the boundary straight away. Not the best bit of ground fielding here. I mean, it's well hit, but you've got to stop this. And the fielder doesn't get anything behind it. And I know it's bobbling away, but that's why you need to get your body behind it. 4 runs. And Bristow will be boiling over with the thought of that one. In the same area, but this time no run, as Niraj Khanna has been sent back, and he's been sent on the floor as well. Here comes the throw. It's a good job he keeps his bat down here. Oh well, I mean, he could have had him here. He could have had him. He really could have. I mean, is this sportsmanship beyond belief? Because look, here comes the throw. He's in here. Now watch here. All he's got to do is take those bails off and he's out. So maybe that's just being fair. And also I think the wicketkeeper Rocky's probably saying, okay, maybe he is taking evasive action. So that could come down to it as well. So, but anyway, he doesn't take them off. I like that. Let's play competitively, but let's be fair as well. And end of 3 overs, and the power play is completed. Here's 26 for 1. Not a bad start there from Baby as well. 14 he concedes, but he does get that 1 wicket. And it is now time for the captain to come on. Starts a bit leggish. Niraj wants it. And really good pick-up on throw, actually, from Shijal Joy. Gets down to the other end. Gets not the first time that he's done this off his own bowling. Pretty sharp, and he's got a pretty good throw as well. Once again, right on the money. Batter does get himself in, though. Niraj Khanna started the series in good form. He was the not-out batter of the day when he had his 2 knocks. So it's played out. They'll take another single. And those first matches in the wins against the AUM, he was batted really well with 22 not out of 15. Then he went on to back that up with another good knock, solid knock, 48 not out of 25. Oh, this has been absolutely whacked. This is big. That goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. porque eso es una grande. Well, that is hit so well and so hard that the Kookaburra does make its way into the archery field. Well, this is a bit of a bullseye. What a lovely shot that is. And, well, watch it. There it goes into the archery field. And there you go. That one's right on the money. The bullseye shot there from Fayum Mughal. He picked this up so well. Beautiful shot. Timing was awesome. And the execution good as well. So Chisel Joy, the captain. Knows he's got to get that length perfectly right. He's going to be in trouble once more. And this time goes too wide. We've seen Fayum Mughal play a very handsome cut shot already in this innings. So I don't think that's probably the area to be bowling to him. Captain, halfway through his first over, 8 balls from it, 35 for 1. High up in the air, opportunity, caught and bowl chance, and taken is a bit of an ice cream cone. And, well, that's one way to spike the ball. He spikes it by doing the bowling action, but he gets the wicket. This was not easy. Fayum Mughal goes. One in the big hit, one in to take on the captain, Chisel Joy, one more time. But Chisel Joy, like he does, he always comes back, and he's the one who's got the smile on his face. Hits the toe end of the bat, goes a long way up in the air, and the catch, he takes it, but this is a proper ice cream cone, isn't it? And then he spikes it into the ground, doing the old bowling action as he gets the congrats of some of his teammates. So 35 for 2. And Fayum Mughal, he's a good one to send back early. He'll go for 16 of the 7 balls that he faces. And it is the captain, Chisel Joy, that gets his wicket. A nice little moment for him, and a nice moment there for the Warriors as well. Just sending back one big player. Well, one Mughal goes, and another enters. So it's now Haroon Mughal. Batted very well the other day when we saw him open. Came up opening the batting and performed beautifully well. 30 of 13 when they chased down the blaster score. Plays this well confidently. Nice throw, but Niraj Khan is already there. Yeah, Malta, they did the double over the blasters. 109 to 46 in match number 15. And then the match, last match yesterday, the blasters got to 65, but Malta got them with plenty of deliveries go. 20 balls to go. Haroon Mughal batted very well. And I still do believe that maybe Mughal and somebody like Koslet should open up perhaps then with somebody like Fayum Mughal, or even the likes of Numan Mahir coming in at the number 3 mark. This one gets played away and he takes the single. So very keen to just keep the score ticking here on Marsa. End of the over. So 4 overs down here now. 37 for 2. Yeah, Marsa will be acutely aware of the fact that the other day, with all of the depth and power that they have in their batting squad, that it was Gozo that were able to skittle them for 30. Gozo then went on to win that match. So Captain Haroon Mughal would have had stern talks with his the team then, and said, right, okay, we're not having that again. We're too good a side to be performing in that way. And he's probably asking all the batters to stand up tall and fight, and that includes himself. Niraj Khan. One strike. Tries to make a bit of room for himself to cut this away. Oh, it's another glaring. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Please don't show this again, please. That's Manuel Anthony, and this is a huge midfield. I mean, there's some bad ones. They don't count worse than this. That is terrible, I have to say. And then the ball goes over the rope. He tries to put his foot on it, and he could have broken his foot there as well. Well, he has been dispatched from that area. Yeah, but they still keep him on the boundary. But yeah, that was not a good look. And Sukumaran will not be happy about that. This has been worked away. And take a single, so they get the strike rotated. Then Niraj Khanna has been the batter that has been rewarded with 2 boundaries by 2 glaring misfields. Sukumaran gets this in the block hole. Once again, another fielder not able to grab hold of the ball. But this time round, no extra given, and you can see Sukumaran having a look at the field and say, hey, come on guys, let's lift our game here. Short at the batter, no run, that will be 1 for the over. Why is this one in? And going for the shot is Khanna, but takes his eye off it here, look, for a long period of time. Doesn't really have any idea where this ball is. Can't bowl it again. He wants it. And they're asking the question, shake of the head from Wheeler. Get a chance to see it again. It's good running. Haroon is very quick between the wickets. You'll see he comes in here and, well, I tell you what, I'd like to see that again, because I got the feeling there, if we slow this down, I'm suspecting that the bat hasn't been grounded at the point the bow's come off. Just here, I mean, is that bat down or not? That is so close. I tell you what, the umpire backing himself. And, oh, that is really close. Really, really close. I don't know if they are looking at this again, but yeah, great work once more there from our production partner, Spring Productions, and this Karina and Coriolis that are here at the ground. But oh, I think it only just gets there. Only just. Really close, closer than it looked. I mean, the way the umpire reacted, he's like, nah, there's no way, but that is really close. Firmly struck, work to be done by the fielder. No mistakes. Picked it up on the bounce, gets the throw in quickly, and off another over. And as we get to the halfway point, a good time to welcome back Mr. Maxwell Vinny Sandhu, who, well, there's a question. They say, I told you there's a lot of pies here, Malta. The pies are brilliant. And without saying who ate all the pies, well, who ate all the cake? Who ate all the birthday cake? That's what you've been doing.
Cake looks amazing. I wasn't quick enough to get any yet, actually.
I've
been too busy working.
I don't believe you.
Oreo cheesecake.
It was good.
Birthday cake.
It was good.
Yeah, so happy birthday to Sam. And, of course, to Kitty and to Chris's daughter as well, that's watching as well, and to everyone else that's having a birthday. It's amazing, actually. I was Googling celebrity birthdays, and there's a fair few. It shows you how many celebrities there are. If you think about there's 365 or 366 days in the year, there always seems to be about 40 or 50 people that are notable that have a birthday. So, you know, sometimes when people say things like, you know, are you famous or not, I try and say that everyone is famous. Everyone's on the spectrum. You know what I mean? Because everyone's known. Yeah. So, you know, everyone's famous to at least their friends.
Yeah, I think it's as the old saying goes, everybody has their moment of fame.
You just want to be known for the right reasons.
Yeah,
that's the thing as well. Hey, what about these two teams? And you can see kind of lift in firepower, I suppose, with these two teams compared to what we saw this morning. And yeah, Gozo, I was just crunching some numbers, and the Warriors would have to lose by kind of an average of 83 runs or something like that. So I imagine if they lose both games by 83 runs, then their net run rate would be so low it would dip below Gozo. So it seems like a long shot. But Malta, I mean, they're batting pretty well. I've got to say, I'm a big fan of Bristow Baby.
Bristow Baby.
Came straight in, and they opened with the baby, and he came up with the goods. I'm liking it.
Yeah, Bristow Baby. And, of course, a lot of viewers, probably viewers my age and above, will remember. I don't know. I mean, I think Bristow is still around. Bristow, the older granules, gravy granules, but I remember the classic Bristow adverts. So yeah, as soon as I saw that name, that took me back to some of those Bristow gravy adverts.
Yeah, It takes me back to some of my favourite BB names. I know Danny Hudacek's favourite is Barty Banger in Italy. He plays his cricket for Albano. Yeah, Barty Banger is a pretty good BB name, but I think Bristow Baby, pretty close.
I like Bristow Baby. I do like it.
I'm going to message Danny right now and see which one he likes better. Anyway, here we go with Tony Lewis coming on. Sit down the ground for a single. Haroon McGall, nice to see him getting to the crease, and he's got time to do some damage.
I reckon he must have a nickname that they use when he's on the pitch, because you wouldn't be shouting out, "Hey Bristow, well bowled Bristow," and I don't think he was saying, "Come on baby, come on baby."
I think you would be saying, "Come on baby." And remember Jörg Hershey, who we might see for overseas, his nickname is Babes.
Yeah.
It's on the back of his shirt because that's what his wife Carmen called out to him in front of all his teammates once.
Been well struck, and it's going to be well stopped as well. Good work. There's been some shabby fielding, it has to be said, but there's been some good fielding as well, and that was really nice work. And well, we're talking about Baby. That was Baby doing the work. So well done, Bristow Baby. And he's saying, there you go. You're not getting past me. He's a tall man as well, so he's got tall reach. Good stop from him.
Yeah, nicely done. He's added a lot to this team already.
Hit into the same area again by Haroon McGall. After Bristow tidies it up.
Yeah, so Massa tracking at about 87 pace at the moment. Just being held back a little bit by the Warriors. It's a good area. Now, I think he's got something down here.
Niraj is saying, "Hey, come on, I'm a wicket keeper. I know that's not out. Look where my foot is." And just here, yeah, he's all right. He's got plenty of that.
Shuffling it around a bit. He's saying, "Hey," he should have saying, "Hey, well, you stay in your line. You have no problem." I mean, that's actually pretty smart batting. I think sometimes when we've seen batters wander out of their crease, you just got to be sure where the ball is before you leave your crease, and that's pretty much what Kanna does there. Make sure he has something grounded. Uh-oh. Well, this has been a bit of a running theme now, isn't it? And I don't think the Warriors are laughing. This one just blasts straight through the fielder and 4 more runs.
Yeah, well, I reckon, I mean, Niraj has picked up, I've got to say here now, I think 9 runs, possibly 12 runs, where it should have been singles, but he's got 12 from them because of this. This is the fourth time I think he's done this, where he's played the shot and he's gone through the fielder, and it's the second time a fielder has been changed from one position to another, and this time it's Tom Thomas. Looks like he's being moved, so they're going to try somebody else. Vipin Mohan is going to come into that area of the field. Next, please, as they say. And sooner or later, they'll get one right. Tony Lewis bowls his last delivery, and it's an absolute beaut. How does this miss? This is a Jaffa. It really is. Such a great delivery. What a seed this is. How does this not hit anything? Have a look at this, Vin. This is amazing. How does that not catch the stumps?
Plays inside it. It's a strange one because it's not like it went away from him. If anything, came back. But it was a very good piece of bowling. That's the area. And look, even Tim Wheeler, he appreciated that. End of the over. 52 for 2 after 6 overs.
Yeah, only Bristow Baby has bowled himself out. He bowled his 2. He's conceding 14, but did pick up a wicket. So now a chance to see who you want to come next. I think they're going to stay with the Sukumaran. Makes good sense. He bowled nice and tidily. Just gave 8 away. So here we go. Let's see how he starts here. Starts well. It's on the money. Good effort. Acrobatic effort to try and stop this. And then comes the throw to keep the batters just to the 1.
Yeah. They need a little bit of wriggle on, don't they? Can McGall bring that spark? It's been workmanlike. He's been the beneficiary of a couple of misfields. Look at his scoring rate, 17 off 12. Hasn't exactly set the world on fire. Sukumaran hoping to break through.
In the air, chance if the fielders can get to it, but it's going to drop short. And Niraj Khanna, you see, before the ball is bowled, he's taken a big step outside the off stump. He wants it in that arc to play that particular shot. It's not quite there.
Classic Bermuda Triangle situation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The infielder was going back, the 2 outfielders coming in. It was hit really high, but just into a perfect pocket of space.
Shorter one. Latches onto this pretty well. Be a single. He doesn't mind banging the ball in, does he? Sukumaran. Nice short delivery. Saw him bowl one earlier to Niraj Khanna.
Yes, Sukumaran's been pretty good here. Khanna, he's just trying to up the ante.
This is well bowled. I'm liking this delivery, liking the thinking from the bowler. He knows that Khanna wants to make room for himself. So what does he do? He follows him. He attacks him with it. And then it was Mughal. It's in the firing line this time. It's all happening at that end, isn't it? All happening at that end. The batter's end with the throws and the fielding at this long off area. Vipin is very, very straight here now at long off. And now he's got some work to do, but he will get there. And yeah, he's all right. He's all right.
He got
there.
the easy one though, didn't he? Although some of them were pretty easy that were missed before.
You gotta
Just
say,
had a flashback actually earlier in the innings then.
yeah, Tom Thomas's one. They don't come any easier than that.
Fair point. So Sukumaran, a couple of balls are spent in his spell.
Oh, he's going to get lucky, and he's going to get 4 more. Is he? Yeah, he is, despite the efforts of Jay Mataya. And then Niraj is getting a lot of good fortune here from the fielders, misfielding, and this time it's the old the French cut. As the ball races away, you can see Joy trying to get to it, but he can't. I wonder if we're going to see him coming with the ball for a moment. He's not going to get his 2 overs, that's for sure. But I mean, last time he bowled, he was a little bit expensive. But other than that, he was pretty good. As we have a look at what's coming up, sort of pretty early next year, 27th to the 24th.
Let's have a look at another group. Let's pick one out that we haven't really talked about yet. How about Group F? So this will be just the Thursday, Friday and Saturday before the championship week starts. And we've got CIYMS from Ireland there who haven't we haven't seen in ECL before, although they did qualify before. Wait for this ball, come back to that. This will be interesting.
No.
Yet another misfield. This one might cost them a run, it does. They're going to come back for 2. Well, we might be kind of not show a replay. Maybe we'll go back to the ECL and we'll show Punjab Lions Nicosia. I mean, they really pushed Pack Ikea last time. Didn't quite qualify. You got Ariana Keefe from the south of Sweden, who've qualified as the Swedish contingent. And then you've got Istanbul KSK from Turkey and Uerash, Conrad Greenshields and Faf Stoneman and co. There'll be the Smokies in that group, I think, Group F. Remember, there's only 2 days of cricket and finals day in each group next year because of the amount of teams and compressing the ECL. It was, how many weeks was it this year? It was 6 weeks, right?
Yeah,
this year. So this next year, it'll just be 4 weeks, but it'll be 6 days a week instead of 5. So we'll still pack a fair bit in. And that's coming your way in under 4 months' time, starting on the 27th of February.
Hit hard, hit well, and it will go all the way. Or will it? No, 4 runs, it just dropped short. This is a tremendous shot from Niraj Khanna. There's nothing too bad with this delivery. Look how deep he goes and plays this. Such a good shot. He's been looking to play that a few times. This time he does get it right. And you can see there, just dropping short off the boundary. Tremendous hit.
Very, very good shot. And there was no protection out there. Surprised me a little bit. You've got the ability to have 5 outfielders. You wouldn't have 1 out there. Now they will. We've got 3 fielders guarding the leg side. I think before that ball there was only 1. That's just a really good shot across the line from Khanna. He timed it well.
Puts his foot out onto it rather than trying to get his hand to it.
Surprised at how much foot fielding we're seeing. It's not good. I mean, if you're a podiatrist, you'd be loving what you're seeing here because there's a lot of bones in your foot. And they could easily be broken with attempts like this.
Yeah, just needed to get his foot on, hand on this. He goes for the foot, gets away from him. In the air, long way up. Will somebody get to this? No, it's another one that dropped short off the fielder. In comes the throw. Oh, he's not looking. He's not looking. Is he in his crease here?
Khanna's not bothered, but maybe he's a little bit bothered. Baby is absolutely horned that in. He's all right.
He's well in, but I mean, Rocky, I don't know why he's being so cheeky.
Khanna is just cool as a cucumber, saying, you tried to stop me before my foot was down. He's trying to say, I used my energy.
He's breathing pretty heavily, this Khanna, though.
Well, considering he was walking, he shouldn't be.
He's got a deep breathing. He's trying to get his breath back here. And Tony Lewis.
Nice ball the over.
Good pick up and throw, and he could be in trouble here. You know, this is a great bit of fielding. And did the wicketkeeper mess this up?
Yeah, maybe. I thought he was short. See what happens. Didn't have a great view of it.
Oh no!
He's missed.
He's knocked the bails off with his jacksie. Look at that! I've never seen a wicketkeeper do that before. Look, you're supposed to have the ball in your hands and take the bails off. He's done it with his gulo.
He's just missed. He's just swung fresh air. Then he ends up perching himself on the stumps. Wow. We've seen some swing and misses in this series. You don't often see it from the keeper, though I have seen that a couple of times. 71 for 2 after 8.
That's just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'll tell you what, I want to see it again. And just show me that again. That is just remarkable. I don't know if we've got time to see that again, but that was fantastic. I'm sure Anders will work his magic and have that ready for us. That is incredible. I've never seen a wicketkeeper try and take a stumping with his backside before.
Rafa Alphonse, who played for the Netherlands at 11 recently in the ECC, when he was playing for Kampong in the ECS, there was a simple one where they ran and really both batters were at one end and he just had to run in to take the bails. And, you know, so towards the end of the innings, he ran in and he took a big swing at the stumps and missed, but then he had time to recover.
Watch it. It's a great throw. It would have been...
Whoops. And I like the kind of sad bail ejection of the, let's just call it the midsection.
It's like...
See everything here on the European Cricket Network?
I tell you what, there's a spectacle company that could be our partners and they could use this as part of their campaign. You know, you should have gone to, they could use this definitely in the air, in the up, and he's going to get plenty of this. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. Top shot, a little bit too short, too wide, and he gives Kana the room. And Kana is a big, strong man. He's got strong shoulders, and he muscles that over the boundary. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And so, they need to up the ante. That's exactly what Kana's trying to do. He's 35 off 20 now. Certainly upped his scoring rate.
Gandhi delivery. And this is all about Niraj Kana moving around in his crease. Moves early, so he makes Chidil Joy try and go for the Yorker. And gets it wrong. Yeah, please. One more time. Have a look. This is just so funny.
See, because he's not behind the stumps, he's guessing where they are. But I like it that he doesn't really look, does he? That's the thing. It seems a simple thing, but yeah, just look, have your eyes down.
You know what that reminds you of? You know when you play those games on people when they're about to sit down and you move the chair out the way? And it's like somebody came along and just moved the stumps and he thought, they were there a minute ago. Where did it go? This is a nice shot. Kana, all of a sudden starting to go big. Playing all sorts of shots. This was like a straight pull. Yeah. Gets it right between the two fielders. 4 more.
He's in now, isn't he? There's a bit of pin the tail on the donkey about that as well from the keeper. Rocky, he's had some good moments, but I think that one might go viral for the wrong reasons. Chidil Joy. Just giving Kana the length he wants. I think you've got to get up to him. Try and bowl a Yorker here.
Oh, dear. That is going to be... Well, I think where this goes is going to have to be called wide, isn't it?
I think it's a no ball because it's high. It's actually...
for the height?
Yeah, it's a no ball for height. And it's even worse for Rocky. He hits the edge of the pitch, bounces then towards the fielder who tries to stop it with his foot and misses. So, I mean, first we'll look at the height. Yeah, there's no doubt that's too high. But then, unlucky for Rocky, it's pretty much an impossible stop because look what happens next. He probably wasn't going to stop it anyway, but then it bounced away from him. And then this guy comes around and he tries to boot it and misses. That's Joy Mathai.
Well, it's all happening. And what is going on here? I
think he's just taking something to settle his nerves after having that ball.
I thought he wanted to change a bat. Somebody came out. Well, David Atwal comes out with loads of bats.
He's a very useful 12th man, David Atwal, isn't he?
Yeah. It's handy, man.
He bowls slow, but he runs quick when he's required.
Okay.
Yeah, how about that piece of cricket? I mean, if anything, this deflection should help take it towards the fielder, right? But then he can't even make a play. It looks back as if to quickly blame somebody else. Anyway, let's get back to the action. Chidil Joy. Free hit coming up.
Slower delivery. Fielder.
Do you know what slow ball this is? He's throwing this to nobody. What's going on here?
Have a look at the fielder when he feels this. He sort of does a hop, skip and jump and then throws it. And he throws it a mile over everybody. Watch the fielder here when he gets the ball. I don't know if we see him in the action.
I'm just going to watch this because you see the bowler saying, yeah, don't throw it. And he did throw it. And he looks around saying,
not
look,
even
who is
on
that
the
to?
screen. It's not even on the screen. What is happening? We've just had about, 12 balls of madness here.
Gets Cunner back on strike. I was going to say the slower ball. Oh, this has had everything. This has hit the infield marker. Have a look at this. I thought finally an easy one for...
I thought the boundary marker was going to take off and go to the fielder there for a moment.
Well, he's done very well to field that, considering the distraction. Vipin Mohan. Well, now we're 2 balls away from what I was going to say, and I'll come back to that in a second. This will just be a single to finish the over. What I was going to say is on the free hit, he bowled a slower ball, which is literally you run in fast. Oh, no! No overthrow! What is going on here? What has happened?
Just going to be a single. We never say that.
This has almost taken Rocky's head off.
What is this?
Look at this. He
Watch
doesn't have
this.
the helmet on because he's back. And
whoa!
Oh, dear me. Oh, fill your boots time here.
Well,
the Warriors giving them away for free. 92 for 2 after 9.
There's no surprise that over has gone magical. No surprise at all. It had everything. And bear in mind, it's gone magical, not just for the bowler sense, all the runs coming through, but then there's those buys as well. So Rocky, he certainly had a Rocky horror show today, hasn't he?
Oh, you're not wrong there. Poor Rocky. Anyway, I had a question earlier from Maiden Waters about where in Gozo the cricket ground is going to be situated, or is situated. And I had a chat to some of the guys. They said it's actually at the race course there. So, yeah, during the cricket season, they don't have races on. So that was the information I got. Maiden, hopefully that's answering your question. I know that she's married to someone from Gozo originally, although she does live in New South Wales in Australia. Time for the 10th over, and it's Manuel Anthony that's going to bowl it. Can Massa get the triple digits?
Just gets it over the fielder, and it will be 4 more. So Niraj Khanna, he's looking to get to a half century. That has eluded him. He came close the other day, didn't he? And he got into the 40s. But maybe here today he's going to go on and complete it. Yeah, he made 48 of 25 in the player of the match performance in that victory over AUM in match number 2. Couldn't quite get to his 50. Is he going to do it here? And he just checks his guard with Tim Wheeler. Well, that ball comes back into play. So, looks like Rocky is...
Now what? What happened here?
He's trying to put his shades on with his grill, but he couldn't do it. Oh, Rocky. Okay, he's ready.
Could have used that helmet about 2 minutes ago when he had his head almost knocked off by that throw.
Yeah, he wants to stand up
now.
now.
Now Niraj is going to help him out.
This is just lovely. Well, there's some golden moments in this match between these guys. Well, maybe Rocky wants to help
now
him
they're
put
friends.
his gloves
Remember
on.
when Rocky kept trying to stump Cunner and be sneaky with him? But there wasn't the moment earlier where he could have but didn't when he swayed back out of his crease?
Correct. In the air, chance, and he goes. So Niraj Khanna, after all of that, getting himself composed, takes his guard again. He hoiks out on 46, but again, I mean, it's been a good knock, and he should be enough to get his team to, well, at least to 100. But I think here, if they don't get past that 100 and get to around about 105, 110 mark, they'll be a little disappointed.
Yeah, I think they will be. Well, no good deed goes unpunished, and Khanna does everything to fix Rocky up, but then he goes the very next ball. Pretty good innings. I like the way that he turned it on after a fairly sedate start from Niraj. But he falls for 46, and the score is 96 for 3, as we'll see. Noman Miha will be at the crease. He gets off the mark straight away. There's just 4 balls remaining. Make that 3. After that, takes him to 97. Haroon Nagal hoping to cross the T's and dot the I's in this innings for Massa.
Yeah, it was a nice catch there, taken by Tony Lewis as well. And so Anthony doing all the work here towards the end of the innings, trying to keep Marza to under that 100 mark. McGann, he hasn't really got gain at all, has he? I mean, look at the number of balls he's faced. 13 deliveries now.
It's what a difference
14.
a day makes, right? And
yeah,
came out and smacked him last time we saw him. He was actually opening the innings. It's a good block. Didn't quite get the gloves to it, but did get the body behind it. Rocky Still chasing the 100, 2 to come.
Full toss, doesn't get the power into it. And you're right, the difference today makes. Yesterday, these ones were being smashed over the boundary ropes, and today, well, he can't get it. He can't get it even past the 30-yard circle.
This isn't great news for Gozo either, because I mean, the Warriors, as mentioned, they'd have to lose by something like 80 runs apiece. And they're not going to lose by 80 in this one. So yeah, I think Gozo, unfortunately, the slim possibility drying up of them qualifying on net run rate.
Up in the air, Fielder running in to try and get there, won't bounce. They take the 2 on, and Rocky this time does take the ball in his gloves. They're asking the question. It's going to be close, this. It's going to be close. What do you reckon?
I'm not super sure he had the ball in his gloves. I think he's probably out if it is a clean take. Let's just have a look. Here's the run number 99. Where's he running to? Number 1.
What's the running? Has somebody tied his laces together?
He never has the ball. This will be 2 runs. Yeah, you see it again.
I'm
maybe
going to see the running again. Let's see. Well, it's definitely, if you don't have the ball, it's definitely a Rocky Horror Show. Oh, he's had a mare, hasn't he?
Rocky tries anyway. How's that? I don't think so.
What's the running here? It's like
where's he going?
It's like his shoes, the laces are tied together. He can't stretch his legs.
Yeah, so that'll be 2. So it does get him to the 100. Probably should have been out. An even 100 for Massa. 100 for 3 off the 10 overs. And yeah, now we can see the Warriors come out. This is a really good test for them. We haven't seen too many 100-plus chases. We saw AUM with a very good chase of 118 a little bit earlier in the week, but that's been the exception, not the rule. As we roll into the highlights, a very entertaining 10 overs here to start the afternoon session.
Yeah, I mean, just have a look at some of these highlights. I mean, it's a little bit of a golden epic. It is ECN all over this. We saw some good shots, no doubt about it. We saw good catching. We also saw some good bowling as well, because it was all early on about the Bristow baby. And then, well, this man came in and he had all sorts of luck. Look at some of the fielding, some of the fours that they gave him. Well, that one didn't look that bad. I mean, it was bad. This one was hoiked up in the air, and it was very, very well taken by Shooter Joy, called and bowled. So that was the wicket of the dangerous Fine Mugar. And, well, he went, and his brother, Harun Mugar, came out with that. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. And that, again, was off the batting of Niraj Khanna. So they didn't help themselves at all. That was Manuel Anthony that got it wrong. And this time they're asking the question, and it was not given out. This is good work from the baby again, as Bristow. And Niraj Khanna, he got some more luck. This time it was Tom Thomas that wasn't able to stop it, so he was moved away from there. And in the end, it was Vivan Mohan that moved to that place. He was the third fielder to be tried there, but he was okay. He stayed. This was a cracking shot. It was right up there in the slot. But, the hand-eye coordination was brilliant. This one, well, this was the Rocky Horror Show. Who moved those stumps? He said, you know what? I'll just take them off with me bomb. But you can't do that. You've got to use your hands. You've got to have the ball in your hands. Maybe if he had the ball somewhere else, that could have counted. But it was not to be. It didn't really get much better for him, because then this one, unfortunately, will go down as 4 byes, as well as the no ball. Niraj played some handsome shots on his way to that 46, but wasn't able to just get the boundary. Then you saw Rocky having more trouble trying to get the grill. He just put the helmet on, but forgot to put his jacket on first. He did manage to do so, and then he helped Niraj put his gloves on, and Niraj helped him strap his helmet up. And then the next ball, Niraj, well, he probably lost his concentration as he hit the ball straight to the fielder. And then here, well, Rocky, and maybe while he was trying to get those sunglasses on, he put all his fingerprints all over them that he couldn't see, because he couldn't see that ball. And the batters, it should have been 1. They get 2. They get the 100 on the board. So 101 will be the run chase. Well, Massa, they look pretty happy about it, but I would still say, look, again, you're going to be pretty critical when you got all that batting to come, and you know, scoring 100 just 3 wickets down, I think that's too slow. And when you have a look at the strike rate of maybe something like Harun Mughal, 15 or 14 deliveries, yeah, you know, I think you've got to be better than that. It didn't start well. Costa went pretty early after he played, and Fine Mughal 16-7. But look, the strike rate was good there. Niraj Khanna batted very well, 46-26. But Harun Mughal, and he can hit the ball pretty well, but he wasn't going today. Maybe it was time for him to just step aside and let somebody else come in. 3 wickets were taken, And as we have a look at the bowlers, I certainly did like the introduction of Bristow Baby. I think we're going to see more from him. He's going to get about a 1 for 14 from him. Sigil Joy, the captain, he'll be very disappointed with his second over number 9. And what happens in the 9th? Well, it did. That one went for 21. He did pick up 1 wicket though, but also Manu Anthony picked up 1 wicket for 8 runs right there towards the end. He bowled a pretty tidy last over. So this one, match number 19, is very, very evenly poised. 100 exactly on the board. 101 required for the Macedo Warriors. Are they going to do it? Are they not? Only one way to find out. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back for the return of this match. Join us in about 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto. Hello and welcome back to match number 19, which is very evenly poised. Malta, they've been out there and they've had a bat. And thanks to Niraj Khanna, 46 of 26 deliveries. And some support from the likes of Fire Mughal, 16 of 7. And a partnership with Harun Mughal, though Harun didn't really go at the real pace, scored 15 out of 14. But it does mean that the team do get to 100 on the board. I still think, though, with only losing 3 wickets, I think they believe that they should have been much closer to the 110, the 120 mark, and take nothing away from the bowling from the Masita Warriors. I think other than that one over, the 9th over, we say all happened in the 9th, that went for 21. That was the captain bowling as well as Chisel Joy. I think they bowled pretty tight, and they did take the catches, though you've got to say in the field they probably did give away at least 12 to 16 runs as well, with some well, poor ground fielding and some erratic fraying as well. So bear that in mind, that that score could quite easily be around about the could have been around the 80. So Malta, they'll be pretty happy with the 100 on the board. And this man and Balakabati, I've been excited about his bowling. Let's see if he can really get into the swing of things here today. Well, talking about getting into the swing of things, could have started really with the swing of things there. It's well, Chisel Joy just jumped up and down a few times to make sure that everything is still where it should be, because this one clocks him. Oh, well, you know where? It's there. He says, hang on a minute, let's just check. Wait for the little bounce. Yeah, okay, says, yeah, we're okay. Bakalapati back to his mark, ready to go again. Well, this is just gone. How has that ended up there? This is unbelievable. I'm expecting this to be going sort of third man or to Niraj Khanna. What's he done here? Just come right off the. I think that might have even come off the handle, and it drops just nowhere. So he gets lucky again. Good areas from Palakpati. Just getting this one just to nip back slightly as well. I don't think Chisel Joy is really picking this at all at the moment. Back to his mark. Slightly cooler afternoon here in Malta, here at this Malta International Cricket Ground. Gentle breeze. See that just in the background there, the branches of the trees moving around. Back on this one, but it's another dot. No runs, 4 balls in. We've already seen one maiden today. That was a wicket maiden earlier. What a sensational over from Abhi Abhilash. He was trying to keep Gozo in a very, very tight game, which went all the way down to the wire. Now we're going to see another here. Well, we could do, as this one is a little bit too spicy as well. Does this catch a bit of the lid off the captain? I think it may do, you know. Might have just come off his gloves again onto the lid. Let's have a look. Oh, it certainly does. Catches a bit of the grill. So he's in all sorts. At the moment is the captain, Chisel Joy. Still no runs on the board. 5 balls used up. Harun Mughal just having a chat with Falakabati. And this is how a score of 100, now all of a sudden looks like a score of around about 110. And they will get runs. It's the Yorker length delivery that he goes for. He just manages to chop the bat on this. So he gets off the mark, but he'll have to go back on strike again. A very, very good over from Bakalapati. Only the 1 run that came off the very last delivery. So 1 without loss. 114 matches now without a golden ball. And, is that going to be reset here today? Do we start again from 0? I had a feeling yesterday that today, the end of the last matches in Group A, we're going to provide us with something sensational. Well, we almost got it in the last match when it was the Blasters needing 5 of the last over against Gozo. Did it off the last ball to win. This one is in the air and back paddling quickly. That is a tremendous catch. That is such a good catch. Just have a look at this from Numan Mahir. I mean, he judges this to perfection, and when he realizes he needs to get a move on, look how quickly he runs. I mean, if there was a record for running quickly backwards, this is set here. Have a look. It's in the air, and Shizal Joy, it's not had no joy at all. You don't really appreciate it there. I wonder if you got this from the other angle, and how quickly he had to accelerate backwards to take that catch. Fantastic catch. Really is a good catch, and Fire Mughal picks up a wicket off his first ball, but that is all to do with the fielding there of Numan Mahir. Really, really good catch. And that's another disappointment for the skipper, who needs to make his way out of the equation now. He took 7 deliveries to get to the 1 run he did. He was in all sorts of trouble, didn't look happy or comfortable against Pakalapati at all. And now, well, he goes for the big shot, but not able to get the power or the range, and not able to get it over the superb Numan Mahir. That was such a good catch. The new batter will come in and takes guard. It's Tony Lewis. Down the leg side will be a wide. Just trying his line a little bit here, Fire Mughal. Tony Lewis, we've seen him spend time out there in the crease. He's been able to keep one end occupied in important partnerships, but haven't really seen him score any big runs. Just fence this one down. We know that he can do that. He can stick around, but he's got to be looking to score runs here now. I'm surprised that he comes out before the likes of Vipin Mohan, the left-hander. And last time we saw Tony Lewis was when he was at 11 not out, 12 deliveries, when it was he and such as Sukumaran, who put a partnership together to get them the victory over the Blasters. Like I say, he's not a big hitter of the ball. He's going to run himself into all sorts of trouble for a moment there. So he gets sent back. So Lewis almost getting himself run out and all. He wants it. The non-striker says, no, what are you doing? Get back. And a better throw, as you see there. And yeah, Nirad saying, hey, if you had put it in me gloves, I would have had him. And he's absolutely right. Well bowled by Mughal. A lot of bowlers we've seen have issues, left armers and right armers, in getting off the pitch early. And just watch Fahim Mughal when he's bowling. This is the way to do it. Look, just there, just moves away. No issues at all for the umpire. He doesn't go into the protected area of the pitch at all. Just a very good, clever all-round player is Fahim Mughal, and he gets through his over pretty quickly as well. And you see the Warriors just haven't really got going here, have they? See the situation with the table. So Gozo, the way things are looking, they're a team that we're not going to see again. A team that really did excite us the other day, but unfortunately losing both their matches to the Blasters, including that one I just described where they lost at the last ball, where they almost defended 64. It wasn't to be. It will be the man who took the great catch. From here to come in, just slightly down the leg side to start off with. No run there. One thing certainly I've noticed here the last couple of days is the ball certainly is moving around a lot of swing, much more than the first couple of days. You see that straight away there from Numan Mahir as well. Ooh, tight call. This is such a tight call. You can see the bowler's a bit disappointed about this. I think this one is right on the right inside. But Stefan Gooch just judging that to have caught a bit of the line. This one's guided to the man at third, so it's all very much tiki-taka. Apologies that just lost the score there for a moment. We'll have that up for you. ASAP. There you go. Right on cue. Well, this one will be a wide. Just goes for the slightly shorter delivery, but just have a look what we've seen so far here. I mean, we had in the first over there was 5 dots and a single. Then the second over, final guard starts the wicket. Then there was the wide, and then it was 4 dots and a single. So just not really able to get any sort of injection going here in the power play. And I think that's one thing that I've certainly noticed between some of these sides that haven't been able to get going. You know, the likes of AUM, they had all issues with this, and the Blasters, Gozo, we've seen the same here from the Warriors. You've got to try and make the power play count, and if you can't, then you're not going to get to the big scores. And see, like that's a good example. I mean, we will get 4 for this because it's a nice shot and his timing. But if you look at the shot, he sort of plays it, but not with any real intent. You want to see the intent there as well. So he's just, you see there, it's nice he plays, he's relying on his timing. I've got no issues with that. But put a bit of oomph into it as well. Nice shot, does get the boundary. They desperately needed that just to get the acceleration going. Rocky Dinesh, we know that he's a key player. And, he's got to get going. Remember, doesn't have the likes of Divyesh Kumar to support him in this match. He's well struck, that's better, that's what I like to see. So a bit of aggression, a bit of intent. The shot is there, rather than just guide it into that area, hit it and hit it hard. And that's exactly what he's done. A good strike from him, and he'll get another boundary. So back-to-back fours from him, and all of a sudden, the power play looking just that little bit better. Let's see if he can register another one and maybe take the score into 20. Number here, 12 off the over for feed so far. But this one a little bit too wide for that shot. But dot ball to finish, and it will be 16 for 1. So much better over. 12 came off that, and only 4 came off the first 2. Let me just have a look at this power play again. So you can see the hardly got going in the first. Slight improvement in the second, but then losing that wicket as well. And that next one is better. Let's see if they can go at that rate. Rika Full here, the European Cricket Network. And I'm joined by Mr. Maximo, looking very dashing in his Peacock Friday shirt.
Loving Peacock Friday. It's Corey's idea. Maybe the only good idea he's ever had. I mean, it certainly has caught on. Just to see a few people getting involved in it as well.
I do remember that Corey's idea, and the very first one after his idea, he forgot.
Yeah, he forgot the next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, typical. Wear a black polo shirt. Anyway, I would like eventually to have special umpire shirts as well that are maybe not as outrageous, but maybe like a purple colour or something like that, just for Fridays.
Yeah. Actually, you know, you say just for Fridays. I'd like to see umpires wearing, I don't know, the pinks or whatever. You know, a bit more colour.
The black is certainly understated.
I think they'll like it as well. And the reason for that is, think about when you're in Spain, thinking about Italy, that long hot summer. I mean, black is not the colour, is it? Sometimes.
Yeah, true. It can't be that bright so it doesn't clash with a white ball. That's the issue with wearing.
There you go. That's what we need. We need, come on, somebody out there. We must be able to get a partner for our umpires. A partner. At
the moment, they look great. Don't get me wrong. Like, black is always fashionable, but there's a bit of the Undertaker about the umpire uniforms. I wouldn't mind seeing something different. Maybe a nice purple or something like that. Kana just saying exactly where he wants the ball from Masi. That's exactly where he gets it.
Gives him the thumbs up as well. Yeah, well bowled. I did. We saw final Masi come into the side yesterday.
Have a look here. He's saying, look, I want it right here. I want it right here. Bowl it straight at me. And you know what? Pretty close.
Yeah, he does well. And then he says, yeah, that's it. You're on the money, son. You're on the money.
It ain't really happening at the moment for Malta Warriors, is it? And yeah, I'll do some calculations in the next game, see if it's even possible for Gozo to qualify. But yeah, the Warriors, as long as they don't lose too badly, they can actually lose both of these games and still make it through. But they should be thinking about winning, and the reason is, I mean, they could get second spot here with a win, at least one win. And no, they won't get an overthrow here. So that will mean that you'll play a low-ranked opponent. And we know last year that 2 of the quarterfinals were decided by a washout, and it was the higher-ranked team that goes through. So the difference between finishing second and finishing third is pretty significant.
And you see, this is what I'm talking about. So he's getting there, he's playing the shot, but he's just not getting the power in the shot. He's got to be looking to get the power. And I mentioned that the last over, and he did inject a bit of power into 2 shots, got 2 boundaries, but now he's gone back into that mode again, and that just the 1 run of that over, 17 for 1. So we see the Warriors doing themselves no favours at all. That rate now required per over is just under the 14 mark.
Yeah, Masters bowling has been a handful for a lot of teams. And just looking at the stats, they've only conceded an average of 65 per 10 overs, and that is a very, very good economy rate. So yeah, Masters, no real weak links with the ball. This is a guy I like the look of, Ahsan Ashad, always zeroing in on those stumps. This time goes a bit wider, gets called a wide, but yeah, he's a guy that's normally pretty accurate, of course. See the irony of that when he delivers a wide first ball, but this one he's searching for just inside the line. This one grabs a bit too much of it.
Yeah, it's a bit disappointed. It's Ahsan Ashad. He looks around to everybody for some support, and they said, nah, umpire gives it. That's it. It's done. Nicely played out. Take the single. That's at Lewis. So this is where, well, what's happened here? This is...
It's a bit of payback,
incredible.
Isn't it?
What happens here? Where is this Nimrod Khan trying to flip this on and getting it wrong? He's trying to pass it to a fielder. Here comes the throw. He says, give it to me. He takes it.
Does he ever take it,
I don't know. He goes off camera there.
He decides to go back instead of going forward, but he was on the retreat, and because it bounces on the pitch, it bounces pretty high, and he just can't deal with it. Yeah, the difference between a throw coming in and bouncing on the grass versus on the pitch surface is actually remarkably different for a keeper. So the bounce off the pitch is more predictable, but it's faster. So if you're expecting it to bounce on the grass and then it doesn't, then you find yourself in a bit of trouble.
Plays this one out to play around mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Yeah, just looking at the runs against, so average score against per 10 overs, and looking at the 5 teams here, you've got AUM the worst, not conceding 94 on average, and you've got Malta Warriors 85 on average. Well,
shot, that's better.
Runs.
That's what you need, and this one goes all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya. This is more like it. This is what you got to do here now, in Rocky Dinesh. You just got to show a bit of aggression and a bit of firepower. That's a lovely shot. 6 runs.
Rocky normally is pretty good as well. I mean, gets a Gundy ball, really. It's too short from Ashad, uncharacteristically, so he hooks it away perfectly for 6. Yeah, so Blasters 83 runs against per 10 overs. Gozo have the second best economy, 76 per 10 overs. And Masa head and shoulders above the rest, and they're only conceding 65, like I said. So that means that when you do put the 100 on the board like Masa have here, they're backing themselves to defend it pretty well, and that's what we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, we're going to see, I'm sure, that man in action pretty soon. Uttam Panik. Surprised we haven't seen him already. I would have gone for the spin here by now, maybe before Ahsan Ashad. Just when there's so many ones that are required. It's a good delivery, nicely pitched up. It gets blocked out and will take a single. So At that halfway point, they're way behind where they need to be. I mean, that rate now has gone beyond the 14 mark. So 29 for 1 at the halfway point. So really, if they are going to get into this match, I mean, straight after the drinks break, they've got to get cracking.
Got to get going. Nothing to lose really here for the Warriors. I mean, if they can pull this off, then they know that they're pretty sure they'll get that second spot, which I think would be significant. And there was a chance today that if the Warriors had beaten Malta twice and thrashed them twice, they could actually pinch top spot. Can't see that happening at the moment. But still, this is the kind of chase they may have to face in the quarterfinals as well. And remember, it does go to sudden death for the 8 teams that remain in a week's time. And we saw Malta, for example, a year and a half ago actually now in the June series here. They finished top of the table. Then they lost in an upset to Sweet United. So whatever happens, these 2 teams, when they return next week, they better bring their A game because otherwise it could be curtains.
Yeah, it could be. And that's why I'm a little bit surprised here with some of the sort of the tactics for Mars, if you like, with the batting order and etc. And maybe with the bowling. I'm thinking here today that what they go with today in these 2 matches is probably the captain now saying, right, I've had a look at everybody. This is going to be my batting order. This is my bowlers, and I don't think he's doing that. So I'm just feeling that he's maybe he's a little bit too spoiled for choice.
Yeah, maybe that's true. I mean, I'd still like Haroon batting himself at the top of the order because I think in the power play, I think he's really dangerous. And I saw him coming in a little bit later today and is struggling to get going. But I think when he gets his tail up, when he gets those boundaries early in his innings, and I think with only 2 outfielders, it's a good time for him to get out there and get going.
Sure. When you see the batters they've got that they didn't use, I mean, that they didn't use them early. I mean, Mohamed Suleiman, he doesn't come into didn't even see him at all. We did the likes of Numan Mehar. Those guys in this format have to be up the top of the order. They either click or they don't. Haroon Mughal is another one. And then you can deploy the other batters that they use. That will take them from scores of 100 for 3, where they're giving too much value on wickets. Well, I don't know if this is ball on the stumps or this is Niraj Khanna just kicking the stumps, but we'll have to wait and see.
And he might have kicked this onto the stumps. Yep, so far so good. Wow, this is really close,
Let's have a look.
I think this could be gone. Let's have a look. Where's the...
Oh, wow. You know what?
I think this could be a remarkable piece of cricket.
He's
gone.
He's gone. The bat is in the air.
He's gone here.
This is amazing. Well, we've seen something. We saw Rocky Dinesh when he was trying to get a run out, totally missing the stump, and now we're seeing Niraj Khanna. He's kicked the ball on the stump. As long as his pad isn't breaking the stumps before the ball makes contact. Let's have a look. Look at that left
Here's
pad.
the money shot, and he's gone.
He's gone.
Well, Niraj, he's going to try to get a big money football contract now after this, because he just improvises this, and it's going to be the end of Rocky. Well, that's been an interesting side battle, hasn't it, between Niraj Khanna and Rocky Dinesh. And Dinesh tried everything to get Khanna out earlier. Tried stumping him when he was still in his crease. He sportingly didn't run him out, actually, when he was kind of evading the ball. But, yeah, as we see, a bit of everything on ECN. This is something you don't see very often. He deliberately kicks that onto the stumps.
Yeah, but you know what is so difficult about this? He has to literally jump over the stumps almost as he's doing it. Look, because he could run into the stumps, so he almost has to almost has to jump him.
It's actually quicker than catching the ball and hitting the stumps. So it had to be that quick because he was out by almost nothing.
Yeah. Well, that's
what cricket?
That's a crazy stuff. Well, I've never quite seen anything like that. So a run out where the wicketkeeper is literally deliberately kicking the ball onto the stumps. And Niraj Khanna gets his man. But once again, that's another reason why somebody like, I think, there we go, we're seeing it there one more time. It's another reason why somebody like Rocky Dinesh, when he's out there, he's got to be positive and he's got to play his shots. And otherwise, he's going to get to a situation like that when he gets himself out. He doesn't get himself out, or he gets out without really making the contribution that he has to.
That's a very indoor cricket style run out, the version that I played, where you sometimes just have to improvise. And there's no real harm in trying stuff like that. And so, yeah, just has a go and knows there's a chance and gets a bit of luck as well. Off the pad, I think. And, I think Massey likes it, but the umpire's right, and I don't even think that kind of really appeals to
no, he doesn't.
Here.
He actually does signal and says nah. Afterwards says nah, it came off the pad. You see, Khanna's not really appealing, and then afterwards he's just saying to the bowler, nah, that came up, there he goes, so, yeah, it came off his pad. So, Massey, once more. Oh, this is pretty wide, but the batter plays at it, and now it's Haroon's turn to get it. What is it about that part of the ground? I mean, it is smooth. There's no Tortuga bounce there. There's nothing there. But fielders are just having difficulty picking up the ball. Haroon McCann. Oh, God. I've never seen anything like it. Haroon sort of says, take me out of here. Take me out of here. Well, they're going to get an extra. So maybe it was worth playing at that one. It would have been wide anyway. Big swing and a miss. That's good pace. It really is. You can see just how Niraj Khan is taking this. That ball is coming through pretty quickly. See this again. Really comes through quick into the gloves. Well hit. The fielder out there. He doesn't make any mistakes, and he doesn't. Nicely done by Aslan Ashad. And that's the end of the over. So 6 overs down here now. 30 through 32 the score moves on to, and that rate is just going up at the end of every over. Up by a couple of runs. Is now just under the 17 mark. And you just can't see, when you look at the batting that's out there at the moment, just can't see how they're going to get back into this match. But I've got to admit, I'm totally confused by the batting lineup here at the moment. I just don't understand how the man who looked so good opening up early on from the City Warriors, Vipin Mohan, we haven't seen him at all yet. They don't go for him. They go for Sukumaran, who's now come out. Well, hits this pretty well. That is out of the meat of the bat, and it goes all the way. Boom! Shaka Lagya. That is nice. And well, he blasts this one over the boundary. It's right there in the slot. So McMahon says, "There you go, fetch that one." Well, maybe he's out there to try and get something started here. But once again, we're seeing just some strange selection of players. And what number they're going to bat? The one that's played out in anger. It's another one that beats the fielder. I think that this is where the spin does it. So it gets gently thrown back. And a little hint there, I think, from Uttam Banik to the captain. Say, hey, remember me? Remember this bowling arm? Ashad. Wide again, but slower wide delivery. And not again. And I think this, what's fine. What is Haroon trying to do here? I think there's a bit of play acting here maybe this time. This is a bit of fake fielding. Let's see, he comes in and I think that is a bit of fake fielding. This one's hit nicely straight down the ground. So it will be stopped, and it's the other Fine Mughal this time that gets the throw in. So I'm getting through the over pretty quickly as well. That's what I like about him. Just goes back to his mark, and he comes again. Lewis, big swing. But just as I said when Lewis came in to bat, I know that he can stick around. We have seen that from him. But he's not the big hit of the ball. I mean, just go back to match number 3 when the City Warriors beat Goza 103 to 55. Rocky Dinesh 39 of 23. Who was his opening partner? Vipin Mohan, 35 of 29. They put on 77 together, and Vipin Mohan hasn't even come into the equation yet. Just don't understand it as we have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the same two teams.
Yeah, you see Mohan's still hiding there. They list him at 7, but yeah, let's see if they make a bit of a change. And TVS Kumar, I think he can make a big difference, can't he, to the Warriors. That game is coming up. This is the final group match here in Group A. It starts in around about 35 minutes. Let's rock on now with the 8th over. And Martha doing this fairly comfortably. Yeah, Sukumaran just needs to get on a heater here. If there's any chance, they've gone past the point of no return now. The point of no return might be a bit less than 18, I think, here in Malta. Nagal gets this one through. And once again, Khanna's got this habit of appealing for caught behinds from the square leg umpire. I don't think that hits any bat. And he says, hey, I'm going to ask you first, because maybe you'll be more easily convinced, because you can't really see from side on really what it hits. There is a little edge on this. Blocked by Kana, who now probably thinks of himself as a bit of a footballer as well after that run out, where he just kicked it onto the stumps. Hello to Cricket is Love in the chat, saying that my shirt was reminding him of the Cartama Oval. Well, we have very fond memories of the Cartama Oval. We'll be back there, of course, just under 4 months for the ECL, involving 31 clubs from around Europe. Slow ball. Doesn't get too much of it, but we'll get a single. Yeah, so the fact they've only lost 2 wickets here, but the fact that they're not actually even going at run a ball pace tells you a lot about how this innings has gone. And that's the other thing. Warriors, the net run rate, if they don't get any wins today, the net run rate actually will be what saves them, assuming they don't lose by so much in the 2 matches that they dip below Gozo. I mentioned they'd have to lose by an average of about 83 runs per game. So let's assume they get to, let's even say 55 here. They've lost by 45. Then they'd have to lose by, 115, 120. Just don't see that happening. Anyway, get to the end of the 8th over, and the score is 46 for 2. Big hello to everyone that is in the chat right now. It's our pleasure to bring you the cricket on a day where we didn't see any cricket in the T20 World Cup. We are bringing you here the ECS action. Wazza was saying that he thought the deceptive fielding was outlawed. I don't think it was really deceptive from Harun. I think he just misjudged the ball, so he ran around it. Plus, I think it's a silly rule. I'd say bring it on. if you're that silly that you're fooled by something like that, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction to a problem that didn't really exist. Fielders used to kind of slide and obscure the batter's view of the ball, but it's not really a big issue now. I'm starting to look at everything as potentially deceptive fielding, but it's not really. Here we go with Bunnick, who is getting another opportunity. I like his left arm spin. I think it could be really important come the final series. So Sukumaran gets a single. Just a couple of overs left now. Gone, and he gets this one to slide straight through, and Lewis is gone, and Bunnick is happy. Why wouldn't he be? Ball crashes into the off stump, and so the Warriors lose a 3rd wicket, and they just haven't been on the pace in this chase. Doesn't really spin it a lot, just locates it, and it just goes on with the arm, and over goes the castle. And Tony, unfortunately for him, that's the end of his innings in match 19. He'll go for 9. And in the 9th over, the score is 47 for 3. Well bowled by Bunnick. And he ordinarily spends his time in the UK, but getting an opportunity to play for the Master Cricket Club on this beautiful ground. I'm sure he's enjoying it. And you can see there, doesn't really straighten too much, just comes in with the arm. If it turned, it probably misses the stumps. Left-hander comes in, and this man that Rico was talking about a moment ago, Vipin Mohan, who will be batting. I think left-hander is normally a good counter to this left-arm spin. We saw it in the ECC, particularly at the international level. You have a sprinkling of left-handers that can just make you a bit more dangerous as a batting side. You neutralise some of the spin options, and straight away you see left-hander having some success against the left-arm spin of Bunnick. But doesn't get a boundary, just gets a single. Mohan off the mark. Got a question from Ajita Adhikari in the chat, and I've enjoyed your contributions as well, Ajita. His question is who will be playing tomorrow? Well, tomorrow we start Group B action. Wow, how's this missed the stumps? It has missed by barely anything. They'll scramble through, I think, for a bye. Wow. This has not missed by much at all. Oh, that is so close. This will be a wide. It's a long way across. So this is one thing I like about our wide rules. It's pretty cut and dry. It's a wide, even though it gets a long way across. This is what's coming up tomorrow. I'll come back to that in a second because I'm just going to catch the end of this over. I think this is a wide as well. Doesn't quite get anything on it. Yeah, so tomorrow will be Group B action. And so we'll have Overseas Cricket Club taking on the Edex Knights. Now, the Edex Knights formerly were known as the Atlas UTC Knights. They're still the Knights, still the same team, but have new supporters behind them. So Edex Knights will be here against Overseas. I think that'll be a pretty good start to Group B. And then you can see in the afternoon, Malta Day versus the Southern Crusaders. It's a Malta Day Hospital here in Malta. Let's see Sam Aquilina, former national team representative, very good keeper. Wow, this has bowled him. It's bowled him off his pads, so does get another wicket, and so finally removes Sukumaran for 16. And Bunnick, he's got figures of 2 for 4, and he's loving his work here at the Malta Cricket Ground. You see that time, the batter just becoming a human backboard as it rebounds off his pads and onto the stumps. So Sukumaran's going to have to go, and the score is 52 for 4 after 9 overs. Maybe we can just have one more look at that tomorrow. The tomorrow graphic there, because we'll be starting 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. So they're 4 of the 5 teams in Group B. The other one is Sweetie United, who will be the 5th team. So it all starts over again. Group B will play each other in 8 matches per side, and at the end of match 40 on Thursday night, we'll have to remove 1 team, and then we head into the quarterfinals on Friday in a week's time. The clocks go back over the weekend as well on Sunday, but it won't really change your viewing time for most of the world. And so we go from a 9:30 local start to an 8:30 local start here because our clocks go back, but we account for that, so it still will be 1 p.m. in India, and yeah, around the world. If your time hasn't changed over the weekend, well then the start time won't change for the ECS here in Malta. So heading to the end of this one, Piestine is the new batter. Watch the wide go past his legs. So it's nice to see Sunil Seemab getting it over. Yeah, so Zishan Khan, a part of the Master squad now. He's playing for a new club, which isn't involved just yet in the ECS, but yeah, breaking some new ground. He's wearing his number 3 shirt. As we see, this one is pulled away. It's a little bit too short from Seemab, and pretty nice shot as Akil just spots it. He's not the tallest, so he spots it short. He really goes after it. That's a nice shot. Cuatro carreras. So yeah, the final will be not tomorrow, but the following Saturday will be the final. It'll be the 5th of November. So thanks for your questions there, Ajita. We appreciate that. Just trying to get this ball back. The Warriors need to find a way to score a few more runs. They're not the only team with that issue. If you get the 100 plus, you're looking pretty good. I think that 118 chase by AUM is the only triple-digit chase we've seen this week. Another wide down leg side, so Seemab just needs to straighten it up a little bit here. Yeah, if I just look at the results this week. We saw the first game actually Master chased 106, didn't they? So it's only that one and the 108, the 118 I should say, from AUM. So you had 200 plus chases, both involving AUM. They on the wrong side of one and the right side of one. But yeah, a lot of teams just struggling with the stick. So getting into the last few balls now. Seemab hunting a wicket. Won't get one here. He's hit back over his head. It's actually hit pretty well into the gap, and it'll be 4. And Mohan gets 4 runs. Yeah, maybe he needs another chance at the top of the order. I mean, the Warriors, they've got the license to try a few things, don't they? In match 20 coming up, as do Masa. It's right now, you can see they've only lost the 4 wickets. And they're going to fall well short in this chase. Wow, this is a full toss that is going to be caught, but it's going to be a no ball, and he's literally thrown the bat at the ball here. Have a look at this. Seema bowls a beamer, and Vipin throws the kitchen sink at it, and he's actually been caught, but it's a no ball. And there goes the bat, Rico.
Well, you've seen it all, haven't you? And yeah, you're right. He does throw the bat at Niraj Khanna. Takes a catch, but he's aware that it could be a run out. But yeah, I mean, that is a proper bat ejection. There's been some strange things happening here today. That was incredible.
Free hit coming up then, and it won't be the same battle. Well, there's another one, and this is going to eat up Khanna. It almost hits the helmet.
Hit the helmet?
That went over the helmet, but it will still be 5 because it'll be a no ball +4 buys. And Khanna, he wanted to get out of there. So that's 2 in a row. So if you bowl one more, you're not going to be able to bowl anymore. And yeah, just couldn't get the body behind that. And to be honest, I don't think that Niraj Khanna wanted to. So late run's coming. Seema has deactivated gravity momentarily.
Get the feeling that he may not complete this over.
That was a free hit as well, but there's another free hit coming up. And now Arun just giving you a little bit of advice, saying, look, if you could stop bowling those, that would help. Well, 30 runs to get off 2 balls. Free hit coming up.
And he gets a fair bit of bat onto this, so what it does mean is that it looks like that Vipin, he'll go back on strike.
Yeah, I want to say a quick hello to everyone that's been lurking. I can see that James Stewart's there, as well as Mandrake and Wazza enjoying the action. So it's not that bad a loss in the end, is it?
No.
Down by 28 as we speak, and there's one more ball to go.
I like him, Mandrake's comment saying the bats are meant to fly.
Yeah,
I like that. Good
true.
on you, Mandrake. I'm liking it. Hello to everybody. Hello to James, Wazza as well. Great to have you all with us once again. If this one's down the ground, and it will be taken. A good catch there by a guy who looks like a really good cricketer to me, Venkatash Pakalapati. Makes no mistakes at all. So goes with the big hit to finish the innings. And nice strike, but doesn't quite get, once again, the power to get it all the way. Isn't that interesting? The number of people that will look at this field and say, boundaries are too small, boundaries are too small. And yet, how many batters are being caught on the boundaries?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And congratulations to Seema. I think that's his first ECN wicket that he takes. So he takes off the last ball of the game, and the Warriors are going to finish 72 for 5 off their 10 overs. So, look, considering they dawdled for a lot of their innings, they get reasonably close. Just a sign, I think, that they maybe don't have the combinations quite right, and they just didn't use their resources that much. I want to say big thanks to Emily Elizabeth, who's watching from the US. Says that she'll be listening. And it's our pleasure to bring you the action as usual. Well, like you said, the triple figure scores, they've been pretty safe, and that was a safe catch, wasn't it, from Mihak going back. Yeah. Very good piece of fielding to start this one off.
Yeah, good catch indeed. Yeah, and to all our viewers that are listening in from the US, and I hope you're enjoying a happy National Frankenstein Day. I know that you're enjoying yourselves. Well, we're having a nice Peacock Friday here today, and it's been a strange Friday. There's been some strange things happening. And, this one was very strange, but it was effective. It was actually a run out. Well, can you call this a foot out?
It's a kick out.
Yeah, it's a kick out. It definitely is. We say we don't like foot fielding. Well, that one was foot fielding at its best, because Niraj Khanna getting the man run out with some great bit of work. It was Rocky. Rocky was kicked out of here, wasn't he? Yeah, and then this man comes on the bowl with Banik. He was saying that he's one to watch. He's just going to take loads of wickets, because I'm liking his action. When he gets it right, you can see he causes all sorts of trouble. And he's certainly a good find here for Marsa.
Yeah, sure is. And they're looking good, aren't they? I like Banik and what he brings to the table. Add some variety to their attack. You see that Sukumaran just going after that and wasn't able to get any bat on it. It's bounced off his legs onto the stumps. Late in the piece, didn't mind this shot by Akil Pierstein. And then we saw Seema getting the last over. And yeah, Vipin Mohan hit a nice one down the ground before that. But yeah, then the bats were meant to fly. Comment, I like that. And the ball came down with Khanna. He said, hey, any chance of a run out? Nope. And next one was also high. He's on his last legs. But then Seema, after trying to take out his captain, Niraj Khanna, not his captain partner, just the keeper. Although we saw Khanna doing some of the tosses today. Hey, but then nice moment though, because Pakalapati takes the catch, and that is Seema's first wicket in ECN cricket, and good way for them to finish the game.
Yeah, so congrats to Seema. He does pick up a wicket there, and Well, he had a few nightmares with the height, but he had a good way to finish, though, a highlight as well when he gets a wicket. So they do keep the Malta Warriors to 72. But you're absolutely right in your observation there. I mean, when you think there were 16 at the end of the power play, at 5 overs there were 29 for 2, they still get within 28 runs. So if they were just able to change the batting lineup slightly, I mean what Vipin Mohan is doing coming in so low, I would never know. And also, well, maybe it was an opportunity to give Bristow the baby a chance up there as well. But look, they will be happier with this one because they have got Divyesh Kumar coming back into their side, and I think he certainly gives them that little bit of more strength that they need with the batting lineup. But Malta, well, they're looking strong, aren't they? Don't seem to be any real changes in their lineup. They're keeping it very much the same. I think Monroe's is coming in, so he's also played very well for them. So it's going to be another interesting match. Are Malta going to make it back-to-back wins, or are the Warriors going to be going into or finishing up the group stages for them on a high as well? Let's have a look at the scorecard, and you can see that the key batters, the batters that you would have expected to perform, didn't quite click as they would expect it to. Shittle Joy up the order. He seemed to be in all sorts of trouble, and he just couldn't get back on the ball before he was gone. And then that run out, a freaky run out of Rocky Dinesh. Well, he's had an interesting match.
Rocky would appreciate that when he sits back and looks at it, because he's the kind of guy that would try something like that. But yeah, a couple of 16s, it wasn't enough to really get them close in this chase. And you have to try something, I think. When they get the opportunity, I think, in the last game to bat first. And I think that's a pretty good thing for the Warriors to see if they can set a target. Look at the bowling. Well, Funya Mughal 1 for 5 off 2. They're pretty good figures. 2 for 5 off 1. Well, I suppose they're even better figures for Uttam Banik. And the other wicket went to Seamup, who got one off the very last ball of the innings. His first wicket in ECN cricket. That's after Pakalapati started things off by keeping things really tight. In fact, the first over went for 1, the second went for 2, and the fourth went for 1, so keeping things really quiet early. It was a long way back, and the Warriors just couldn't get there. We will be back as well in about 15 minutes to take you into the final group match here in Group A, so don't go too far. We'll be back just around the corner with more cricket. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full for ECN, and we'll be back very, very shortly with the final match of the day from Malta right here in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground on this beautiful island nation of Malta, and we are heading into the final Group A match now. It's match 20 on the way. Once again, it's the hosts, Master Cricket Club, who are taking on the Masita Warriors. Let's see what happens at the coin toss, and a special coin tosser. It's the birthday boy, Sam Williams, our ECN project manager, who will do the honours here in match 20. So it is the Masita Warriors and their representative, Manuel Anthony, that is there for the coin toss. He wins it and decides he wants to bat. No surprises there, I think. We saw them trying to chase in the last game. They'll get an opportunity now to put some runs on the board. And I think this is all good experience, as both these teams, we know that they will be heading into the quarterfinals now in a week's time. So I don't think it's a bad thing to do both things, to chase and to set a target in this final afternoon of group play for them. Still points on the line. I think that confidence is key. Might see a couple of other options as well used by both sides as they search for their best combination as we head into quarterfinals in only 7 days' time. Let's go over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of match 20. Last game of the day is on the way, and this time it's the Warriors. They won the toss and they're going to have a bat. So over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Yes, and once again, congratulations to Sam Williams. Feliz cumpleaños. And nice to see him out there in the middle and doing the coin toss. A big shout out to him, of course, and all of the ECN crew working hard behind this stream, if you like. Sam Williams, Max By, Mars Wolfie, Andy House, Stefan Gooten, of course, and Diana Oros as well. To the ECN crew, and along with our production partner, Spring Production, doing an amazing job. Thanks to Andis, Corellis and Karina as we have a look at the two teams there. So main change for the Warriors, they get Divesh Kuba come back into the side. I think that's going to be a big plus. But for me, I think you've got to go back to Rocky Dinesh and maybe Vipin Mohan up there at the top of the order. And Marsa, well, you've got Faisal Rose coming back into their team. And I think he's going to play a big part in this next match as well. I did like him when he was out there the other day. But it's all about whether we can see the Warriors being only the second team to maybe challenge and defeat Marsa's way. The only team to do it so far has been Gozo, who, well, unfortunately, looks like they're not going to make it into quarterfinals Friday next week. They will be the team that get eliminated. Only the top four make it through into that. News from the middle, as we saw there, it was Masita Warriors that have won the toss and elected to have a bat first. And it will be Pakalapati who's going to bowl the first, liking his introduction into the Malta side. Just making a change in the field. So they are going to go with Mohan, the left-hander. He's going to open the batting to Rocky Dinesh. Is going to be the non-striker. So let's see if this left and right hand combination can work for the Masita Warriors. But this one cuts back into the left-hander. He's not able to get inside this and just snick it away. So once again, it's that sort of awkward delivery into the body, into the rib cage. You can see the carry through there. He deals with that pretty well. That's Paklavati. Takes himself back to his mark. Shout out to the umpires, Aftab Khan and Subhash Roy with this one. Once again, it's into the body. No bat on this. I think it's off the body. He's just going the wrong way, so he's trying to give himself some room. Look at the feet. He's moving away. Really, I think he needs to step inside of this and either just get a little bit of bat onto this as he nurdles it into that fine leg area, or just be happy to take the extras, because they will be wides. And this one is hit straight down the ground. Doesn't quite get the timing or the power in it. It will get stopped by Numan. Numan Mahar keeps it just to the one. So the first runs come on the board on the bat of Mohan. So now Rocky Dinesh on strike. I'd just like to see Rocky Dinesh just be a little bit more positive with his batting in terms of when he's playing those shots, which he has ample time with. He really does stroke the ball really well, but maybe just try to get a little bit more into those shots, be just a bit more forceful in there. And, very big shout out to everybody on the chat, which has been buzzing away all day today. Lamati once more. Rocky there. You see what I mean there? He just literally gets there so early and just puts a bat in the way. I like to see him actually stroke the ball. It's a bit like he allows the ball to hit the bat, but I like to see him. Just watch this. Do you know what I mean? I'd like to see him actually hit the ball. He has so much time. And, let's see if he can get going in this one. Yeah, Stephen, Mandrake, James, everybody getting involved with lots of conversation. I'm loving that. And of course, big shout out to all the moderators, do a fantastic job. The chat. It's a big swing. Yeah, they missed. Nothing there. Once again, Mohan a little bit guilty of taking himself away from the ball first and then trying to look. Goes back first, and he's not going to get there. He just goes a long way. He's got that little trigger movement, hasn't he? Where he goes back, and that takes him away from that shot. Looks like they want to make a bit of a field change. Oh, hang on a minute, a no ball has been called here, and this can only be because of a field issue. Yeah, it got to be. They must have had too many men out. So it's been called. So free hit coming up here. Now that's a bit of a bonus. So free hit. And he hits it pretty well. It goes to the fielder that's in position just for that very shot. So no real damage done, just a single off that. So Rocky goes back on strike. Haroon telling his fielders to stay where they are. Into the pad, probably going down the leg side. The batters think about it, hesitate, and then decide, yep, the leg bite is on. They do take it, and that is the end of the over. 5 runs in total come from it, so 5 without loss. And remember, yes, no excuse. You can stay in touch with us and Mr. Maximo on Instagram and also on Facebook, Twitter as well. Myself on Instagram and Facebook. Love having all of your comments, and of course, all of your support as well. And as Vinny said earlier, we do try and respond to as many as we can, but there's so many out there, so we like to use this platform just to give our thanks. Thank you all for all of the messages that you send us, and thank you all for your support for the European Cricket Network and for cricket in Europe in general. Our cricket family growing bigger and stronger all the time. Fahim Mughal is coming into the attack to bowl the second over. It's played away. The batters will take another single. So tiki-taka at the moment. Mughal not trying to do too much of the ball. There were times when Fahim Mughal used to have quite a long run up as he used to charge in. But I think he's realised that in this format, it's getting the line right and maybe not so much pace. That seems to be the key. This one go straight through the batter. Once again, just not getting himself in the right position. I wonder if he's backing away again. Watch the feet. Yeah, not as much this time. But see what I mean? Because he's going that way, I reckon he's quite easily, if he was going the other way, even if he's missing those shots, quite easily 4 or 5 extra runs would have been on the board because of wide deliveries. He latches onto this pretty well, and well, it's a great bit of footwork from the fielder Faisal Morose, who comes into the side. Well, he does the foot fielding, and then his throw comes in and it catches the batter, Vipin Mohan, on his feet. Yeah, elects to do the foot fielding method, and he does get it right. Mughal just wants to get this more outside the off. He just goes straying a bit down the leg side to the left-hander, and he tries, but he overcompensates. And this will be a wide delivery. Another glorious day here in Malta. You can see that. Not a cloud in the sky. It's absolutely beautiful. I know people all around the world struggling with the cold weather. But, not here at the moment. Slower delivery. Gets this one right. Just a dot. Yeah, it's been absolutely beautiful. And Malta is beautiful as well. Beautiful part of the world. And because of its natural beauty, it's used by the film industry, lots and lots. Gets this one out, so once again it was the Rose that does the fielding. And we know that because of its, well, the beaches are beautiful and a lot of architectural sites and dramatic cliffs and stunning landscapes and the ancient buildings as well. The buildings here are incredible with those old-fashioned balconies. It's got that antiquated feel, and that's why the likes of films such as Gladiator, Troy, and even scenes of Pirates of the Caribbean have been shot here. It really is a beautiful country, and you see that from the intros to the cricket here. This is another wide from FanCode, just struggling to finish this over well. Been a bit guilty of bowling too many wides. But, wants to try and finish well here, and this goes with the slow delivery. It's up in the air. Fielder runs after it, can't get anything onto it, and just take a single. So slow but short, but the batter unable to capitalise on it. They'll take just a single, and like with that score now on to 12. This is how the table is looking. We see the Warriors. They would love to pick up another win here and give themselves 8 points as well. And that's Malta sitting pretty at the top so far, just the one defeat. The defeat to the team at the bottom, Gozo, who unfortunately look like they're the team that are going to lose out and will be eliminated at the end of today, the end of Group A. But certainly did provide us with some real entertainment as well. Rose is hit well, and no is a call. He doesn't want it. That's the striker. That's Rocky Dinesh. Rupert Mohan was ready to get there. I think he's just feeling that he's not had too much of the strike. Is Rocky so saying, I'd rather stay here for a moment. If that's okay with you, Mohan. Well, this one is in the slot and will get put away, and that's a good choice to stay there. It's a little bit too short from Faisal Morose, and that's been put away by Rocky Dennis. He's got it for me though. Right, that's one he's got going. You're feeling it now. Go back to it. What he tends to do here now, the next ball he'll just push it out, drop the bat on it, and take the single. It's almost like in his mind he's prepared that that's all he's going to do with the next ball. I would like to see him being just a bit more aggressive and be looking, if it's there, of course, to put the next one away as well. And he does. Oh, this is more like it. This is a beauty. Well, that one is right out of the middle. And it's going to be one bounce, 4 more. Good shot. Nicely played. There's nobody out there, so he's literally forcing the field change, and that's what he's getting here. So looks like Harun Mughal is going to go over to the leg side, and he's going to keep one fielder out there in the deep. So now square leg and long on back on the leg side. And then this is played out in the off. Clever batting. Very, very clever batting. And Rocky Dinesh is doing just what I've been asking him to do. And that is start to back him up. Don't hit one boundary and go and slow down. Hit one boundary and get the acceleration going. Start to cause the issues for the fielding side. Start to get the captain thinking about, well, okay, how am I going to plug that gap now? And these are all very big, valuable runs coming at the end of the power play. So all of a sudden, after being 12 at the end of 2, he's doubled that. And he's still got more balls to come this over. This time, fair dues. It's a much better delivery, and he gives this one respect. Maybe the only thing can be critical about that one is say, well, okay, it was a good ball, respect it, but look at the way the field is starting to spread now. Maybe look to at least take the single. Oh, loses his shape on this one, goes for the big one, trying to hit it over Numa Mahir misses out on it. Slightly quicker ball, I think, from Faza Moroz as well. So he does finish with a dot, but 12 come off that over 24 without loss. Yeah, we know that Malta has that British connection, and that's why they still drive on the left-hand side of the road, making Malta only one of 4 European countries to do so. And that left-handed quirk is due to 160 years of British rule, which lasted until 1964. And that's when the islands gained their independence. And, but there is still plenty of evidence of the British Empire. And you can see that in this complex as well. The buildings here at this Mars cricket ground. I think at one point some of them did serve as barracks. Gone. And shot Maria Ganda, Bapas, Agia Banda. He didn't want to stick around and see what Masih had to bowl. And loses his wicket unnecessarily here. Sometimes you have to play smart cricket, don't you? And that wasn't smart. You've just seen a good over. 12 come off it. And Vipin Mohan is taking on the Faham Masih, and it's not worked well for him. Masih knocks his stumps over, and that's the end of him. And Mandrake is saying Gozo will be back stronger than ever. Yeah, I agree, they will be. I think they need to take a lot of pride for what they've done here. One thing what they've done is, remember, I think the shock of when they bowled out Marsa for just 30 runs. I mean, that is something that you can be very proud of, because this Marsa team is very, very strong. And it wasn't as if Marsa put out a weak team, you know. They were just totally outplayed, and the bowling from Gozo was sensational. Their bowling and fielding has been, well, I mean, it's come on leaps and bounds. New batter comes in, and it is Divyesh Kumar. Let's see if he can get a vital partnership in here. Looks to start aggressively, gets a run straight away. To go is that of Mohan. Disappointed, I think, for him. He got the opportunity to go back to the top of the order, and I don't think he needed to play that shot at all. He had more time. Talking about cars here, we talked about cars here earlier in Malta. More than 300,000 registered cars for a population of around about 450,000. And asking the question here, and the umpire stays unmoved. I'd like to see this again. Niraj Khanna doesn't get too excited about the appeal. Let's see, it's pitching. Yeah, okay, I can understand it, but maybe just pitching outside the line for me. And Niraj Khanna, you can see here, he's probably more concerned about where the ball goes, but yeah, maybe just outside the line. Certainly I've seen them given, you know. The umpire, Shubhas, not moved. Oh, this one nearly ends up being played on. Yes, and the Maltese, they do love their cars. It's hard to believe that in a small island like this there can be so many cars, and it's very common for all of the families members to have a car, and it's a common thing for when it comes to your 18th birthday that you're rewarded with a car. So we're going to car. It's a nice car there in the background. Tell you what, I would not be parking it there. It's right in zone for a nice big straight hit, even with the netting there. It's a bit of a gamble, but yeah, lots of cars in Malta, and therefore the traffic can be a bit of a mare. And a lot of people have been asking about this ground. The Marsa International Cricket Ground here in Malta was inaugurated in 1902. Served as a recreational sports centre for the British forces stationed in Malta. Tries to flick this away, shake of the head as it's going down the leg side, so it'll be a leg bye. So the over comes to an end. It's 4 overs down now, 28 on the board, 1 wicket down, and that's the wicket of Vipin Mohan, who played a rather unnecessary shot to give his wicket away. Let's have a look at that scorecard. Rocky Dinesh and Divyesh Kumar. I think a lot depends on these two guys. Shishal Joy has listed himself to come in next. Hassan Ashad comes into the attack. Starts with quite a wide one. It's sort of been guided away by Kumar. There's Rocky Dinesh, pardon me, that plays that shot. Kumar will now get onto strike. He goes down the ground, and it's an opportunity, and it's really well taken. Now this boy doesn't drop him. Numan Mahia makes it look easy. Just doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. That's Divyesh Kumar. We know that he likes to play his shots, and you see here, just not out the middle, and he gives the opportunity to Numan Mahia. He waits to see, hang on, am I going to get it past him or not? Just stops, and you see with his head, he's thinking, am I gonna? No, he's not gonna. And it is a really, really good catch from Numan Mahia. Well, he took one good catch in the previous match, and he does the same here again. He's showing that he's got a very safe pair of hands. So, a wicket for Ashad, and a big wicket as well. You just get the feeling that if these two teams, we're going to share the spoils here. So if the Warriors were going to get one over Malta, that well, the two batters that are already in the shed would have had to make a pretty big contribution. It's not happened, and it looks like they've gone with Sukumaran to come in next. He's a bit more of an aggressive batter. This one just gets played out. Single gets taken, so Dinesh will go on strike. There's the field. Starts to a bit of a change in the field here to Rocky, so they get the fielder in pretty close, pretty tight in the cover area. That's Noel Kozler. And this is up in the air. It could be another, and it's going to be 4 runs. He totally gets this wrong. Fire Mughal puts it down. Well, he's got a smile on his face. The bowler's not going to be smiling. We're looking for another victim. Once again, just you've got to crunch it. I mean, timing is fine, but get that bat to come right back over your shoulder. Give it everything you got. Go to hit it as far as you can. Not just make it. And he gets lucky. We'll get 4. Dinesh moves into the 20s, and now he goes better. And this is more like it. If you're gonna hit it hard and swing hard. And this time round, have a look at the difference in this shot. Watch the bat here now. He makes sure. Look, that's what I'm talking about. Get that bat, come right back over the shoulder. Give it everything. Not half-hearted shots. Give it everything and get the reward for it. So gets another boundary. Board Badia. It's what some of the Masida boys are shouting. Rashad scored for 10. This one just gets played away, tickled it behind square. And a single take at 39 it will be at the halfway point. As we welcome back into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu's working behind the scenes. What news, what gossip you got for us?
There's a lot going on. I'm actually currently working on a few things, of course, because we'll have some T20 international cricket coming your way.
Yeah.
Not this weekend, but it'll actually start in a week's time, and that is a 3-way series at Desert Springs
looking
in
forward
Spain.
to seeing that. Yeah.
And look, 3 countries we've seen a lot of on ECN this year as well. We've got Spain, Germany, and Italy. So it's a really good opportunity to see some T20 international cricket right here on ECN. And yeah, so we've got obviously Spain, the hosts, and they did very, very well in the ECC recently. Similar looking squad is just going through it there. Daniel Dorcaya, of course, he was in very, very good form during the T10. See if that carries through. Looking at the Italian squad as well, nice to see Hassan Ali, the young left armour, retaining his spot. And yeah, so pretty shortly we'll see the squads, I think, on the website, ecn.cricket or europeancricket.com. So check that out. Charlie Hunt will be there. There'll be 6 matches across 3 days, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. No finals or anything like that, but it's all to do with ranking points as well, and we know how important that is. And all those countries, I think that's a really even 3 countries to be going at it in that T20 series next weekend.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they perform. It'll also be interesting to see how much the tactics are changed. I mean, remember, we've seen those countries play T10, and a lot of those players play T10 and perform very well. And I'm just wondering if they will change it up too much. I don't think they need to. I'd like to see them being the aggressive form of play that we've seen from them.
So the pitch last time at Desert Springs took a lot of turn, and a lot of batters struggled, and really long boundaries as well. We're talking 75, 80 metre boundaries. So 120, I think, was more or less par there. And so, let's see if it takes as much turn this time. Otherwise, I think spin could play a big part in that. Here's Farhan Massi.
Interesting shot selection.
Dennis tries to go right across the line, doesn't he? Hey, it's also last game of the day, so I want random questions. And food chat, I already talked about my experience in the cocktail bar last night.
That wasn't too much food. You talked more about drink. So were there any carbonaras last night then?
So I didn't, although I did consider it after about cocktail number 4. I was getting hungry. Anyway, hungry for runs. The Warriors only get 1 here. Good shot for 1, isn't it? Mohammed Suleiman into the side, and he cleans up. So actually, for my first bit of food chat, I suppose it's food and drink chat, I am going to read you some of the cocktails that were on the menu last night. Okay? This is a free
They're
plug.
clean, are they? Because some of these could be...
No,
no, you said they were named after famous people, so that's all right.
Yeah, that's right. So, I'll give you that in a second. Right now, Warriors, what can they get to here? I mean, 75 pace. Yeah, I feel like you need a few more against Marsa. Nice to see Marsa put under the pump, though, chasing in this game.
Marcy. Bowled very well so far, very tiredly. You'd expect him to. He's a big performer, isn't he? This is being hit in the gap and is going to get reward. They've got the mid-wicket inside the ring. That's where Harun Mughal is. And you can see Harun just saying to Masi, okay, do you still want me here or do you want me to go back? And I wonder what Masi will decide. He probably will say, well, look, to Rocky, yeah, I do want you back. He's the set batter. He's the one who's going to try and take me on here now. So as he rocks back, you get Kozlak, who was in close in on the offside to stop the single, goes across into that short mid-wicket area. So now you can see Niraj Kania just getting the field sorted out on the offside. So Rocky, once again, he's been the main contributor, batted well in the last one. And now he goes out on the offside. This is a beautiful shot. That's a great shot. Beautifully played. And well, somebody just minding their own business. They're having a bit of a rest as to watch out as this one comes their way. But again, nice shot. He knows where the field is. He gets the elevation in. And he says, yeah, thank you very much. And you see on that occasion, he can afford not to go the full swing. As he knows there's no fielders out there at all. Nobody to try and clear. This time he works his way intelligently. That's a nice shot. And just showing us what he can do when he turns it on. Maybe it does take a little bit of time to get going. But this is a delightful shot. I like the way he waits for it. He tried to play this at the very first delivery that Massey bowled. But this time, because it is a little bit shorter, he can wait for it. And it's the right one to play. So that ends up being a good over. The 50 comes up with that last boundary. 53 for 2 at the end of 6.
Nice to see that intent, isn't it? So, yeah, looking forward to seeing if they can make something of this. Maybe push to that 80 or even 90 from here. Yeah, so just having a look at some of these cocktails. They are pretty interesting. Now, I'll tell you what I started with last night, which was the James Brown. And it says in brackets, spicy. And I can tell you it was. And that was Mexican Spirit Blend, Mango, Lime, and Cajun. Cajun really gave it a bit of a kick. So, yeah, knocked off a couple of James Browns to get going. I feel like we might end up there tonight because it is Sam's birthday. And even if Sam doesn't make it, if he's out with his wife and his in-laws, might have to go and have a couple.
You might just have a few on him. Here it is. Balakabati comes back and doesn't start well.
I'm going to throw some names at you. These are the premium ones. So these were €11 each, but it was happy hour, so it was 2 for 1.
Okay.
Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash, John Lennon, Freddie Mercury, Elton John, David Bowie, Mick Jagger, or Bob Dylan. Which one do you want to hear? I can throw it open to the chat as well.
Give me the Elvis Presley one.
Yeah, the Elvis Presley. That was right. That was the right at the top.
I
of the
bet
page.
you had one of them.
I didn't have an Elvis
Wow,
Presley yet.
you
Now I
surprised
feel like
me.
I need to. Do you reckon this is off the bat? It is. It's another strangle, Rico. We've seen so many of these today. And Sukumaran has have to go. It wasn't the best ball from Pakalapati, but it brings him a wicket.
Yeah, it's a soft dismissal for an aggressive batter. I mean, he hardly does anything with this, does he? Once again, it's where the batters just allowing the ball to hit the bat. You're going to hit it. I'm going to keep saying this. If you want to hit a ball, hit it hard. A ball टूटती नहीं है, अंडा नहीं है, ball है, तकड़ी है. Maro. Don't be afraid to hit it. And the batters, they are just a little bit afraid. I mean, Rocky's starting to hit it now, and he's getting his reward. And McMahon, well, he's a hard hitter of the ball. That's a really soft dismissal.
Yeah, it really is. But, I mean, you can't do too much about it. I mean, he's just trying to glance it away from the keeper, in which case he'll get 4. But he knows exactly what he's done. Yeah, it doesn't look great, but what he meant to do to that, you just meant to glance it. If you miss it, you're fine. It's a wide. If you hit it with more of the bat, it's probably 4. That's just a worst-case scenario. As Chihul Joy comes to the crease, the captain, see if he can pick things up. Need some more Rocky time at the other end if they're going to get something competitive here.
Hey,
yeah,
was
so
there
the
not
Elvis
a
Presley
Rocky cocktail? Not a Rocky cocktail? Come on, it's got to be a Rocky.
There's no
Not be
Sylvester
a Rocky
Stallone,
without. No?
unfortunately.
I mean, okay, we're trying to get them to. They need that, and they need a Maximo one, I suppose.
Swing and a miss.
Go on then, Elvis
So
Presley.
Elvis Presley is Bloom, Jasmine and Rose Gin, Budgetra, I don't even know what that is, Lime Juice and Prosecco.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Gin
So
and
that's similar to
Prosecco
the
mix.
Johnny Cash, which is absinthe, rich demerara, citrus and Prosecco, and that comes in a champagne glass. So we did get to the stage where we were ordering multiples at once. I'm trying to remember which one's which. I'll tell you the one which you should finish with though.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's the Bob Dylan, and that's kind of got a desserty feel to it. Another swing and a miss. Pakalapati getting it right at the moment. Yeah, so the Bob Dylan is home-infused vodka, espresso, vanilla, and white chocolate.
Oh, that's not bad.
That was a nice one to
Mind that.
finish on.
Espresso, vanilla, white chocolate.
I don't know if it's real absinthe. Julian said it used to be a banned substance. Yeah, because it's technically poison.
That would
But I
explain.
think most things are poison, actually. Depends on the quantity.
Hey, do you actually remember what you ate? As this is a big swing. and another
Eventually,
miss?
we ended up, and I had nachos and mac and cheese. It was the perfect end to the evening, and yeah, it was certainly a 2 dinners kind of a situation. But yeah, 4 till 8 o'clock. It's happy hour, 2 for 1. Hey, random questions coming in. One of them is from Craig Element. I probably can't read out, but he wants to know after a few James Browns, do you feel like a certain kind of machine? It was one of his favourite songs. This is a drop catch, but it's a good effort. It'll just be a single in the end, so Chihul Joy finally gets some bat on it. Almost cost him his wicket as Masheet dived, but he couldn't quite get the fingers around it. See, it clunks off the hands and runs away. Yeah, so I wouldn't say. I think it probably had the opposite effect to answer your question, Craig. Made me a bit sleepy, to be honest, a few James Browns. But my lips were burning. There's this chili powder they put on it. It was so hot.
Oh, dear. And there's an interesting question there just before that was from Stephen. He was asking about, what are the rules about the bowler? And go on to that maybe after this delivery.
Yeah, after this ball. As this is launched, it's high, and the fielder comes around, and he's going to have to watch it. And yeah, this is a really good shot. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Rocky is finally raking out. He's had a bit of a funny old day, Rocky, but he goes with the angle, and he gets plenty of their 6 runs. Valuable 6. We haven't seen too many of those today, Rico.
Yeah, big hit. Boom. Shakalagia. Manos arriba, arbitro. Regreso 6 carreras. Yeah, going back to that question, I think you do need to tell the umpire what you're bowling, and if the umpire, if you're coming on to bowl, say your second over, you're not telling the umpire then because the umpire already knows.
I don't
the
think you have to do it every over.
But if you're going to change, if you're going to make a change, so if you're going to go from over the wicket to around the wicket, then you need to.
Yeah, that's right. Just a quick reminder of what's coming up tomorrow, because Group B is in session, starting with Overseas Cricket Club taking on the Edex Knights, formerly known as the Atlas UTC Knights. They've got the morning session. Then Malta Day versus the Southern Crusaders in the afternoon. So join us 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 9:30 in Central Europe, and it's 1 p.m. in India right here for more action on ECN. Yeah, I agree. I think you just need to tell them at the beginning of your spell, and then only if you change. And then sometimes if there's a right-hander, left-hander, you can tell the umpire blanket.
Yeah, this is what I'll
be
doing,
around the wicket to the left-hander. I'll be over the wicket to the right-hander. We have actually seen one instance, I think, on ECN where the the umpire has no balled the bowler because they didn't tell them. But it causes confusion because if you change sides and without saying, then the batter will be on the same side that you bowl.
Yeah. But that's what happened on that occasion. The batter was all on that side, and the bowler just running between the umpire and the batter and bowl.
Yeah.
And that was it. It was called a no ball correctly.
It's an awkward one. It's a little known rule that, so your front foot needs to land with some part of it on the side that you're saying. So obviously you're running.
But you know what? I will say this.
Yeah.
I will say this. I mean, I can understand the rule on it.
Yeah.
But I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is, well, if a batter can change his stance, go from right to left and do what he wants to do, why can't a bowler do the same?
Yeah. I know what you're saying. I'd agree as far as bowling whichever hand you want. But I think that there's some practical implications with bowling around or over the wicket, where the other batter stands, for example.
Yeah.
And so that's why I probably wouldn't like to see.
I suppose it is a little bit obvious for the batter.
Yeah, it's a bit obvious.
Because you know where he's coming from. So it's just a bit of etiquette, right?
I am for, I'm pro saying what side you're going to bowl, but I'm also fine with the bowler changing hands without telling the batter. I'd be like, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Because it's not like there's going to be a sudden epidemic of bowlers that are suddenly ambidextrous. It takes a lot of skill to be able to do that. So I wouldn't mind that.
What do you think on the chat? Let us know. Is this one's a full toss? Is it straight enough to be given? The umpire having a think.
Oh boy!
And deciding that it's going to be missing leg. Well, I like to see this again. I don't see how this is full.
Well, is he blocking his view here? Well, that's the issue. Look, he's right in front of him, so it's plumb, but he's cost himself a wicket there because that's what's happened. I'm telling you that right now. You just have a look at where the bowler is, my Rose, and even though I don't think that's missing, I think it's hitting leg stump. But look, he's cost himself a wicket.
He's saying,
now he gets out the way. It's too late now.
He says,
can't blame the umpire at all for that.
Yeah. That's when bottoms up goes wrong because it's in the way. It can't be given. And that's probably what the umpire, Chippers Roy, has said.
My Rose had a very good view of that. It was close to sliding, but I think it was hitting the leg stump. Get a bit of pace on this. This might be off the body, or was it off the bat in the end? It was down the leg side.
It's probably when the umpire turns around and says, I can't see anything. All I can see is a crack from here.
This is actually kicked away with a bit of pace from Shijil Joy, so he will get 4. And just kind of turns Karate Kid style and escorts that ball to the boundary. There'll be handy runs regardless. So at the end of the over, 69 for 3 after 8. So give us some more random questions. What else do we have? Is my ring titanium? No, my ring is actually made of tungsten, and it's very hard. Very hard material, Mandrake. And so I think, they can't even cut it off if there's an emergency.
Is that right?
My ring's made of tungsten carbide. That's what it's made of. So it does not bend. No matter how much you try and bend it, you can't. So pretty hardy. Mandrake saying, is Corey still coaching the Spanish team? Yeah, he certainly is. And James saying the summer of Charlie continues. It will, although we're kind of out of summer now. Hopefully the summery weather there at Desert Springs for that T20 series. It's 2 matches each day, Friday, Saturday and Sunday next week, 4th, 5th and 6th of November. So keep the questions coming. Is there fines for drop catches? I think it depends on which team. Julian? Gets a little bottom edge on this, and lucky he does, because otherwise that was LBW, potentially. As they do come back for 2. So the Warriors, 10 and 10 here, gets them 89. That plays, I think. Probably slightly above average based on what we've seen in this series.
He's batted very well, hasn't he? He's after taking a bit of time to get going, he has started to show aggression. He's played 9 shots, and he's just too short for what would be a very, very good and hard worked half century. He likes to go for the big one to get it, and he will. Bowl! Sare bolo shaba, as this one has been smacked out of here. A Bizaway supersonic 6, and that is your 50. Board Banaya Rocky Daneshnu, apni half century, Puri Kali 54 or 26. He deserves that knock.
Bang, bang, Rocky, loving it. Love the way he plays his cricket. He might not be done yet, 10 balls remaining. Now he goes offside, finds the gap. This will be 4 as well. And so, real sting in the tail this innings from the Warriors as they move into the 80s.
Yeah, nice shot. 6 and now 4. And he's after and hungry for more. Good shot. And once again, you see, he's giving it everything. He's putting the power in the shots now. So it's not just the timing and just not just pushing the ball into areas. He's smacking them into areas. So Monique comes on, but Rocky is liking the spin at the moment. Will he go again? Oh, he swings. Yeah. Swings hard, but misses. They'll get the buys and they'll take him. But this is where Shujal Joy now has to play his part. I mean, he's had 8 deliveries for just the 3. It's not good enough. He's got to go. He's got to make sure. And I mean, after the way this over's gone, Rocky's put them in a good position to get past the 100 mark. The 2 deliveries to come in the over. You can see Monique is making a change to the field for the left-hander. Shujal, got to take him on. Got to use his feet. Come down the wicket and go for it. Hits it well. Not going to get the boundary, but gets a single. That's good. That's important. So he gives the strike back to Rocky. The bowler now again will have to change his field, and Rocky will go big. He'll go to finish this over with the boundary if he can.
Yeah, well, the minimum he'll want 1. Yeah, it's looking decent now. He'll get 1 here. So this will be the end of the over, and it'll be 84 for 3. Warriors batting a lot better this time around as we head into the last over. Okay, looking at more questions. There's a few to discuss. I like that some people are saying that the closing time cocktail should be called the doors at the cocktail place, because then they show you the doors. And so I like that. So what have we got here? Oh yeah, a question from Neil about the man-cad in the women's match, England versus India.
Oh yeah.
It said England captain had no issues with the man-cad, but claims the Indian captain claimed that the Indians hadn't warned the batter, even though the Indians claimed that they did. I mean, I don't know about that. What I will say though, yeah, is maybe there was a warning that wasn't heard or wasn't understood, or
it doesn't matter. I don't know. It's not part. You don't have to.
This is the thing. All this furor about man-catting. I'll say it a few times. I'll say it again. First, I'm going to watch Rocky trying to launch when he does. He's got to run hard here. Long throw to gun him down. And, yeah, Harun Magal throws it to the bowler, and they will get 2. It's good running by Dinesh as he moves into the 60s. Not getting man-cat is the easiest thing in the world. It is the easiest thing in the world. It just involves you watching the bowler deliver the ball.
Yep.
And you're like 2 metres away. You don't even have to be good at cricket to do it. Just that solves the problem. So that's it. I don't have a problem with man-cats. I've got a problem with people getting man-catted because they're stupid.
Oh,
speaking of stupid, not a great delivery from Fanyan Magal. And you know, I played recently. I haven't played for a while. I don't get to play much, but I played, and I thought, I'm always saying this. It's lazy if you don't watch and you just wander out of your crease. It's actually super easy not to get man-catted, and just because you're non-striker, you're not invisible. That's a free hit, but that's a pretty good ball from Magal. Follows up with a good Yorker. Yeah, it's not like they can fake bowling and then get you. Yeah. Once their arm comes over or comes past the perpendicular, they can't then continue. Then if they stop, it's a dead ball.
Yeah, they can't pretend. They can't fake it.
Yeah, literally watch the guy bowl the ball, or girl, for that matter. That's not a bad shot from Joy. Pins his ears back on this one. Will they go for 2 here? I think Rocky just says, sorry, skipper, but just look at my score and look at your score. I think I'd rather face. So I think that's smart, as they're up to that 89 I talked about a moment ago.
You've got to do that. If that's the 10th ball that Joy's faced, he's moved on 5. And Dinesh, the way he's hitting at the moment, sort of scoring at almost 2 ball pace, he's got to be the one doing the hitting.
Oh, he's bowled.
Got him.
This is clunked off the pad, I think. So Rocky, he wanted it, but now he's going to get knocked out, but not before 62. And look, when you look at their total score of 89, you can see how important his contribution has been. And that's the thing for these teams that are struggling for runs. They do all have players that can do it, and they've got to fire if they're going to put competitive scores on the board. And Rocky does. Unfortunately, he's fired out in the last over. Magal gets it right as he departs. The score is 89 for 4. With 2 balls remaining. Yeah, Lewis will come to the crease.
Very good delivery there from Magali. Almost got him earlier, but look, he gets a good round of applause from his teammates. He's really had to work hard for that knock. He's going to be feeling it later. He's put in a good shift, hasn't he? There's a Rocky. We saw him. He worked hard in the first match. He was out for 16 run out, but he made sure there was no mistakes this time round.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good, really good innings. Really good innings by Rocky. 2 to come. More Mancat chat, and I'm just going to explain a couple of things as quick as I can. Mandrake saying there's no such thing as a Mancat now. It's run out, isn't it? Well, it's actually always been run out. Mancat is just a slang term.
Yeah.
So it's always has been run out. It's well bowled. They're going to run no matter what. And he's going to be run out. So I guess Lewis falls on his sword, and he's trying to give the strike back to the skipper. To McGall. He wasn't going to miss. He would have had egg on his face if he had missed this, because he was about a quarter of a pitch away with 3 to aim at. He doesn't miss out, and so it's a smart play though strategically to get Schedule on strike to run anyway rather than eat a dot there.
Yeah, I mean, good work there from McGall. So it's all about trying to get Schedule on strike. So unfortunate for Tony Lewis. He will go in the very first delivery. So he's going to go for a... But he won't mind. He's done the right thing, I think. Sometimes you've got to make these sacrifices, not be focused on the wickets, but focused on the right thing for your team. And if this can be hit for the boundary...
All right, last ball. Misses. And that'll do it.
Either.
Final call on what we were talking about just before we go to the highlights, as the Warriors will finish from 89, setting a target of 90 for Marsa. But yeah, the moving of the run-out backing up law back to run-out. Originally, it was moved from run-out to unfair play, and they were trying to say it's actually unfair by the batter because they are gaining ground. But everyone thought it was the other way around. They're saying it was unfair for the bowler to try it, so they've moved it back. It belongs in the run-out section because it is a run-out. Anyway, let's have a look, and we ran out into match number 20, the final Group A match, and the Warriors, they needed some runs, and well, Rocky to the rescue. His 62 set up a competitive score here for the Masita Warriors.
Yeah, he did. He batted well, but a little bit disappointed with the likes of, and that shot there from Vipin Mohan didn't really have to do it. The over before went for 12, and he just swung wildly at the very first ball there from Massey, who said, "Thank you very much. I'm going to knock your stumps over." And then there was a good catch in against from a man who patrols the boundary so well, Norman Mahir, taking the catch of Trivius Kumar. You'll feel that he was a little bit unlucky. He hit the ball pretty well, but it's been well caught on the boundary. He went for 2 of just 4. And then Sukumaran came in. He wasn't able to do too much either. It's all about Rocky. It was all the Rocky show. Well, we saw the Rocky Horror Show when he was in the field earlier behind the stump. And this time round, it's the nice Rocky show as he's hitting the ball over the place. Well, that one man was admiring.
Yeah.
And thought, nah, I don't have to move. This one was a very, very soft dismissal.
You don't see 2 of those in a day very often. We've seen 2 of those little strangles, haven't we?
And 2 from good batters. We saw the Matani, the captain of the Blasters, and then we saw there that was Sumakaran doing the same thing, and not really trying to hit the ball, but this one was smashed, wasn't it? Big hit.
Yeah, it's a good shot. I mean, it's a glance that you're trying, so occasionally it's going to happen. So she would have said, if I can't hit the runs, I'm just going to kick some runs. And he kind of just hipped that one away to the boundary. But yeah, Rocky wasn't finished. It might be the highest score by someone who was kicked out in the previous innings in cricket history. But yeah, his 62 was good. Eventually it came to an end in the last over. Fanny McGall was able to knock him over. Rocky wanted the strike, but unfortunately he had to go and actually wouldn't really score another run at all, because then Lewis came out and he got run out first ball like this, and with Schedule Joy unable to get anything on the last ball. They remained grounded at 89, but yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for Master to chase. I think it's a chase that they'll fancy themselves to get, but I mean, statistically it's slightly above average here, and well, we're having a good time as well. If you want to know how much fun we're having,
happens to you when you have too many
Peacock
cocktails.
Friday. I promise I haven't gone into them already. Anyway, 62 for Rocky, dominates the innings, and it was a really good knock. And the fact that he could clear the boundary made such a big difference. He hit 2 sixes, hit 9 fours in that innings, using up only 33 balls to score 62. Apart from that, they didn't need too many people to do other contributions. A couple of 5s, a couple of 2s in there. As far as the bowling went, well, not the worst performance. Pakalapati 1 for 12, identical figures to Afanya McGall. Also wickets for Fahan Masih and Ashad. You see the top 3 all pretty economical. Just Bunnick went for 14 in his over. Didn't quite have it his own way this time. Let's take a quick break then. We'll be back before too long. Looks like we'll be starting again in around about 5 minutes to get you into the last innings of Group A, and it'll be Marsa, the defending champions, they'll be chasing 90, I should say, and the Warriors, they'll be trying to defend this and put themselves potentially in that second place. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Keep the random questions coming. I'm enjoying them in the chat. Rico Fort with me, and we're back shortly with the final innings of the day right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the final innings of the day here, day 5, and it is Malta that are taking the bat now. They've got 90 to try and get to if they can do the double over the Warriors. The Warriors, well, they only get to this score thanks to a great knock from Rocky Danish, 62 or 33 deliveries. After that, the next highest score on the batting scorecard was 5. And it was only 13 extras that helped them to get to that score. So not a good display from the other batters, but once more another team just heavily reliant on one batter. We wait for our partners. Ricky Constant, our official time partner, to give the umpires the go-ahead. Well, there we go. Here comes the first delivery of the innings. And it's a big swing and a miss. A wide ball called. Shout out to the umpires, Aftab Khan and Subhash Roy, and all the umpires that have been absolutely brilliant here today. Tim Wheeler and Andy Nowdy, Stephen Gooch, been absolutely brilliantly, been well led by Stephen Gooch as the tournament referee, and when he's been out there in the middle, Sam Williams, the birthday boy himself. So happy birthday to Sam Williams and to everybody else around the world that's enjoying their birthdays. And well, it is a special day in terms of where you're from. I know that it's a big holiday in the Czech Republic. It's a founding day, so hope you're enjoying your holiday there. It's also National Frankenstein Day in the US. We've had a lot of US viewers, so I hope you enjoy your Frankenstein Day. And well, this one has been smashed. It's just going to plug in the ground. It'll take just the one. And also Global Champagne Day. So come on, if it is your birthday, go on, go have a little bit of champagne. Why don't you? And, maybe we'll be having some champagne cocktails. And, as we join Vinny Sandhu, who's buying all the drinks at the cocktail bar later. First runs on the board. Just get that scoreboard ticking for you at the moment on your display. Just needs updating. Looks like we might have a little technical issue. While we're sorting that out, looks like Aftab Khan will just be pottering about, holding on to the ball. Once again, gives me an opportunity to say our thank yous. Thank you to the team here from the European Cricket Network: Sam Williams, Max Bai, Mars Wolfie, Andy House, Stephen Gooch, and also to Diana Oros. And check out the social media, Facebook and Instagram. Check out some of those photos. Excellent shots being taken, and some interviews as well, so keep an eye out on those. And remember, you can find out all the information by just going to europeancricket.com. Plenty of information about this series. Why don't you go out and check out the teams that will be joining us tomorrow for Group B. You can have a look back at the past history, look at some of the player stats, and also you can look to where we're moving on to next. We'll be making our way to Barcelona, so plenty of cricket coming your way. Just a slight delay, but yeah, remind you, we will be on the road. Looks like there's an issue with the electricity at the moment that has gone down everywhere. So we just have to obviously wait for that to come back up. So a bit more about this this ground. Inaugurated in 1902, then Malta International Cricket Ground, and served as a recreational sports centre for the British Forces stationed in Malta. And you can see that in the infrastructure of this ground. It's certainly got that feel to it. But a lot of T20I matches played here since then. Malta hosting between 20 and 30 touring teams a year. And big shout out to the ground staff, the likes of Les White and his team, for making this ground look absolutely sensational. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network. Welcome back into the commentary position to Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. Yeah, it just looks like the electricity's gone at part of the ground. We're still okay over here. Hopefully you can hear us. That gives us an opportunity while the play's halted because of that issue, just to address some of the questions. Julian had a question about the venue for the T20 Internationals next week in Desert Springs, and asking, is it an artificial wicket? Well, actually, it's a turf wicket there, so it's a really nice facility there in Desert Springs. A little bit out of the way, but it's certainly worth checking that out. And I actually posted a link to highlights of one of the games. I think it was the Spain-Norway game last time, and I was there actually in April as I left you in Romania, didn't I, to cover the rest of that series. And This time, though, I won't be leaving you, Rico. I've got Charlie Hunt on that, and it's not going to be nice to have Charlie back as well. He's been quite busy studying broadcasting and business at the moment, and so I think it ties in nicely with what he's doing. He's been lurking from time to time. You know that Charlie actually, he studies at Wembley Stadium. You know, that's actually where he studies. Sounds pretty cool, doesn't it?
Not a bad place to be, is it, Wembley Stadium?
Yeah, so we're just in a bit of an issue with the power. That's why we've got a break right now. But yeah, hopefully it doesn't hold us up too long. But yeah, keep the questions coming in. We'd really do appreciate the interaction that we get with you guys. And yeah, look, it'll be interesting. Yeah, Spain, Italy, Germany. Starts in a week's time, so not too long to go. That's a really exciting opportunity for those guys. And obviously the 3 sides that we did see in the T10, they probably have slightly different squads, I imagine, because the T20, I suppose, more suitable T20 players come in. But also I think we'll see a fair bit of a similar flavour to the squads. Yeah. And especially because, particularly Spain and Italy, they had some success in the ECC. Germany, I think there's probably a couple more changes. Germany still had some good matches, didn't they? They made the final against Italy in the group stage, but they didn't make it all the way to finals week in the end.
But a lot of that is, I think, with Germany. I think Italy was the same, and 1 or 2 of the other teams. Because these T20 matches coming up, not all the players were available to play. Some of the players were also on break. So I think some teams didn't have the pick of who they would have picked to be the strongest squad. So that makes sense. I just get the feeling that this triangular series coming up is going to be a good one. I think there's going to be plenty of good cricket being played there. And as you said, I mean, you've been to Desert Springs now. What a marvellous setup that is.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But it's going to be different dynamics. I mean, to be honest, the boundaries for me were a bit too long last time. It was a bit too much of a grind. I think the pitch took a lot of turn, probably too much again. I mean, there were just a lot of ones. There were a lot of ones in that series, and so 120 became par. I just think you look at around the world, even the way T20, look at the T20 World Cup, and the boundaries are in a little bit from what would be the maximum. So I would say something like probably 65 to 70 metres around would be about right. I feel like these boundaries were, some of them were pushing 80 metres, and it was quite a long way. And it just meant that batters would get in. Not too many batters would be at kind of run a ball pace or better through the first 10 or 15 balls. And then when they would try something, unless they absolutely nailed it, Mohammed Shirsahart from Norway was the only one that really got going in that series, then they're going to get caught. And the fielding's very good, and you can defend the boundaries a bit too easily. I just thought it was a little bit, maybe a little bit tilted against the batters. I think people want to see slightly higher scores.
Maybe it's because also, I mean, look, just think how much time, I mean, how many weeks of the year, 40-odd weeks of the year for yourself, how many matches you've done playing this format. I think we get used to the excitement of
we
T10
do.
format.
Yeah,
I mean, when you watch the matches, I mean, like in a day, I mean, quite often we see, 4 or 5 matches, and at the end of the day, when you're trying to process all of the good things and all the action that you've seen, there's so much, there's too much to absorb. And I think when you get that sort of action all the time, when you see the amount of runs that we often see scored, when you go to other matches all day, one-day matches, T20 matches, it just feels slow.
Yeah, it does anyway. I'm kind of factoring that in when I just look at what's the incentive for the batter to take risks. So obviously you want batters to be able to take risks and feel like there's a reward to those risks. And I just felt probably last time was just a bit too big, and just meant that we saw batters getting set, getting out. Then new guy comes in, it takes time to get going. Eventually takes a risk, gets out, so taking nothing away from that kind of style of cricket, which is a lot of hard running, a lot of just kind of concentration and decision making. It's a different mindset. I do get that. But so often people ask us, why don't we play ECS on turf wickets? Number one, there's not too many around Europe. But even if there was, it's just not that suitable because of the beating the surface would take. We're doing 24 matches a week here. We're doing 8 to 10 hours out there every day. And so, I just don't think the wicket would hold up and the cricket wouldn't be too good. I love the fact that in ECS cricket and ECN cricket generally, including the ECC and the ECL, the pitch is kind of taken out of the equation. So you let the batters and the bowlers do their stuff, and it's not so much an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, if you're playing on turf, then you're wearing spikes.
Yeah.
And you're wearing spikes, the bowlers' run-ups, as well as the pitch itself, is going to get cut up. You're never going to be able to play that many amount of matches on it. And then if you do have, like, for example, I'll give you a good example. When you're starting here in the morning, I mean, you got that dew. Same with in Cartama. If you're playing on turf with spikes in that sort of conditions, by the end of that match,
it's going to be torn up.
It's going to be pretty worn out.
So it looks like they've almost trying to work through this issue, but we are on backup power at the moment. So if we do leave you, we'll get back to you as soon as we can, because we know that the power being lost is just causing us to so we're going to take a little bit of a break while we try and sort out this issue, and we'll be back very, very shortly, hopefully with a resolution to this, as we are still early in the chase, 3 for no loss, chasing 90. Until then, well, we hope you don't go too far. Check out the highlights perhaps of those Desert Springs matches, but we'll be back hopefully soon with power, as it will be Marset trying to bring the power, chasing this target of 90 right here from the Marset Cricket Ground on European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back. Once again, apologies for that the delay. We had a bit of a power issue around the ground. The word is that some construction happening not far from here, and well, they kindly cut some of the power cables. But we are back, and just to remind you where we are in this match, Misada Warriors 89 for 5 in Malta. Now going out to have a bat, and it's 3 without loss. 2 balls have been bowled. And Bristol Baby is the man doing the bowling. So come on, baby, let's see what you got. And welcome back to all of our viewers. And let's hope we're going to have an exciting conclusion to this match. It looks like the umpire's just waiting to be given the go-ahead from our official time partner, Frederica Constant from Geneva. A big shout out to all of our partners. And also to HCL. Remember the question of the day as well from HCL Software. That was about which mode of dismissal will be the most in the day. So go check that out on the HCL website. And also to Kookaburra, FanCode and Dream 11 are title partners. And as well as Bizaway Travel and Locker Lifestyles. Locker Lifestyles, of course, providing us with the, I always call the sort of the glitz and the glamour of the trophies. And well, will one of the teams from Group A be involved when it comes down to next Saturday's final? Well, we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, what we do know is that it is Malta that is sitting pretty at the top of this group. And with their victory in the first match against the Misada Warriors, that we will top them from the top. So they will finish top of the group. And we also know that unfortunately Gozo will not be coming back despite their great performances in this series. Gozo team getting better all the time. Certainly did like their bowling. I mean, they'll be known as the great defenders, won't they? As they defended really well. And the Warriors, where can they finish? Can they get a victory here? Maybe finish second in the standings. Back to the action. In comes Bristow Baby. It's going to be another wide. It's the way he started in the first match. First time we saw him. But when he got it right, I mean, it did create a few number of problems. He's got the height. Certainly does get the ball to come through as well. That's well bowled. That's Yorker length delivery, well blocked out. And see there that the fielder pretty quick to get in there to make sure there's no runs. Firmly struck. Nicely fielded by Divyesh Kumar. Have a look at this field. Got 4 on the leg side. Got man inside the circle on the 45. Very fine. Square leg and short mid wicket. And very wide long on the boundary. The other fielder that's out at the moment is at long off, just in front of Diana Horace, the ECM photographer. Just looking to get some final snaps. Looking very smart in her Peacock Friday shirt. As this one goes for the Yorker once more, gets played out to the man on the boundary. Comes in. That's the fielding. Keeps it to just the one. And Rocky having a look around and say, hey, where's the guys backing me up? There's 115 now on the count. The match is without a golden ball. And still one more to go here. I have to say, I mean, I can certainly smell a lot of burning around the ground. So maybe those construction workers, when they cut those power cables, have cut a few more as well. But it smells a bit like November the 5th, it does. As we welcome back into the commentary position, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah. Smelling potentially a close game here. 6-0 loss. Yeah, someone, I don't know what happened, drilled into something they shouldn't have. We've all been there. Anyway, here we go with Shadul Joy. And going to have to hustle, but they will get home here. Bit of a polite inquiry from Rocky. I think he makes this fairly comfortably-ish. Anyway, yeah, last game of the day. Could this be a golden ball? Malta were involved in one last time against AUM. It was actually in qualifier too. The game that decided the other finalist was the Knights that were in the final already last year. Malta ended up knocking them off. We get to see the Knights for the first time tomorrow in Group B. Anyway, here is Shajil Joy. Pitched up, someone has a big swing and misses. So he then practices a more correct shot. Yeah, you can kind of get your front leg a bit more towards the ball, I think, here. He has a bit of outswing, I know, but there's nobody back at deep point or deep cover. So yeah, I think you're missing a trick if you're clearing that front leg, so to speak. James Stewart asking, Vinny, will the next cocktail be a lights out? Maybe we should have a lights out. Good news is, I mean, these guys at Spring Production, I don't know, they probably rub two sticks together to get the power going again. No matter what happens, they always seem to have a solution. That wasn't looking good, actually. We didn't know if we'd be able to come back today because it seemed like a pretty significant power outage that had affected the whole complex. We stayed on a little bit longer because we do have some backup power that we use, but it's only really a few minutes. That got us through a little bit longer, but we couldn't play. Silverman again reaches for this, feet going nowhere. So this is good stuff at the moment. I think the Warriors slightly on top in this game. That may have been wide if he'd left it. Now you've got me thinking about the cocktail place. Should probably go in, lock the door, give my key to someone else and say, Vinny, stay in your room. You can definitely use the 8 hours sleep tonight.
Joy back in.
It is Sam's birthday, so I think we'll probably have to go out. It'd be rude not to. Friday night as well, but that's dangerous. There's a few hot spots near us, about probably 1 to 1.5 kilometres away is St Julian's, which is a real party zone. On our night off last time, we had quite a nice time there. I was so excited I couldn't sit down the next day, actually, after that one. I think you remember that pretty well. Someone watches on as McGarl whacks it, and he whacks it pretty far. Maximo! That's exactly what the doctor ordered from Asa, who are hoping to go 7-1. And that'll help. Just takes us off a length and sends it over the leg side for 6.
Yeah, fine McGarl. Is he going to be the hero once more? He always finds a way to get into the match, doesn't he, Fiant? He plays that nicely. A good hit. And came right on cue right at the end of the over, so they needed something to happen there to score. Now moves on to 14.
What I worked out before this game is that the Warriors, even if they got bowled out for 0 and Master beat them on the first ball, their net run rate was still going to be above that of Gozo. So I think now we know it's unfortunately Gozo. They have not done enough to qualify despite winning 3 matches. We called it earlier in the week, didn't we? Doesn't time this at all. Suleiman just cannot really find his touch so far in this innings. But we know that once he does, he could be very, very dangerous.
Yeah, he's a good hitter of the ball, but you can see that Harun Mughal is always giving somebody different a chance at the top, sticking with one of the recognised batters. And yeah, Mohammed Suleiman is somebody who could do with some patches out there. It's a actually looking shot, but doesn't get reward as it gets blocked, so they will go back to Bristow baby. And let's see if he can get a wicket. Did pick up a wicket in the first match. He just loses his run here, so go back to his mark. He's a nice tall chap. Got a good build for a nice fast bowler, but he's only bowling just off a few paces, a couple of steps as he comes in. Swing, gets a bit of an inside edge, so single taken. They've got the field set for that shot to find Mughal, haven't they? They've got the extra man back, and then you can see here that Shijal Joy, as soon as he's not on strike, he moves the fielders back in, so goes with long on and extra cover back. We find that strange how this one will go to the boundary, so a bit of luck there for Suleiman. I find it interesting how teams do prefer to always have one of the men, especially in the power play, a man back on the offside when the hitters are targeting the leg side. It's not going to go that way. I mean, you just got to be brave and say, right, okay, look, they're aiming on the leg side, so I'm just going to stick with maybe long on and square leg or mid wicket. I mean, until the batters start to hit straight, it's not going to happen. This is up in the air. Wicketkeeper says, leave it to me. And Rocky makes no mistake as they do get the wicket. So, well, Mohammed Suleiman, he did get a little lucky with the inside edge, which went to the boundary. But that's going to be the last highlight for him. He's going to go for 7 of the 9 deliveries that he faces. And it is our man Rocky who's having a good day here. Certainly having a good match. But his knock of 62 of 33, that gave the score of the Zada Warriors 89. That gave him something to defend. If it weren't for that, they would have been in all sorts of trouble. 20 is the score, and the first wicket goes down. And it's, well, delight for the baby. Bristow baby picks up another wicket. That's his second in this series now.
Yeah. So it just didn't happen for Silverman there at all, did it? I can see what they were doing pretty much top of the order, but eventually when he did hit one, pretty much went straight up in the air. So that's a boost for the Warriors as well. Gives someone else an opportunity though, as Niraj Khanna. He's been in good form today. He comes out in the number 3 position this time.
Niraj Khanna takes his guard. Another man that's had a pretty decent day, you'd have to say. A good knock in the last match, 46 of 26 deliveries. He kept very well behind the stumps, and it's hardly surprising that he did pick up the Player of the Match award. As this one has been launched, and well, that's if you want to make a statement when you go out there, that's the way to do it. This one has been blasted. What a hit this is. It's in his zone, and he says, you know what? Yeah, I'm having it. Clean out of the middle. That is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 carreras. Manos arriba. Signal there by Aftab Khan. End of the over. The score's 26 at the end of 3. And in comparison, the Cedar Warriors were 24. But then the very next ball, first ball off the 4th, is when they lost the wicket of Vipin Mohan, who played an unnecessary shot after 12 runs were scored of that 3rd over by Rocky Dinesh. So it is going to be Sigil Joy to continue.
Sigil Joy got a pretty good first over. Yeah, the baby goes for 18. Pretty much par for the course. 9 over required in this chase. Now it's going to be turned away. Probably get 2 here, maybe more. In fact, maybe 4. And it does go to the boundary, I'm pretty sure. Oh, have a look at this. I mean, it seemed to me that it touches the line, and now he's getting asked. I don't see this not hitting the rope. Even wait for it here. I reckon it hits the rope here. Look, he's not really watching, but for sure that hits the rope. You can see it pull up. Again, they might want to look at that one more time. But I mean, I suppose if you're not sure, then it's not. That to me, it certainly looks like it hits the rope and comes back. Whether it's conclusive or not, because if it's inconclusive, it's not 4.
Yeah, the only person who could really say that is the fielder himself.
Yeah, but
like
the fielder's running past it, so he's not really looking. So he's not sure. He just sees the ball inside the boundary. But for me, that was after it hit the rope. Yeah, I think it is 4. I think it's a good call. I don't think the fielder was really watching because he was too busy trying to stop and turn himself around.
Yep.
At the moment, the ball actually did kiss the rope and come back. Anyway, back to the live action. Joy with the comeback ball. The ball's wide. Seen a fair bit of swing here in Malta, haven't we? In these conditions.
It's fun. The ball has swung. The first couple of days, maybe not so much, but the last 3 days, this ball has definitely swung around a lot, and all the bowlers have had a few issues to try to contain it. That one just does too much again for Joy.
Julian Dawson pretty excited about something. That's well bowled. That is also well played. It's worked away off the stumps. Takes a risk there. And it's another teaser. I think this is fine.
This is well chased, actually. Very good running as well.
They get 3 here, do they?
They get more, maybe. They should have had more. And that was, well, I thought it was going for 4. They could have probably run 4.
I'm just going to check. Where's his foot? Does his other foot land here? Yes, this is 4. See? It's going to be 4. So they ran really hard, and they didn't need to in the end because it's going to be 4. Yeah, I think now they're going to get the message that was my suspicion that foot came down just before he touches it. It does. See?
Yeah,
so
4 runs.
It's a good effort. But there's been a couple of good efforts for nothing. Nothing much to show for it.
Yeah, once his foot goes outside the field of play, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the shot.
Yeah.
It will be 4 runs.
Well spotted by the officials.
The batters, especially Niraj Khanna, who is probably huffing and puffing now, thinking, really?
You don't.
you don't
see many threes.
I just ran 3 for that, and they get 4.
Would have been
Can you
funny if they
imagine
ran
if they ran 4?
Yeah, if they ran the overthrow, they wouldn't have had to have checked it because it would have been 4 either way.
4 anyway.
Yeah, well done by the officials. They've done really, really well. I was going to say Julian Dawson's excited. He says he thinks he needs to go to St. Julian's. Probably gets a free drink for being a Julian.
Yeah.
I like that name actually, Julian. Most Julians are smart. I wonder if Julian Dawson's smart. Wide. So yeah, they're just motoring along now. To be on the pace, they want to be 36 after this over. That actually takes them to 36. They've still got 3 balls left in the 4th.
Not the best of overs this at the moment. Got 8 that have come off it. 8 came off the first, I should say, so 10 off this one already. And still got 4 balls to bowl, so the captain just letting himself and his team down a moment here. Better come back, played out, they'll take the single.
Yeah, so the power going out, obviously we stopped the game because we really want to bring in the action. So we don't want to just tell you what happened, we want to show you what happens. But it reminds me, I was actually playing in an indoor cricket franchise tournament in South Africa a few years ago. And in South Africa, they always have problems with the power going out at short notice. And of course, it was a night match, so obviously being indoors, it's well lit. But literally, one of the faster bowlers around bowled the ball, and at the exact instant that he let go of the ball, maybe a microsecond later, all the power went out. And I don't know who was more scared. I mean, the batter, at least he had a bat to protect him. I had no idea where it went. Luckily, it didn't hit me. But it actually was quite a frightening moment. And then, of course, the power stayed off for about 20 minutes. So, yes, it's one thing to... It actually shows you how much... They actually do tests now with professional cricketers about... they will actually track where their eyes go at the moment of delivery. So they will actually get simulate a ball with a video, and then they have to guess where it would be. And they found out that actually they have a really good idea of where the ball, what sort of shot they play, just from the way the bowler runs up and the instant they release the ball. Obviously, you still got to watch the ball, but it's amazing how instinctive that is. And I know they've done lots of tests in baseball and stuff because it's actually not physically possible to react that quick. And so what you actually find out is that you're getting all these pre-cues that are kind of giving your brain signals as to where the ball is likely to be, so to give you a bit of an advantage. So great here from Shedul again, who just can't control this swing.
Yeah, he's not helping the cause for his team or for himself. I mean, it's a pretty decent start, you would have thought. 26 with the first 3, but you can see now this over turning out to be very beneficial for Marsa. And they haven't had to do too much either. Well, this is uppercut away. It will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. The fielder just has too much to do. Liking this shot here from Niraj Khanna. He's just waiting, and he knows what Joy is trying to do. And as soon as he sees it short, he's back, he's waiting. He hits it on the up, and 1 bounce as it gets past the fielder there for 4 runs.
Similar kind of ball. This time it's reachable. So let's just max that away. It's 44 for 1 after 4 overs. So now they're ahead of where they need to be. Thanks to that over, ended up being worth, I'm going to say 18, I think, off that over from Schedule Joy. That wasn't part of the plan. The first 2 overs going for 14, the second 2 overs going for 30. So really getting going now in this partnership. And hello to John Tucker. I could see you lurking out there. And also Neil with a comment saying if the bowler is hit out of the ground, or that, when Schedule Joy was bowling, should that be called the Joy of 6? Not to any of our New Zealand viewers, that'll be a little bit risque. But now we're gonna see a change of bowling. And this is Ashwin Paul who's going to bowl. And it's just pushed away. It'll be a single. Yeah, Ashwin, handy spin option. I haven't seen a lot of spin used in this series, but I think it is effective. We saw how good Bunnick has been for Marsa with his left arm spin. It would have been a wide, instead it's hit. It's probably a win because it's just a single.
Yeah, Khanna just playing that away, gives the strike to Fayan. Fayan, I think that sort of delivery is looking to launch it. Or you can already see that mid-wicket long on, getting ready for it. Just plays this one out. It wasn't quite short enough for the shot, so he's quite happy to be selective. And look, why not? Rate is under 8.
Yeah, still a lot of cricket to play here. Master should do this, but there could be a few twists. They're only about halfway there at the moment. Another ball that would have been a wide, but this time he's puts it away well. He just gets a bit more on it, doesn't he? He times it, and that one's going to run into the practice area. And it also brings up the 50 for Master in the 5th over.
Yeah, too wide once more, and this time Farmagal, as you said, he just waits for it. Sort of almost takes the ball out of the gloves of Rocky Dinesh, and that one makes its way into the practice area. So 4 more runs, risk-free runs really. And the last 2 overs have not been the best. Joy, the captain's over, was not a good one. And this one from Paul started a bit wayward. Bad on this.
Danny Hudacek's finally gotten back to me. I know you must have had a busy day. Of course, it's a holiday in the Czech Republic today. So Danny, he commentates for us when we're in the Czech Republic mostly. But also, we've worked together in Italy a little bit. And we were talking about best names. Obviously, we've got Bristow Baby playing in this game. And Danny's favourite previously was Barty Banger. And he just reminded me of another really good one. He said, it's Nems Magazine, who played for the Bulls and Guardians in the Czech Republic. Nems Magazine was also a really cool name. And Nems, just look up his career statistics. 0 runs, 0 wickets, bowled 2 overs of 28. But I'll still remember him because he's got a really cool name.
That's some name.
Nems Magazine. Hey, want to say very warm welcome. Thanks for staying with us. We had that issue with the power, but we are back and we will do anything to bring you the cricket here on ECN on a day where I know a lot of people were disappointed. Bless you. You okay there?
Thank you very much. I'm fine. Oh. Yes, well, obviously somebody thinking of me somewhere, as my mum would say.
Somebody's allergic to finishing late, aren't they? So, well, I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there because it's such a great community. Tell people about it as well. Let's keep this this ball rolling that's been gathering moss over the past couple of years. And yeah, European cricket is going places. And we'll be going to Barcelona in a week and a half time as well to finish the year. Well, still anybody's game here, I think. About 8's required, but that's about par. This isn't going to help. It's short. It's put away. It's not a good ball from Seb and Joseph. And it gets what it deserves. 4 runs.
Yeah, not good. Gundy, isn't it? Short. And all the time to play this. And Fine Magal, it looks like he's enjoying himself at the moment, isn't he? He's probably thanking his brother and his captain for giving him the opportunity to be up there. And he's doing absolutely great for his team at the moment. It just moves to 30. 30, you've got to say 30 effortless runs. He hasn't really been tested here at all.
Sam's already put that in our group WhatsApp chat. You sneezing with the caption, bless you. That was funny. Yeah, so Nems Magazine, look him up. Originally from Zimbabwe, and his bowling style is listed as right arm slow. You don't see that very often. Bulls and Guardians, new team in the Czech Republic. So, yeah, so happy National Day to everyone that's watching from there.
This one doesn't miss the top of off stump by much. Maybe Nirvachkana just getting a little bit too excited as we see the long shadows starting to appear on this beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. It's an absolute lovely ground. We talk about the ground. We don't talk much about the complex. The complex is beautiful. We know about the archery. I suppose you wouldn't call it a ground, would you? Archery, I don't know, club?
Field. I think it's called a field. I think it's called a field.
There's this one. Well, this goes all the way along our field here, the outfield, and it goes to the boundary. Nobody sweeping on the offside. I couldn't tell you why, to be honest, because as I'm looking around, I think they've got that wrong. They didn't have the 5th man out. It goes out there now. So captain just needs to wake up a little, because they did have the... Yeah, see, they've only got the 2 men out on the leg side. And now, yeah, see, they pushed the square leg back again. So that's your 5 men. So just an error which allows that one to go to the boundary. Yeah, so we talk about the archery field and then also got the golf club. Well, this one is going to the other place I'm talking about, the tennis courts. So we've got the archery, the golf, the tennis courts, which is just over there. You see in the background.
Plenty to do around here. There's also the pool. It hasn't been quite hot enough for me to sneak a swim this time around.
Can you smell fireworks? Is that one? Oh, that's why I'm sneezing. I'm obviously
We've got to be careful what we're smelling, because remember when we were in Brescia.
No, don't talk about Brescia. Because
Brescia, we were smelling
we were under pressure in Brescia for sure.
Turned out to be something.
There's definitely a smell of the old gun smoke.
I'll say it. It was the crematorium down the road that we were smelling. This hopefully isn't the issue. Well, that's really good fielding. They should take 2, but that's a brilliant stop. And yeah, when you're trying to stay alive in the game, that's the kind of efforts you need, and that was very well done by Manuel Anthony.
If you're trying to stay alive in the game, you don't be playing in pressure. It's not too much. Hey, listen, there's definitely something there. I thought it was maybe a new aftershave, but it's not. No, you're at it now.
No, I don't mind it. But yeah, I don't mind that. Just makes me hungry though. Hey, so yeah, I just want to say, just reading up a bit more. It's Czechoslovak Independence Day, and it celebrates the independent Czechoslovak state in 1918 on October 28th. So to all of our Czech friends and our Slovakian friends as well, I hope that you have a wonderful Czechoslovak Independence Day. I know there's some celebrations going on there. Also, Johnny G has popped into the chat saying hello, Rico and Mr. Maximo. Greetings from him and all of our friends at Roma CC. And yeah, we were just talking about Roma CC today, of course, that they'll be in the ECL.
This is gone big. Balle, balle, balle. Well, watch out, Johnny. This might be coming your way. That's it big. Maybe that Kookaburra's on his way to Roma. Yeah, thanks, Johnny.
So,
nice to hear from you.
I'm sure the guys at Roma CC have seen this, but I'll show it again. They're in Group E, and they'll be playing against the Spanish qualifiers. We don't know who that will be until probably next week. Then they've also got Romania in their group, United CC Bucharest. That's Ramesh Sathesan's team. And there's also the Croatian qualifiers. Most likely Zagreb Sokol. By the way, this could be more runs, and it will be. I think this is pitched just inside. I think this is 4, and it is. So Magal is breaking out here. 6 and 4 hungry for more, maybe hungry for an early dinner. As Funyun goes sideways and he goes large.
Yeah, well, that's another one that goes all the way over. Some Ashwin Port having a few issues. Gets the first one wrong, it gets blasted away.
Yeah, so also the Croatian qualifier, I think it'll be Zagreb Sokol. Hasn't been confirmed 100% yet. And then Star CC from Luxembourg, who just had one solitary win in last year's ECL, or this year's ECL it should be, at the start of the year. But that was a Golden Ball win that knocked out the Helsinki Titans. So that's Group E. It will be the Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday of week 3. Because remembering that all the clubs, they'll play 2 days of group matches against each other. So they'll play 4 matches each. And then they'll go straight into finals on day 3. So we have groups A, C and E, they'll be Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday groups. And groups B, D and F, they'll be Thursday, Friday and Saturday groups. So to everyone at Roma CC, we miss you. Hope you're well.
Yep.
To Prabhath and Lorena, of course, and everybody else there. And we saw quite a few of the guys actually at the ECC.
Yeah, it was great to see him.
Such as Christian Kalagamagay. Nice to see him. And Sajith Rilagadagi. Hopefully your ribs are better, Sajith, if you're watching. I know that he missed the last couple of games with a bit of an injury that he copped during that tournament. So, yeah, sending you all of our best. And, yeah, it's nice to have you tuning in. Right now, well, this game got real quick, didn't it? 11 required. But, yeah, looks like this 90 isn't going to challenge Master too much.
Yeah, just get the feeling there from that shot from Niraj Khanna. He's reading the game well, and he knows that Fire Mughal has got an opportunity to get half century. So just giving him the strike. Fine. Oh, he launches it. This is big. This is a Bizaway super hit. Shaba Shaba Kinnasona Shaka Lagya. Oh yeah, this is big. Absolutely blasted out of there. Well, he is a bit of a master blaster, isn't he? Fire Mughal. And he is really enjoying himself out there. That is the end of the over, is it?
No, I think we've got one more.
Still one more
See
to
if
go.
we get to the end of the over. Question from John Tucker asking, why are there 2 English teams? Well, they're not actually 2 English teams. I think what you saw was the English team and the Guernsey team in Group A. Independent CC. So that was a Guernsey flag. This could be it, and I think it will be it. And he smacks it, and he brings up his 50 in style, and he shoots the lights out to finish day 5 and finish Group A Maximo. As Master do this with 18 balls to spare. They're going to finish 7 and 1. Funyun Magal, well, eventually he gets going, doesn't he? At the top of the order, so maybe he is a good option up there, especially if he hits them like this. And this one sends us home. And yeah, Master, pretty impressive. The Warriors batted better, but yeah, it wasn't enough to stop Master from their 7th victory. He raises his bat, the umpire raises his arms, and we'll be out of here. And it will be back-to-back sweep from Master. And look, although the Warriors will be disappointed they didn't get any points this afternoon, they will qualify. And I think they'll qualify in 3rd place, just looking at the table. We'll have to see how that affects their net run rate. But I think that they've done enough to hold on to 3rd, so they'll play the 2nd place team in Group B. But Funyun Magal, he batted very well. Those last 2 were lusty blows.
Yeah, he hit the ball really well, didn't he? And the thing about that innings was it was chanceless. He didn't give a chance from the moment he hit the ball. He was striking it sweet out of the middle, like I say, like a bowl of rasmalai. That's what it was. It was a really good knock from him. And, well, he sees he's through to victory. This is what's coming up tomorrow, as we're going to see overseas. And the Edex Knights, also formerly known as the Atlas Knights, they'll be challenging right up there at the top. Remember, they're a team that have lost out on 2 occasions. Malta Day, a team that when we were here last time, well, they have improved considerably, taking on also a team that has been right up there, one of the top teams here in Malta, the Southern Crusaders. So we've got 4 very exciting matches coming up for you tomorrow as we see the start of Group B.
That's going to be great. And, yeah, it's the last game. Last day of cricket we'll have before the clocks go back on Sunday, but it won't affect most people around the world. So join us same time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India, overseas versus the Edex Knights. That'll be a really good game to get us started. Just checking the net run rates, and yeah, it does look like that the Warriors will hold on to third, even with that loss, because I think their net run rate will finish at minus 0.14, but AUM slightly worse, minus 0.25. So that will be the final standings. Let's have a look at the chase, though, and, well, it was an interesting start, wasn't it? First, all the power went out, and then Rocky, he came up with an early catch. But, yeah, just know that Mars have a lot of dangerous hitters. It didn't happen for Suleiman, but it did happen for Miguel, and even Kana getting in on the action. And Mars end up doing this with 3 overs to spare.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad start, was it? When you look at the power play, I mean, it was more or less even Stevens. But then after that, and I think the captain, Cecil Joy, he needs to hold up his hand. He started the boat sinking, really. That wasn't a good 4th over from him. And then whoever they used just wasn't able to get anything going. Ashwin Paul's first over wasn't that bad. I think it went for around about 7. But, well, that last one there, well, it was taken apart, wasn't it, by Mughal. And also, unlike in the cleverness there and the good batting there of Niraj Khanna, he knew he didn't have to do anything crazy. And he knew that Mughal had the opportunity to win the match and also get his 50, and just made sure that he negotiated that fine, got most of the strikes. So playing as a team, looking after each other and looking good. Only the one defeat, and that was that surprise shock defeat to Gozo. But in the end, it doesn't hurt Marsa. They still finished top the group. And the thing is, it doesn't help Gozo either, because unfortunately a team that we love and a team that a lot of people around the world love, they've got a lot of time for Gozo, a team that started only last year. And, well, they've improved so much during that time. Got 3 wins here this time round, but unfortunately, it doesn't end up being enough to get them through into next week's quarterfinals on Friday. And that is all, again, we always go on about this when teams are playing out there. It's not just about trying to win matches, it's trying to make sure you don't lose badly, because net run rate can be so very important. And once again, just at a quick look at the batting scorecard there, 53 from Fahim Mughal of 23 deliveries, well supported by Niraj Khanna. And then with the bowling there, well, not too much joy really to speak of from the bowlers. I suppose you've got to say Bristow Baby making his debut here today. He bowled well again, picked up another wicket, 1 for 18. But other than him, nobody else was able to perform. That 1 over from Sebin Joseph went for 16. 31 of the 2 overs from Ashwin Paul, and Shizal Joy, his 2 overs went for 26. That's the match summary there. So once again, despite the brave efforts from Rocky Danish, 62 of 33. But look at that, after him, the next highest score was Vipin Mohan and Shizal Joy for 5. It just wasn't really enough to give them a score that they needed against this very strong Amasa side. So looking forward to a good day of cricket coming up tomorrow. And once again, always excited to see the likes of overseas Southern Crusaders, also Malta Day coming back into the occasion. Teams that have always been, that we know for a long time, got some good players. And also what I'm liking to see is that a lot of these teams are picking up good players as well.
Yeah, that's right. So it was an interesting day, wasn't it? And we saw the Blasters actually go from bottom up into 2nd in the end. So that's a big jump. Yeah. The Blasters started the day in 5th in the danger zone. They put away Gozo in a couple of wins. And, yeah, they end up actually ahead of the Warriors. So you pretty much finish with Massa on top. No surprise. The Blasters in 2nd. So they'll be the higher ranked opponent in the quarterfinals. And then you had 2 teams tied on points. Actually had 3 teams tied on points on 6 points. But it was Gozo that missed out on net run rate. The Warriors just edging out AUM for 3rd spot. But AUM, I mean, they'll be a danger team to whoever finishes top of Group B. That won't be an easy quarterfinal at all. I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there for your company today, and thanks for being patient with the slight power issue that we had. But
definitely.
Well, it's been a powerful performance, I think, from you in the box again on a Peacock Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe these shirts were so loud that it knocked the power out. I don't know. But I want to say a big happy birthday to Sam, of course, once again, and to Kitty and everyone, to Chris Smith's daughter as well, and a few others that mentioned they had a birthday today. And thanks again for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow. We're starting Group B, so you don't want to miss that. We'll get to see 4 of the 5 teams tomorrow, and of course, Sweet United will join us on Monday for the first time. Sunday we will be off. Reminder: you can go to our website europeancricket.com, check out all the fixtures. Also, Barcelona, a bit of that is on there now as well, where we'll see 16 teams. Also, our social media at European Cricket. Great place to go to get your fix, and don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Our community is growing all the time.
And just thank you to everyone on the chat. I think the chat was brilliant today.
Yeah, great
so
chat.
Many people, so much activity on the chat, so much conversation. Thank you to everyone on the chat, especially all the moderators. But again, thanks to everyone around the ground. Thanks to the ground staff. The ground looking absolutely spectacular. Thanks to Andis and Kiriolis and Karina doing a wonderful job. Our production partner, Spring Productions, and of course our very own ECM Blue Crew.
They are absolutely brilliant. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day, but for now, from the beautiful MCG, the MCG where cricket does get played here in Malta. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo and Rico Fall. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening wherever you are around the world. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow for more action. Super Saturday on the way. The weekend is here and the cricket just keeps on coming. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.
European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in but the shaka, 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding a flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Mentioned turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.